Hello.
You're set for lunch?
No.
No?
Two young constables flip a coin to decide who will cross the road to the Russell Street Police canteen to buy the lunches.
I pick tails.
Tails?
Neither would know how high the stakes would be.
Russell Street 750.
Russell 750.
750, I presume you heard that loud explosion right next to you?
Russell 750, it totally shattered our windows.
Culprit 306, loud explosions that took place outside the front of the complex. There's mess everywhere.
Roger that, Russell Street 306. All units approach with caution just in case there's a second.
The Russell Street bombing rocked the foundations of a city, its residents and police force to the very core. But a 100-strong team of detectives, bomb and forensic experts were determined from day one that the culprits would not get away with it.
West stand by. Unit calling urgent.
Southern 507, we have people with injuries north of the complex. We require ambulance, please.
I was heading to get some lunch from the Russell Street complex when it went off. I was thrown into the air probably about 20 metres and landed on the road and laying flat on my back. I actually thought initially I'd been hit by a car. My right leg was pretty badly damaged, so I just dragged that along the road to the wall of Russell Street.
Street 150, we just had a large explosion occur outside the building. Car bomb, it seems, shattered all the windows at this office. Received.
All of a sudden the building shook. There was a horrendous sound. There was a lot of black dust, very fine dust coming out of the wooden roof. The place just turned black.
Glass came across my desk. I got up, had a look outside the broken windows, and there was this huge pour of black smoke going up the front. It was just obvious what had happened. There was no doubt whatsoever in my mind that it was a bomb.
Russell 150 from the ranking fire officer. He believes it is a device, it is not gas.
Big bang, windows started to crack and off we went. That was the start of it all. And I just said, look, I'll get the bomb suit and let's go. And the whole feeling is that there's another bomb.
150, Roger. Bomb disposal people have been sighted.
The first bang is not the last bang, is what I got taught by the military guys in Northern Ireland. The first bang was to suck you in and the second bang was when it killed you.
From Air 490, two cars were involved, one outside the north door, one outside the south door.
The one outside the south door was suspected of holding the second bomb.
And I start to walk down Russell Street towards the car. I had a rope round my waist so that if anything does happen to me, that he's got the rope to pull me back. You then see things on the road. I could see bits of explosion, detonators and whatever. And you know, well, if you stand on one of those detonators, it's a good chance you'll lose your foot. It looked like a war zone.
I came around into the quadrangle of the old Melbourne Magistrates Court and saw this sight that you'll never forget. Her shoe was on fire. Her shirt was in tatters. Every time her heart beat, you'd see blood coming out of her. You could see skin hanging off her hands. I asked her name. She said her name was Angela.
22-year-old Angela Taylor lost the toss. Seconds before 1 p.m, she left the court building to buy lunch at the Russell Street Police Complex.
I sat her down on the floor in the office. She was obviously visibly in pain and shocked and disorientated. I made some calls, so I was able to get her some help. Magistrate West was out the front and he was injured as well. Donadio, over the road.
Got to the wall, and then there was a couple of other police members that came and helped me at that stage, and they walked me up to the steps of the north door and laid me down there. And there's still a couple of small explosions.
There's been a second explosion, unit. Stay away from the area.
Initially, I wondered whether it was a series of explosions, but it was obvious after a couple of minutes that the small explosions were detonators and were primed and activated.
Meanwhile, Dennis Tipping had reached the second car that was parked behind the one that had exploded.
The firemen didn't want to do it, and it's not their job anyhow, because it was gelignite and other stuff there. And if there is a bomb, then you're going to have to start pulling it apart. So I put the fire out, and thankfully there wasn't another bomb. And it turned out to be an undercover police car.
After 40 minutes, the fires were extinguished, the city sealed off, and 21 people, including the severely injured Constables Taylor and Donadio, were in hospital.
Good evening. Terrorism hit Melbourne today. Bomb after bomb exploded outside the city's police headquarters, injuring dozens and causing extensive damage.
Buildings from Burke Street to Queensbury Street were evacuated, shops closed, and by 2:30, many city streets were deserted.
What's happened this afternoon puts us right in the forefront of terrorism, as we've seen in other parts of the world, and it's disturbing that we've got cowardly people that could only be described as curs that are prepared to impose this sort of violence on the community with little regard for life or property.
There was no doubt whatsoever in my mind that it was an attack on the police force and on authority in general, and it worked.
Police are checking the list of people who were to appear in the Melbourne Magistrates Court opposite the police station, but no individual or group has yet claimed responsibility. What is certain is that such an attack against the police force itself will result in an investigation for the culprits as thorough and widespread as Victoria has ever seen.
The thin blue line gathers together. All you want to do is find out who is it, where are they, and let's go and get them.
A car bomb had exploded outside the Russell Street Police Complex. 21 people were injured. Constable Angela Taylor was fighting for her life. The clue as to who was responsible lay in the debris that had scattered over several city blocks. And with the danger of live ammunition, the Special Operations Group were moved in.
And we became the brushes and dustbins and the finders of evidence. I think from memory, we were there for nearly 5 days.
Looking south along the corridor. We're now on the 3rd floor at the canteen.
We found detonators inside Russell Street. We found a live detonator in the ladies' gymnasium up on the 4th floor.
Some members of the Special Operations Group abseiled down the complex, searching for further clues, while others were on their hands and knees, picking debris from the bitumen.
They found a tyre, I think, and a wheel from the bomb car in the car park at the back of Russell Street. So it's literally flown over Russell Street, over the building at the back of Russell Street into the car park.
Every piece was important. Like a large jigsaw puzzle, each piece of debris would give the forensic team a picture of what had gone on.
It's important to collect all the debris because we need to reconstruct what took place. We were able to identify that the bomb car actually ended up several metres away from the actual seat of the explosion because there was a crater in the roadway and the bomb car was several metres further to the east.
As you can see, it's approximately 15 centimetres deep at its deepest point, and the width is of the order of 1.5 metres.
When we started to look at the bomb car, Most of the damage was done to the rear of the vehicle, which seemed to indicate that the bomb had been placed in the boot of the vehicle.
That's where the tow bar's gone in, and that's just forward of it where the diff would be. And that smells of differential oil on one side and explosive on the other. So it's got to be that way. So the diff might then explode. It's been just over the diff and in front of the diff.
On further examination, we were able to identify that there was a secondary explosion between the front seats or on the centre console. The secondary explosion had been disrupted by the first one being the larger one in the boot. And this was identified by the amount of live detonators, and a number of sticks of gelignite were located forward of the vehicle and hadn't exploded. You wonder what would have happened if all of it had gone off. It might have brought down part of the building.
A huge amount of electrical wire, still bound in bundles, were also found around the car. So too, the ignition device.
And I was sitting on the steps playing with the explosives, and I just looked across to my left, and there was this piece of wood with this clock sitting on it. And that was it. You know, when you see that, you put two and two together, yeah, it's a clock bomb.
This block of wood looked fairly common and represented a part of a fence post. Attached to this block of wood, there were also pieces of metal, and there was a chuck's wipe as well. The chuck's wipe was obviously used as a buffer between the ignition components of the timing device to prevent the device from triggering. Whoever moved the bomb in the vehicle took enormous risks in transporting it the way they did to Russell Street. Any slight bump could have triggered the device.
While the block of wood had distinctive tool markings, finding the fence it came from would be like finding a needle in a haystack. So the detectives were grateful that a more tangible clue had survived the bomb.
The number plate was still in the vicinity of the vehicle, and that enabled us to very quickly identify who the owner of the vehicle was. And we found out that it had been stolen some week or so before the bombing.
Police say the main blast was caused by 50 sticks of gelignite in the boot of a stolen 1979 two-tone Brown and Fawn Commodore parked outside the Russell Street Police building. It had distinctive gold mag wheels and a loud twin exhaust.
Today, the lookalike car was taken to Russell Street in the hope of jolting memories.
Police also displayed a travel rug found within the bomb car.
Detectives say the rug doesn't belong to the owner of the stolen car, and although it has no label, it could help with investigations.
It was in fairly good condition considering the blast, and it was determined that the actual blanket was covering the ignition device. The blanket was examined and there were a number of dog hairs located on the blanket. The dog hairs were short in nature and probably from a terrier-type dog.
Police received 20 calls overnight and are encouraged by the response. They'll be sifting through the new information today to see just how useful it is.
Several days after the Russell Street bombing, a person contacted the Chief Commissioner of Police, Mick Miller, and stated he actually had footage of whoever was responsible for the Russell Street bombing, and he also demanded $500,000 for that information.
In fact, the caller rang 5 times. Each call traced to various phone boxes in the suburb of St Kilda. And then he stopped.
We initially thought he was most probably a crank, but you can't ignore things like that.
Premier John Cain and Chief Commissioner Mick Miller jointly announced the record $500,000 reward. But in a press conference, they refused to answer any questions on developments behind their decision.
The offer of an amount of this magnitude might succeed in producing vital information. And I don't propose to divulge the nature of that information in case it might jeopardise this development.
It was a tactical move. The anonymous caller was either legitimate and the case would be solved, or it was a hoax. Either way, detectives believed he would make contact again, and with few leads so far, they were counting on it.
It was now 3 weeks since the bombing, and 22-year-old Angela Taylor, who had graduated dux of her year, was still in hospital in a critical condition. Police hoped that an anonymous caller they were trying to draw out by offering a reward would lead them to those responsible for the attack.
It was a full operation, involved police from all around Melbourne. We staked out telephone boxes in a rather large area of St Kilda and Elwood. He again contacted the Chief Commissioner, and he was actually arrested in a phone box by a detective from St Kilda.
Vladimir Richter, a 38-year-old industrial chemist, was arrested yesterday while he was actually calling police from a public phone box. Police told the court that Richter's false information on the Russell Street bombing had hindered the investigation, wasting police man-hours and manpower.
With one lead down, another came up.
This black and white photo fit was compiled from information supplied by a witness who claimed to have seen the man park the car outside Russell Street at about 12:30 on the day.
This identikit photograph looked very similar to a low-level criminal by the name of Claudio Crupi. And information came to hand from potential witnesses that on the day of the bombing, Crupi was seen wrapping up what was believed to be gelignite.
He had a particular dislike for a detective at the Major Crime Squad, and he was certainly known to be capable of violence.
We conducted a number of search warrants in an effort to locate Claudio Crupi. All were unsuccessful.
He left Melbourne very quickly and he was avoiding apprehension, so of course he became the major focus of the investigation.
As police searched for this prime suspect, a separate and unrelated inquiry had brought 2 officers from the Stolen Motor Vehicle Squad to the police compound where the bomb car was located.
Approximately 3 weeks before the Russell Street bombing, a stolen red Daimler sedan was pursued by traffic police.
The car crashed and the driver escaped.
We got contacted by St Albans CIB to come out because in the boot of that red Daimler was a bag containing cut-up pieces of number plates. And they were identified as belonging to a stolen silver Brock Special. So I put a notification on our police database that if the vehicle was ever found, then I was to be contacted immediately.
And that's what happened.
Whilst we were waiting for the delivery of the Brock Commodore to come out to our compound so we could examine that, we actually sticky-nosed a little bit and walked over and had a look at the Russell Street bomb car.
And when we looked at the vehicle, we noticed that the chassis number had been drilled out.
Normally what would happen is they would use an angle grinder to drill it. It takes longer time to cut them out, so that's unusual.
We'd never seen that method before. I mean, for someone to drill the chassis number out is, in our opinion, strange.
Meanwhile, the police had caught up with Claudio Crupi.
29-year-old Claudio David Crupi was taken before Chief Stipendiary Magistrate John Dugan. His counsel said his client was not only willing to be questioned, but also agreed to take part in a lineup. He said Crupi denied his participation in the bombing. Crupi is now back in the Russell Street Police Complex, the scene of the bombing almost 3 weeks ago, and is still being questioned.
Out at the police compound, the stolen Commodore had arrived. The investigation into the bombing of the Russell Street complex was to take another turn, and as a result, give police another suspect.
When the Silver Brock Commodore Special came in, when we lifted the bonnet, we also noticed that the chassis number on that vehicle had been drilled out.
And it was the identical method that was used on the other vehicle that was sitting in the compound, virtually 50 feet from it.
So to see 2 vehicles with the chassis number drilled out was, in our opinion, extremely unique. And it occurred to me that the offender involved in the Brock Special and the Daimler may well have been involved in the Russell Street bombing.
The squad now looked back at the incident 3 weeks before the bombing and the identification of the driver who had crashed the Daimler.
The offender in the vehicle fled the area. He ran around a couple of blocks and then intercepted a motorist actually driving past.
But the police officer who had been chasing the Daimler had caught sight of him.
He was showing a series of photographs and identified a person known as Peter Reid.
Peter Reid was known to the motor vehicle squad in relation to other offences. He was currently being investigated and members of his family were being investigated in relation to stolen motor vehicles.
The suspicion was that Peter Reid had been involved in what's known as rebirthing. Rebirthing is where someone buys a wreck, they steal a similar car, they put the wreck's identification onto the stolen car and re-register the stolen car as a new car.
When we observed the Russell Street bomb car with the drill outs on it, and then we seen the other vehicle, it was virtually a complete match. So we had two cars from allegedly two different sources and they had the identical modus operandi.
Peter Reid was seemingly connected to both these cars. But did that make Reid the Russell Street bomber? Or now, the murderer?
More than 1,000 people gathered at the Glen Waverley Police Academy to pay tribute to the young policewoman variously described as vibrant, brilliant and forthright. Mourners included bomb victims Magistrate Ian West and Constable Carl Donadio.
It was pretty upsetting. I recall the funeral pretty vividly. But it was good to go there and pay my respects to Angela.
Outside the chapel, 500 police and emergency services personnel lined the route as the cortege made its way to the Springvale crematorium for a private cremation.
There is a destiny that makes us brothers. None goes this way alone.
We were determined at the start that we were going to see it through to the finish, and her death just strengthened that resolve, I think it's fair to say.
The police had two lines of inquiry. The first was a clear favourite. Claudio Crupi had been seen making a bomb on the very morning Russell Street had been targeted.
Lord Crupi was still the major focus of the investigation. The Silverbrook special line of inquiry was probably the second strongest line of inquiry we were following.
The Silverbrook inquiry involved suspected car rebirther Peter Reid. But what flagged him as a person of interest in the Russell Street bombing was the fact that the Silverbrook Commodore had identical drill outs to those found in the bomb car.
At the time we discovered the involvement and passed the information on to the Russell Street Bomb Task Force, we also became aware that the Armed Robbery Squad were also investigating Peter Reid in relation to a number of offences.
Peter Reid was a person of particular interest to the Armed Robbery Squad in relation to the investigation into a number of particularly violent armed robberies on banks.
In fact, that silver Commodore had been allegedly sighted crashing into a bank where a hold-up had taken place on the afternoon of the bombing.
And we combined forces at that time and surveillance was undertaken of Peter Reid.
As a consequence of this, a series of raids were conducted on the 25th of April, Anzac Day.
The purpose of the raid was to find evidence in relation to stolen cars and any evidence that we may have found in relation to armed robberies that they may have been involved in, and whether or not there might have been some evidence to indicate their involvement in the Russell Street bombing.
A number of the crew went to a bedroom on my right. I went to the bedroom on the left with Mark Wiley. I turned on the light. On the far wall was a complete window which, when you turn the light on, turned into a mirror. And you can actually see Peter Reid on the bed in his underwear.
I've moved in and sort of gone around to get vision at the edge of the door. He was in a combat position and he had a .45 calibre revolver in his hand and he was pointing it directly at me. That area is called the Tunnel of Death when you're doing raids. You're not sure where they are, but they know where you are.
And I then turned around and said, Peter, it's John Bradbury from the Stolen Motor Vehicle Squad. Put the gun down.
Now, Reed's response to that negotiation was to simply fire 2 shots back towards me.
When he fired the first couple of shots, I realised that he was obviously determined to fight it out with the police.
Now, those 2 shots just went straight past my nose. Using the glass as a mirror, I fired 2 shots out of the pump-action shotgun through the doorway. They went through the bedroom door and they were directed at him. I was reloading for the 3rd shot and I jammed the shotgun. I looked up and Reed was not in the position where I last saw him in the glass. I then decided to enter the bedroom to confront him. As soon as he saw that barrel come past the edge of the doorway, he fired the next 2 shots.
When people fire at you, everything seems to be in slow motion at the time. You can see the flashes of the gun. And although it's in a split second, it appears that it's been going on for about a minute.
Clearly I knew that I'd been shot. It's just like getting hit by a truck.
Reed jumped off the bed, came around from the window side and immediately pointed the firearm at me. He fired 2 shots directly at me and I returned fire with 2 shots. I noticed that he'd dropped to the ground. I kicked the gun out of his hand. We then handcuffed him.
I had a ski parka on with an elasticized waist and the bullet had gone straight through my body, but when I unzipped the elasticized waist of the parka, the slug fell on the ground and I said to one of the detectives, I said, just mark that because we've got the crime scene here now and I'm still in charge.
Well, after the shooting incident, we got the forensic science people out to Reed's address.
We found quite a large amount of evidence. A Magnum .45 was found in the bedroom where the shooting had taken place. There are a number of firearms that were located in the lounge room and we identified that the serial numbers had been drilled out. And these were consistent with similarities on the bomb car chassis number and also on the silver Brock Commodore. Among other items that we collected from the lounge room were scanners. Their serial numbers had also been removed. And on the floor was a canvas haversack. And sitting on top of the haversack were 2 detonators. Naturally, our thoughts were, well, these detonators look very similar to those that were used in the Russell Street bombing.
Inside the haversack, they found 4 neatly wrapped packages.
On removing the newspaper, the contents were sticks of gelignite, the same or similar to what was used in the Russell Street bombing. So we were certainly on the right track in regard to identifying the suspects for the Russell Street bombing.
But we were unable to find any building or fence line that fitted the block of wood that was located at the bomb scene. During the course of the surveillance on Peter Reed, surveillance had observed him going to an address at Harris Avenue, Nunawading, on a number of occasions.
And so that address was simultaneously raided by the various squads.
There was nothing really to connect that address to the bombing apart from the fact that Peter Reed used to associate with it. The occupant of the house was Carl Zelenka. He had no criminal history. A couple of us spoke to Carl over a period of a couple of hours and we asked him if he knew Peter Reed and he denied it. And we knew that wasn't true, so we knew that Carl was keeping that from us. It was also obvious to us that he was carrying a rather heavy burden. And of course what we had to do then was find out what it actually was that he knew that he wasn't being forthcoming with.
28-year-old Peter Reid of Callista was released from hospital today and appeared at a preliminary hearing at the City Watch House. He was charged with 2 counts of attempted murder, as well as 7 other charges, including armed robbery.
When the fingerprint section dusted Peter Reid's house, they found a couple of pertinent prints.
An identified fingerprint which was located on the Albury Border Morning Mail, which was wrapped around a number of sticks of explosives, was identified as belonging to Rodney Minogue, who had some criminal convictions. Also significance was another fingerprint, which was found on the toilet door, and that fingerprint was identified as belonging to Rodney's brother, Craig Minogue.
They were fundamentally small-time criminals. And my personal feeling was that they were a part of the major jigsaw. There was no doubt.
We ascertained Rodney and Peter Reid, in fact, served time in a prison together. So, of course, we endeavoured to locate the Minogue brothers. We were unable to find them. They'd left Melbourne shortly after the Russell Street bombing and hadn't been seen since. Why had they done that?
When the task force checked Craig Minogue's file, there was an entry about a car picking him up outside a court. That car was registered to Karl Zelenka.
Karl Zelenka was the occupant of the house where Peter Reid had been seen visiting. He had denied knowing Reid, and that stance continued for the Minogue brothers.
We knew that Zelenka knew Craig and Rodney Minogue because we showed photographs of the Minogues to neighbours and they identified them as associating at that address. But what we didn't know was why he wasn't telling us that he knew them.
Back at the forensic laboratory, the detonators from Reid's house and the bomb scene were being compared.
The cutting of the wires on the detonators were consistent with the cutting of wires located on detonators in the Russell Street bombing. Obviously, there were implements that had been used to make the cuts on these wires. So if we're able to identify those implements, we would then be able to say that these cutters made those cuts.
What had been identified was the origin of the metal bar that had been nailed to the block of wood found at the bomb scene.
Our bomb expert was actually lying home in bed one night, and it dawned on him that the metal strip to complete the circuit between the timing device and the explosives may have been the handle from a metal rubbish bin. Now, when we looked closer at Karl Zelenka's rubbish bin, we noticed the lid was missing, and there'd been a couple of attempts to cut the handles of that rubbish bin, as though someone had had a practice shot at cutting the handles off. When we asked Karl where the lid was, he was very vague and wasn't very forthcoming as to where he thought the lid was.
As a matter of course, each premises that we went to, we would also look to see if we could identify some red gum posts that could be married to the block of wood that was located at Russell Street.
When they had first looked at the property, there was little joy. But on a subsequent visit, the bomb expert looked over the neighbouring fence.
Bob Barnes jumped a neighbour's fence and he disappeared under a camellia bush. I can still hear his chuckle to this very day. He placed the bomb block of wood on top of that fence post. There was an identical fault line running through the timber and it fitted beautifully. And we knew then that we'd found the post that the bomb block had come off. That discovery was probably one of the best ones I've made in my career, and we were actually ecstatic that we located that post. It was very important to us. From that point on, the task force really regarded that address as being the bomb headquarters, where the bomb was most probably put together. Karl Zelenka had become a vital person to us, and we took him back to the office, and myself and one of the other detectives on the task force had a pretty serious talk to him, and I laid out everything in front of him that we knew about him. His lies, the block of wood, his rubbish bin, lying about knowing the Minogue brothers and Peter Reid. And we actually told him, you look at it from our point of view, what would you think? And he knew that he was in it up to his neck. He said, I'll tell you everything I know, but I want you to guarantee my safety and that of my family and my girlfriend. Carl told us that Craig Minogue and Rodney Minogue were living at the house and that Peter Reid used to come to the address. On the Tuesday preceding the Russell Street bombing, he saw this very clean, tidy, distinguishable Commodore sedan drive into the garage. It was a two-tone brown fawn coloured vehicle, had beautiful mag wheels, and of course was identical to the vehicle which had been blown up outside Russell Street.
On another occasion, he'd had cause to go to the garage where he identified what appeared to be a box of explosives. He confronted Craig Minogue about that. Craig said to him, "Forget what you saw, you didn't see anything."
Craig Minogue had paid for Carl and his girlfriend to fly to Sydney for Easter while the bombing took place. When he returned, the brothers were moving out.
And he was instructed to get rid of the lid of his rubbish bin. It was tossed on the back of a trailer which was going down the tip.
As a result of Carl's statement, Peter Reid was charged with the murder of Angela Taylor.
I can't do it! I can't do it! Can you understand?
But there was still the question, where were the Minogues?
Carl Zelenka told us that the Minogue brothers and Peter Reid were visited by a fellow approximately 50 years of age. Carl only knew him as Stan the Man and that he lived in the country.
With a description from Carl Zelenka and a check through the criminal records for aliases, the task force identified Stanley Brian Taylor.
This man was a most violent and vicious criminal. His prior convictions dated back to stealing fish in 1949 at the age of 12. And much of his adult life had been spent in jail. In the late 70s, he was released from prison and, to all intent and purpose, had reformed himself.
His occupation was being a mentor to people who'd been involved in crime, giving them guidance to avoid a life of crime such as Stan himself had experienced.
Was this the case? Had Stan the Man gone to the bomb house to guide the Minogue brothers and Reid against a life of crime? Or was he there to lend his knowledge?
It was obvious this man would never change. His ilk do not change.
Pressure was on the detectives to find the 3 outstanding suspects believed to be involved in the bombing of Russell Street and the murder of Angela Taylor.
We established that Craig and Rodney Minogue had bought a house in Birchip and that they were living not far from Stan Taylor. The houses were raided. Stan Taylor was arrested. Good old Stan, he put his hands in the air and told us that he knew that Craig and Rodney had blown up Russell Street.
It didn't surprise me at all. Stanley Taylor is what can be commonly referred to as an old lag. You say nothing that will identify cohorts publicly, but privately you do whatever deal you can with the police in order to protect your own skin.
Stan is a typical coward. When the pressure was on, he folded up very quickly. When we went to the Minogues' address, they weren't home, and Stan kindly volunteered us the name of the motel they were staying at.
This morning, the Special Operations Group raided a motel at Swan Hill. There they found 2 men who were questioned for some hours. One of them, 23-year-old Craig Minogue, appeared in Swan Hill Court a short time ago. He was charged with 9 offences, among them the murder of Angela Taylor and the attempted murders of Constable Bernardio and Magistrate West. The man's 20-year-old brother is still being questioned.
While the brothers were in custody, their house was being forensically examined.
A number of items were located. There were firearms and there was a high-speed engraving unit. Also at that address was a terrier-type dog. The hairs that were collected from the terrier were consistent in size and colour to the hairs that were located on the blanket collected at the Russell Street bombing. Back at the laboratory, I used the engraving burr to drill into old firearms and then casting the base of the actual engraving burr, I was able to conclude that the patterning of all of the serial numbers that had been drilled out were consistent, and that consistency extended to the bomb car and also that of the silver Brock Commodore. In my mind, the evidence indicated that the firearms were linked to the engraving burr and ultimately linked to the Russell Street bombing.
Further evidence was seized from a lockup rented by the Minogue brothers. Along with an explosives handbook and detonators, there were tools that were of particular interest.
There was a pair of blue-handled tin snips. These were used to create test cut impressions on similar types of wires to those of the detonators to determine whether those cut wires were consistent with the cut wires from Russell Street bombing.
They were. The detonator wires from Peter Reid's house, those in the Minogue lockup and at the bomb site all had consistent tool mark impressions.
Craig Minogue sat in the interview room with a half smile on his face and basically told us his name and address and remained mute from that point onwards.
But his younger brother Rodney was a different story.
He rang his mother, and it was after that that he made pretty full and frank disclosures of his involvement and what he knew of the Russell Street bombing, and basically it was orchestrated and planned predominantly by Stan Taylor.
Stan had claimed to the detectives that he was there the morning of the bombing, but had nothing to do with it.
We believe Rodney's version, not Stan's. Other witnesses corroborated that fact.
One was a good mate of Stan Taylor's. In a deal made where he became a protected witness, he told police that Taylor was well and truly involved.
Stan had an inseparable friend at Birchip, Paul Kurt Hetzel, and he put the finishing touches to what had happened. Like, he'd been involved in a fair degree of the lead up to the bombing. He was present when a group of them broke into a mine in the country and stole a quantity of gelignite to use in the bombing.
Charged with murder and intention to cause serious injury arising out of the Russell Street bombing 2 years ago are Stanley Taylor, Peter Reid, Craig Minogue and his brother Rodney. All four have pleaded not guilty.
The relief of getting the four to trial was enormous.
I remember we pulled up outside the St Kilda Road Police Complex and we met a couple of young police officers that we'd never met before, and the emotion that they showed sort of indicated to you that what we'd actually done, because, you know, she was a friend.
Paul Hetzel told the court that after the mine burglaries, Stan Taylor and Craig Minogue had tested the stolen detonators on a country property. And later, Craig Minogue had said that he, Taylor and Reid were definitely going to blow up Russell Street headquarters.
The evidence presented at the trial indicated that the bomb car was driven to Russell Street by Craig Minogue and Peter Reid, and Stan Taylor followed in the Silver Brock Special.
The car was then parked outside the southern door of the Russell Street Police Complex. The chuck's wipe removed and the bomb was set.
When Hetzel was interviewed, he told us that they waited for the bomb to go off. When 1 o'clock arrived, they were a little bit concerned that they may not have set it correctly. When it eventually detonated, there was a fair degree of joy in the car. So we were quietly confident we had sufficient evidence to convict the main players in it.
Stanley Taylor, Peter Reid, Craig Minogue and his brother Rodney arrived at the Supreme Court again this morning to await verdict, but not before letting their feelings known as they entered the court.
I I actually remember the day the verdict was handed down, I was physically sick, and it was a lot of tension.
The jury found Stanley Taylor and Craig Minogue both guilty of the murder of Constable Angela Taylor, guilty of causing serious injury to Constable Carl Donadio and Magistrate Ian West, and guilty of several other serious charges.
So I thought, now you know that you're going to pay for what you did.
Stan Taylor received a life sentence, never to be released. Craig Minogue also received a life sentence with a minimum of 28 years. His brother's conviction of accessory after the fact was quashed at an appeal.
Justice Frank Vincent retired the jury until tomorrow morning, which is still deliberating on Peter Reid in relation to charges involving his arrest at Callista.
I did that! Can you understand?
The following day, after the verdicts on Taylor and the Minogue brothers, the jury returned with a verdict on Peter Reid.
Today, the jury found Peter Reid guilty of the attempted murder of policeman Stephen Quincy during a police raid on Reid's Callista home a month after the bombing, and guilty of recklessly causing serious injury to policeman Mark Wiley in the same raid. However, the jury found him not guilty on all major charges arising out of the bombing, including the murder of 22-year-old Constable Angela Taylor.
It was the only jury verdict I've wept over in 31 years in the police force. What can you say? You know, we were disappointed, very disappointed, and still disappointed.
After serving 9 years, Peter Reid was released from jail in 1995. Kathleen Marshall hadn't been seen for days.
Kathleen!
Inside her veterinary surgery below the house, the reason was clear, but the motive for her murder would remain a mystery.
For want of motive, we had a disagreement, a known disagreement between two people.
It was obviously identified that it was a crime of passion. This was someone who had a real problem with the deceased.
And Glenda said, oh, the murderer's just driven past. I was horrified. Jeff Marsh turned round to me and said, did you murder her?
So, of course, I was under the suspicion that we were all suspects.
At this point, he began to physically shake almost to the point where it was uncontrollable.
He refused to talk to me unless he could read my cards to find out whether I was a person suitable to be spoken to. So we had to get him. We had to get information from him.
Kathleen rang 000 on the phone. She said there's a mad woman in the house.
Let me in.
She wasn't happy at all that we were there.
Can't you shut that door?
This case was bizarre.
Kathleen Marshall's murder investigation would be dominated by rumours, catfights and psychic consultations. Everyone had their view on who killed Kathleen, but it was the forensics that would separate the fact from fiction in this very bizarre case.
Kathleen! Kathleen! I arrived at Kathleen's house and Glenda and Robert and Sandra were standing on the front steps.
This is strange, isn't it?
They'd been knocking on the door, calling out to Kathleen.
She's just not answering.
I'll go and get the key.
And I was starting to get a bit concerned that maybe she'd had a stroke or something like this. Glenda came running up the side, calling out, "Robert, Robert, are you there? There's flies, blood and a smell." And we went up to Kathleen's surgery. The smell, it was obviously the smell of something that was dead in the surgery. We didn't know what to think, but yet you could see the outline of one arm. And we didn't want to face the fact that it was Kathleen who was dead in the surgery.
The grisly scene was discovered late this afternoon. Friends of the woman arrived for a meeting, but no one responded. Then one of the group noticed blood on an outside door. They looked through a window and found more blood on the floor.
Our initial observations were focused upon the entry to the surgery. The surgery door was stained in blood. On the exterior side of the front door, there were swipe marks associated with the door lock. There was blood also on a mat, and there were spatter patterns of blood on the vegetation to the left-hand side of the doorway.
The deceased's body was located with her head towards the front right-hand corner of the surgery, with her legs pointing on a diagonal back towards the back left-hand corner. Her dress was blood-soaked, and there was a large amount of blood around the deceased.
With a large amount of blood present on the floor of the surgery, we used crime scene steps to enable us to walk through the scene without contaminating the blood upon the floor. There was a lot of dilute blood staining around the sink, both within the sink, on the taps, and more importantly, associated with a plastic bag on the left-hand side of the sink. Beneath the sink, a bucket contained a blood-stained Chuck's wipe. Now, it indicated to us that a very poor attempt had been made to clean the area. Now, whether that was an attempt to clean the blood of the body of the deceased or to clean blood perhaps left behind by the perpetrator.
The body had a number of what appeared to me to be stab or incision wounds. There was a large number had been through clothing and the brassiere as well.
In fact, the 54-year-old vet, who lived alone with her 22 cats and 2 dogs, had been stabbed more than 50 times.
Due to the sheer amount of stab and incision wounds, it was obviously identified that it was a crime of passion, that this wasn't just an opportunist, this was someone who had a real problem with the deceased.
Police say she'd been stabbed repeatedly. She'd died as she'd lived, fighting to the end.
It seems as though, from the injuries, that it was a frenzied attack and that the deceased has tried to defend herself.
There was physical evidence of a scuffle within the surgery. There was a section of louver windows which had shattered, and the glass from those windows had fallen into the garage on the other side. That suggested to us that there was a scuffle within the surgery, and a person or persons have come in contact with the glass window and perhaps may have suffered injuries as a result. And our hopes were relying upon that person doing that and us discovering the blood at the scene.
As crime scene investigators collected blood samples in the hope that the killer had been injured in the struggle, they were alerted to some blood-stained clothes found only minutes away.
In the initial stages of the investigation, a mail bag, which contained bloodied shoes, arrived at the Northgate Mail Centre. The collection of that mail bag also indicated it was collected within certain hours, a number of hours prior to the body being located. That was obviously an area of investigation that we had to follow.
We conducted a search of a number of post boxes within the area. We came across a post box and the inside was blood-stained. We observed a trail of blood leading from the post box. Our thoughts were that an offender perhaps had discarded his clothing or her clothing within the post box to conceal the crime.
But was the blood on those items Kathleen Marshall's? And if so, whose clothes were they? Brisbane vet Kathleen Marshall had been found stabbed to death in her surgery, and police believed they were on the trail of her killer. In a post box just a short distance away, they'd found discarded bloody clothing.
Scientific attended that scene of that mailbox and conducted investigations there and took blood samples, etc. But we were able to identify very quickly that the blood trail led to a smashed window where a store had been broken into, also led to a phone box next to the mailbox. We were able to trace the phone calls from that phone box to the Queensland Ambulance Service, who had collected a patient from that location who was suffering a deep cut to his legs. That person was quickly identified, still in the Royal Brisbane Hospital, was interviewed and subsequently charged with offences not related to this matter.
But the police knew that it was likely that the killer had left his calling card in the surgery. 25 samples of blood spattered throughout the crime scene had been collected for forensic testing in hope of finding the killer's DNA and his or her identity. Meanwhile, detectives were upstairs, discovering further evidence.
Kathleen Marshall was a lover of music. In the main lounge area, she had a piano. During the course of searching around the residence, I noticed that sheet music was open on the piano. Upon looking at it further, I noticed that it was a death march. And I thought this was very strange. Had someone been upstairs and turned it specifically to those pages?
Kathleen's house certainly gave detectives the impression that was the case.
The residence was messed up, in a dishevelled state, with newspapers on the floor, bed was messed up. But it wasn't until through further investigations that we identified that this was the way that the deceased conducted her normal business.
Late today, the animals she'd sheltered were being removed from her home while SES volunteers combed the neighbourhood for a possible weapon or clues. Police want to hear from anyone who can help them piece together Kathleen Marshall's last movements on the weekend.
In the property of Kathleen Marshall, we discovered a small personal diary which had identified certain appointments that she had for the Thursday. There was an appointment at 12:30 for a gentleman with his dog, obviously a veterinary appointment, and at 1 o'clock there was an appointment for a gentleman with a cat. The appointment for the man with the dog, it actually gave his full name, and he was able to tell us that as he left, he remembered seeing an old couple arrive.
And I saw a man walking down the road towards Kathleen's place, and he had a Siamese seal point cat. The ears stand out. He was holding it like so, you know, with the cat there. Oh, they said to Kathleen, oh, this looks like your 1 o'clock appointment. And she said, oh, probably it would be.
Away we went, and that was the last I think, we ever saw of Kathleen Marshall.
So during the door knocks, one of the areas that we were looking at was that anyone had a Siamese cat, and we couldn't identify that person.
As police continued their quest to find John Wilson and others who saw Kathleen Marshall during the last few days of her life, her answering machine was providing a vital clue in determining the time of death.
So you're going away, Kath. I'm trying to get hold of you before our concert tonight, so do give us a ring.
We were able to ascertain from listening to her recorded messages on her answering machine that she did not return any telephone calls post 6 p.m. on the Thursday, and she did not answer the phone from that period onwards.
Kath, I still haven't heard from you, honey. Look, I'll wait till about 5 o'clock, and if you don't call me, I'll presume you're not coming.
It appeared that Kathleen had been murdered sometime after 6 p.m. that Thursday night. Cartons of milk and newspapers delivered from the Friday onward remained in her front yard.
Report was received from the forensic entomologist, which estimated the time of death at somewhere between 9 p.m. on Thursday the 26th of February and 3 a.m. the following morning.
So who had the time, opportunity and reason to kill Kathleen?
My first thought when I discovered she'd been murdered was that it would be involved with the Cat Protection Society of Queensland in some way.
Kathleen Marshall was the president of that society, a position that wasn't supported by all of its members.
How would you describe the Cat Protection Society?
Off the planet. There was no dealing with them. They were just totally fanatical.
What has emerged is a story of feline fanatics engaged in bitter brawling.
Do you think these very passionate feelings within the society could have led someone to murder?
Yes. Quite frankly, yes.
The Cat Protection Society of Queensland was larger than I had ever imagined. There was quite a lot of money coming in from bequests, from wills. Most of the money came from wills.
There was quite a bit of money. There were 2 bequests coming through. The biggest one, I think, was $350,000.
I know that from talking to members of the society, there'd been some years of friction in relation to the spending of the finances and how the money had been spent, who'd be getting what.
There was 2 distinct camps. You were either in Kathleen Marshall's camp or you were in Virginia Houston's camp. There was no in between.
Virginia Houston was a former director and treasurer of the society, and according to her, she'd been unceremoniously and unfairly dumped.
Virginia seemed to think that the society was her baby. And I believe she was completely devastated that she was actually removed from the board.
If you're investigating any crime, obviously motive becomes a very strong indicator as to who may have committed the crime. And at that stage, for want of motive, we had a disagreement, a known disagreement between 2 people who were members of the Cat Protection Society of Queensland, one being Kathleen Marshall and one being Virginia Houston. They were at loggerheads.
Literally. 6 weeks before her death, Virginia had barged into Kathleen's home, which was the registered office of the Cat Protection Society.
Kathleen told them to get out, that they couldn't come in. Virginia said, it's the registered office, it's my right to come in. Kathleen rang 000 on the phone, asked the police to come. She said there's a mad woman in the house.
There was no doubt who Rhoda and her friends believed killed Kathleen, right from day one.
Just before the crime squad arrived, this car drove past and it was Virginia. I was horrified. I just gasped. The police officer came up to us and said, what's wrong? And Glenda said, oh, the murderer's just driven past.
But was Virginia Houston's hatred of Kathleen that strong that she would commit murder?
I do recall that in a conversation with the pathologist, he did say due to the nature of the injuries and the fact that they were so shallow in the way of the stab wounds, he said it would suggest either a weak person or it could have been a female.
Kathleen Marshall, the president of the Cat Protection Society, had been fighting bitterly with Virginia Houston just weeks before her murder. Police believed Virginia had the motive and the passion to kill Kathleen.
She's been a key murder suspect, but Virginia Houston isn't in hiding and isn't hindering police inquiries.
I've done nothing, I've got nothing to hide, so I'm quite happy to talk to the police whenever they want to talk to me.
I remember it was on the Friday that we interviewed Virginia Houston. We collected her in the morning from her house and we conducted an interview at the Noosa CIB, which lasted all day.
I said I had a lot of information, and I did. I had a lot of information about the society, about the inside knowledge of the society, and as a good citizen, I wanted to help the police.
Virginia quite openly suggested that she had animosity towards Kathleen Marshall, didn't try and deny it, didn't try and deny that she was having problems with the other board members of the Capitation Society of Queensland. She didn't deny the fact that she had been round to Kathleen Marshall's house and obtained entry into her residence against Kathleen's will.
I mean, the police seem to have this idea of hate, but I've never hated anyone in my life. I disliked the way she behaved, the way she treated people. As for being violent, well, that was just wasn't part of me.
She was confident in her manner. She knew the types of questions that we would ask, and she had almost prepared responses to our questions.
She was asked directly if she had killed Kathleen Marshall.
Jeff Marsh turned round to me and said, "Did you murder her?" And I was just stunned. And that was when I realised that they were looking at me as well. I couldn't believe it. And I'm just sitting there shaking my head, I can't believe this, I can't believe this. So I just said, no, I've done nothing. Just like in disbelief, disbelief that anyone could even ask me such a question, He was somebody who totally law-abiding, never had so much as anything more than a parking fine.
At the conclusion of the interview, I was not prepared to say that Virginia was not involved at that time and that some of the issues that she had raised and versions that she had provided required further investigation.
We had a search warrant for Virginia Houston's house and her house was searched.
And I said, well, you don't need a search warrant. I said, you can search my house, you can, take my fingerprints, whatever,
Ms Houston admits to having a heated argument with Dr Marshall just weeks before her death, and police have now questioned her and searched her house and car.
We were looking for physical evidence such as blood, hairs and fibres, and more importantly, the weapon used to commit the offence.
And to have police raids and SES people going through your property trying to find a knife or something, You're just in shock. You just go around in shock. You just can't believe something like this is happening.
But no weapon was found. And while the spraying of luminol to detect any traces of blood looked promising, the lab results returned the samples as negative.
There was no evidence obtained from that residence to suggest any connection with the murder of Kathleen Marshall.
But Virginia Houston remained a strong suspect, and her alibis were being checked, starting with her tarot card reader, Patrick Hanrahan.
The members of the Capitation Society of Queensland and associates of Kathleen Marshall and associates of Virginia Houston were involved, actively involved, in the psychic readings and the spirit world. When I first went to interview Patrick Hanrahan, he refused to talk to me unless he could read my cards to find out whether I was a person suitable to be spoken to. And that was quite bizarre because those areas were foreign to myself and all the other investigators on the case. I had to find someone from the office who was prepared to come with me and not break out in laughter. And so it was pretty frustrating, but I found someone who came along and they were able to contain their laughter until after I'd obtained the information from Patrick. Because we had to get information from him. He was the alibi for Virginia Houston up until 4 p.m.
And you can do healing, hands-on healing.
He confirmed initially that he was with Virginia all afternoon doing a reading, and then at 4 o'clock Virginia dropped him at a medical appointment and he hadn't seen her since then.
Virginia's alibis were checking out, but police wanted to re-interview a woman who said she was with Virginia on the night they believed Kathleen Marshall was murdered.
Corinne Welsh is the lady who provided the, you might say, alibi, for want of a better word, from 5 p.m. until 11 p.m. on the Thursday night. Obviously a very critical time period in the investigation.
According to Corinne Welsh, the two women had spent that time doing a mail-out for the society. Now, in her second meeting with police, her recollection changed.
And it was during that interview she gave us further information to suggest that Virginia was not with her the entire evening.
When Kathleen Marshall was murdered, her friends and colleagues pointed to one person as being the killer, Virginia Houston. Virginia had fought with Kathleen in the past and readily admitted there was no love lost between them.
I disliked the way she behaved, the way she treated people, but as for being violent, well, that was just wasn't part of me.
Virginia had given alibis for the time period that police believed Kathleen Marshall was murdered, but it now appeared one had holes in it.
Re-interviewing everyone that supplied information in relation to the movements of Virginia Houston in the week prior to Kathleen Marshall's body being located. We were in the process of re-interviewing Corinne Welsh, who was an integral part of an alibi, for want of a better word, of Virginia Houston for the Thursday night, the 26th of February. And it was during that interview she gave us further information to suggest that Virginia was not with her the entire evening.
It was the first solid lead detectives had in their case against Virginia Houston, but it wouldn't go very far. A phone call from the forensic laboratory would change the entire direction of the investigation.
Whilst we were interviewing Corinne Welsh and we'd established that time frame, or that time gap, Ken Cox rang the office and told us that there was male blood at the crime scene.
5 of the 25 blood samples from the veterinary surgery, including blood found on the cardboard below the shattered louver window, had yielded DNA that wasn't Kathleen's, nor Virginia Houston's, but that of a male.
It was rather exciting news to find male blood, but until we link it to somebody, it's of no value. All we're looking for in the early proceedings is male blood with an unknown name attached to it.
I thought, well, at least it gives us our investigation a direction to follow now. We have to find a male person who is linked to the deceased in some way, and we had a target. At least we had a target.
Police now believe Dr. Marshall was murdered by a male, and that detectives have taken blood from several men connected to the society.
As it was male DNA, all men who knew Kathleen were required to give a blood sample, including me, for DNA testing.
During this DNA exclusion process, there were approximately 42 persons identified. This was obviously time and labour intensive.
In those days we had to take blood. It was in the initial stages of DNA sampling.
The blood samples collected from Dr. Marshall's associates will be matched with the results of blood and tissue taken from the murder scene.
On the consent form, you had to admit that you're a suspect. The way the consent form was written is, I admit I'm a suspect in the murder of Kathleen Francis Marshall, and I hereby give consent for police to take my blood, hair samples, that sort of thing. That can be a bit confronting to someone who has no involvement at all in the matter and really is only a distant link to Kathleen Marshall.
Of course, I was under the suspicion that we were all suspects at first, but we later found out it was to eliminate people from being suspects.
When I was asked to give DNA, I realised the last thing you should do is refuse, because that never looks good. And if you give it and everything is kosher and they can come up with the right answer, it means you're in the clear.
In fact, the 42 males tested were all clear. And now police were targeting the men in Virginia Houston's life. One was her ex-boyfriend.
We found that gentleman at a boarding house in the Fortitude Valley area, and his DNA was requested, and he refused to give his DNA. Now, the detectives at the time had the foresight to observe his movements for a period of time after he declined the DNA sample, and they identified him spitting on the ground. They then captured his DNA from the spit on the ground. So that DNA was taken away. He was still at the boarding house. It'd be a matter of days, we'd be able to either exclude him or say it's him. The very next morning, the boarding house owner had rung us and said that he's just hopped in a taxi cab with his bags packed. We made some investigation and identified that that cab was going to the transit centre. Went across to the transit centre and located this gentleman who'd purchased a ticket under a false name from Brisbane to Sydney. So he obviously becomes a person that now is at the top of the list and very much a person of interest in this investigation. He's male, he knows Virginia Houston, He won't give DNA, and he's trying to leave the state.
Brisbane vet Kathleen Marshall had been brutally murdered in her surgery. Virginia Houston had been the prime suspect until investigators discovered male blood at the crime scene. Now they were on the trail of one of Virginia's ex-boyfriends, who had refused to give a DNA sample.
We then take him into custody, interview him, and after a short amount of time, he volunteers his DNA, his fingerprints, his clothes, and his bag. And he said, you can test it all, there'll be no blood on it. I'm not involved in this crime in any way, shape or form. Unfortunately, the DNA that came back from he did not match the crime scene, and there was nothing on the clothes to indicate that he'd been anywhere near the deceased's house. So therein ended that line of investigation. But these things take time. That takes a number of days to sort out. So we move on. Then you go back to Patrick Hanrahan, and we asked him if he was prepared to give his DNA, and he said, yeah, I'll give you my DNA sample. A week later, he comes back negative.
Patrick Hanrahan told police about another palm reader, Andrew Fitzherbert, who worked at the church and was the de facto partner of Ruth Bennett. Ruth was a member of the Cat Protection Society and an ally of Virginia Houston.
But all that did for me was say, OK, well, there's another male I've got to exclude because, you know, he's now added to the list of associates of Virginia Houston. Ruth Bennett is an identified associate of Virginia Houston, and Andrew Fitzherbert is her male partner. So I'll have to get him excluded as well.
And there was another man police were yet to exclude, John Wilson, who had made the 1 o'clock appointment for his cat.
We could not find John Wilson. We didn't know who he was. Did another press release asking for anyone to come forward who'd been to the surgery, and we actually specified on that day.
We are interested in talking to people that attended Kathleen Marshall's house in the last week of February 1998, especially those people that attended with a sick or injured animal.
He still didn't come forward. It was then only on the 12th of June that Ruth Bennett appeared in the Courier Mail nursing a Siamese cat. This is when we start to put it all together. Ruth Bennett lives with Andrew Fitzherbert, he's a partner, and they've got a Siamese cat. The Licciardis have seen a man carrying a Siamese cat walking towards the house.
He was standing within about a foot of the back of the bus, and I thought, well, if I mess up the clutch, I'll hit him and the cat, and I didn't want that, so I called him and I said, would you mind moving away from the vehicle, sir? And he didn't respond, he didn't move, he just stood there.
It now appeared the detectives had found their elusive John Wilson. But before they could jump directly to that conclusion, they needed to confirm with the Licciardis that he was the man they saw on the day Kathleen died.
There's no photograph on record of Andrew Fitzherbert by the Queensland Police or any other police service in Australia, but we identified that he had a passport, and a passport photo had been taken some years prior. We obtained a copy of that passport photograph and displayed that to the Licciardis in the usual format of a photo board.
They asked us to have a look at some photos and see what, if we could identify the man. I picked, I think it was number 9. I know it was down on the left-hand corner of the board. And the only difference that I could see in that picture was that it was a smiling picture. The man I saw was definitely not smiling.
Mrs. Licciardi was able to identify Andrew Fitzherbert from the photo board as the person that she had seen outside Kathleen Marshall's residence on Thursday the 26th of February.
Do you have any grounds at all for associating in any way with this man?
Have you had contact with Kathleen Marshall?
No.
Have you ever
met Kathleen Marshall at all under any circumstance? All I know of I have met Virginia Houston. I know Virginia Houston fairly well.
Have you ever been to Kathleen Marshall's street or to her house?
I don't even know where she lives.
Have you ever spoken to her over the telephone? No.
That denial was key information for the detectives. They knew that a phone call had come into Kathleen Marshall's home from the Bennett Fitzherbert residence 2 days before Kathleen had died, and was potentially the call that set up John Wilson's 1 o'clock appointment.
We stated that we had direct links between his residence and Kathleen Marshall's residence on the days prior to. He denied this, and we again reiterated that we had the links through phone records. At this point, he began to physically shake, almost to the point where it was uncontrollable.
I haven't met the woman.
Yeah, that's right. That's fine, Andrew. No, and that's
If that's the case, you're a person that has nothing to lose and everything to gain.
And Andrew, all that we're asking you to do is supply a specimen to eliminate you from our inquiries. That's it. That's the bottom line.
Got to test Andrew because he made an application to join the Cat Society and he was rejected. So that's caused nothing
Well, Ruth, we don't know.
I have heard of that.
Ruth, all went
I mean, we've got alibis for the whole weekend.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But all I'm saying is we can finish this up in a few minutes. That's all that we're saying to you, Ruth.
Well, I think I'm going to say no. No, I am not going to give you samples. I will give you samples if and when. I'm not going to give you samples. It's as simple as that.
We took him into custody. He declined an interview. He was what we would classify as someone who was very DNA aware. He had quite literally sat in the one position for over 6 hours, had not gone to the toilet, had not drunk anything. He knew what he could and couldn't do to ensure that he wouldn't leave traces of his DNA.
The latest focus of the homicide inquiry left Nunda Police Station this afternoon, accompanied by his lawyer, despite intense speculation that police were about to announce a breakthrough in the investigation of murdered vet Kathleen Marshall. The man was released after more than 6 hours of questioning. Police had intended taking a blood sample, but the move was thwarted in the courts after a magistrate ruled there was insufficient evidence.
Police were now going to have to find another strategy to get the DNA they so desperately needed to nab the person they believed was Kathleen's killer.
Mr. Fitzherbert. How are you?
Well, not bad, but we would prefer that you did not come through the door, thank you.
Andrew Fitzherbert was an unlikely suspect in the murder of Kathleen Marshall, but when he was identified as the mysterious John Wilson, who hadn't been found on the day Kathleen was murdered, their suspicions arose.
Andrew, and as I was saying to you, you seem to be a reasonable man. And if I can put one more appeal to you, is that this can all be finalised in a matter of seconds if we can obtain those samples. And that's all that we need to do. We can get out of your hair and eliminate you as a suspect, as a person of interest in relation to this matter.
Well, I'm not giving my consent. It's as simple as that.
But I can't understand the reasons why.
Why, if he was innocent, why was he causing such hassle to get his DNA? You know, was he standing on principle that much? You know, wouldn't it have been easier just to say, OK, you can have it, rather than cause the police to drag him into court?
While police couldn't force Andrew Fitzherbert to give blood unless they were prepared to charge him with murder, they were able to get a search warrant for his home. There, they hoped to find items that would contain samples of his DNA.
Execution of search warrant. We have a warrant to execute. We'd appreciate if you could put the dog out the back for us while we search the house.
Hello, Mr. Fitzherbert. How are you? Well, not bad, but we would prefer that you did not come through the door, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fitzherbert, what's happened is we've got a search warrant for these premises.
A search warrant for the premises?
He was quite surprised to see us. He didn't seem prepared for the fact that we'd come armed with a search warrant and were looking for personal items.
Yes, in other words, you have a right to remain silent. You understand that, yes? You have the right to contact the solicitor, if you wish.
Daddy, can't you shut that door?
Ruth Pennant was abusive towards us. She wasn't happy at all that we were there. We'd already been with her de facto for some 8 hours that day. We'd failed in a court attempt to obtain his DNA through legal means, and she believed this was just nothing more than a case of police harassment.
During the course of the search, we took possession of a number of personal items which related directly to Andrew Fitzherbert. These items included his hairbrush, his toothbrush, his pillowcase, his sheets, his socks, his coffee cup, and a hanky which he had in his pocket.
Among those items, it was the last. Fitzherbert's handkerchief held the DNA evidence that put him at the crime scene.
You've been investigating a matter like this for some months, trying to identify who the DNA belonged to. We now had an identification. So obviously he had to justify his DNA being at a crime scene.
Andrew Richard Fitzherbert was first arrested 2 days ago for refusing a police bid to obtain a blood sample for DNA testing. But the 49-year-old was released after a court ruling found police could only demand blood if he was arrested for the murder. That happened early this morning when he presented himself at Brisbane Watch House with a lawyer.
While a handkerchief was an indication they had the right man, it could be argued that it was used by someone else. But now, with the charge of murder, police could insist on a blood sample from Fitzherbert for comparison testing.
Andrew Fitzherbert's blood was an exact match for the blood that was located in the surgery at Kathleen Marshall's residence.
17 months after her death, Kathleen's accused went to trial.
This morning, Andrew Fitzherbert pleaded not guilty to murder.
Prosecutors claim the most damning evidence is based on DNA testing.
The jury was told a magistrate ordered Fitzherbert to give blood, which matched samples taken at the scene. DNA tests revealed only one person in 14 times 10 to the power of 15 could match. The Crown claimed there was no word for such a number, the extraordinary odds proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Fitzherbert is the killer.
And if there was any argument that he bled there at some other occasion than at the time of the murder, one critical piece of forensic evidence would seal his fate.
The plastic bag on the surgery scene was identified as being a mixture of the deceased blood and an unknown male's blood. But I think it was significant finding male and female blood together in the one mixture, because we could say that the offender and the deceased had shed blood at the same time, and in doing so their blood had come into contact together.
Kathleen Marshall's murder has been likened to a sensational mystery novel. This afternoon, the final chapter concluded when Fitzherbert was found guilty.
The jury took 3.5 hours to return its verdict. Judge Ken McKenzie immediately sentenced Fitzherbert to 15 years jail, conceding if it hadn't been for an explosion in genetic technology, he may have walked free.
Evidence of alibi was offered during the trial, but the evidence, the scientific evidence we had in relation to the DNA at the crime scene, along with his denials of ever being at the crime scene, were too compellable to the jury.
When he was found guilty, I don't think I was really surprised, but you've got to have a reason for doing something. So where was the motive for this murder? And the only thing that we could think of, the motive was in the cat.
During the course of the investigation, it was identified that Andrew Fitzherbert and Ruth Bennett were the owner of 2 Siamese cats, Jasper and Zilla. Zilla went missing around about the time that Kathleen Marshall's body was located.
Now, the cat was pregnant. He may have presented himself there with the cat and something's happened to the cat.
We're wondering if he could have perhaps brought a cat to Kathleen, the cat escaped or something like that. An argument started and Fitzherbert crashed against the louvers and got himself cut. There are various theories to that end wandering around.
There's a lot of people who can't, they just find it so frustrating that they were put through all this pain and suffering and trauma, and they still don't know what happened.
It doesn't frustrate me. I think it frustrates more the people that knew Kathleen Marshall. They'd like an explanation of why a person's life could be ended for what appears like a few theories that it might be over a cat. They'd like to think there's something more to it, but until Andrew Fitzherbert talks, we'll never know, or they'll never know.
Andrew Fitzherbert can apply for parole in 2014, but unless he admits to Kathleen's murder and shows some remorse, his release is unlikely. Amanda Carter and her sister were out on the town celebrating her 22nd birthday. But the cheer would turn to despair when Amanda failed to come home.
The description given was that the driver had a head like a bastard pig.
The hands were raised above her head like that.
This is a real potential suspect. I mean, how many people with red beards would be wandering around Hobart?
Somewhere along the line, he would make a mistake or somebody would give him up.
You prove it. If you think I did it, you charge me.
And if it wasn't Mandy, where did Mandy go?
And he was interviewed as to whether he'd had sexual intercourse, and he said he hadn't.
I remember saying to him, well, you want to get used to it, because there'll be more of these interviews.
I suppose he thought he was a free man.
All these years have gone by, and we perhaps have got our man.
When Amanda Carter disappeared, her killer thought he'd got off scot-free, but he hadn't considered the future. A revolution in forensic science was about to happen, and a team of detectives had a very long memory.
Mr. Carter had reported his daughter missing to the police, and they were concerned about her safety, basically, because it wasn't in her nature to not go home of an evening. They told us Mandy and Debbie had gone out on the Saturday night to celebrate Mandy's birthday, which was on that following Monday. That they were a very close-knit family. Mandy, Debbie and Brenton still lived at home.
Very nice environment for a young girl to grow up in. A very loving, warm family, and normally we wouldn't be that concerned about somebody aged 21 not arriving home, but they assured us that she regularly came home.
We went through her belongings there just to see, for example, if there was any clothing missing, bags missing, bank books missing, which would indicate to us perhaps that she'd run away or wasn't going to come home that night, but there was nothing to indicate that.
So the warning bells rang fairly early in the piece, and it didn't seem to be just a normal missing person.
Immediately, police started to piece together what they could of Amanda's last movements.
Debbie, the sister we spoke to, she told us that they'd been to a number of hotels the night before. They had been enjoying themselves in the evening. They'd had a little bit to drink, and after midnight, when they were down at the Hope and Anchor, Debbie didn't have a very good recollection at all of what she did, who she was with, and where her sister was. A lot of people had talked to her at Mandy Carter, but there was nothing to suggest that she was going to do anything out of the ordinary. Everybody that we spoke to that knew her said that they thought she would go home by taxi, and that was her usual method of getting home.
So we started making inquiries with taxi companies just to ascertain as to who was working that night.
I was driving cab 99 in and around the Hobart area. It was a rather busy night. I told police that I'd seen a figure hunched up in the doorway of the old CML building at around about 2:45, 3 o'clock in the morning.
In fact, a number of taxi drivers reported the same sighting.
Nobody could say for sure that was Mandy Carter. A lot of people said it looked like her, and it seemed a logical taxi rank for her to go.
However, the times of the sightings varied between 1:30 and 3:30 a.m.
But about 3 taxi drivers said that they saw a yellow taxi at the front of the cab stand and in the area where this girl was sitting on the steps.
One of the taxi drivers had seen a taxi driver go up to the CML steps and pick up a handbag and throw it into the taxi. This taxi was right in front of him, so he identified that taxi and it was cab 58.
58's picked up a handbag.
That was obviously an avenue inquiry we wanted to seriously look at because Mandy had a handbag with her, so there was a possibility that this handbag belonged to Mandy Carter.
One cab driver even suggested to us that he thought that the girl sitting on the steps actually got into that cab and the cab drove away. Now, if that was the case, we may have Mandy Carter leaving the CML steps, and it was important that we get hold of that taxi driver as soon as possible.
Amanda Carter's 22nd birthday dawned. She had been missing for 24 hours. Police began searching Hobart for any sign of her. They were also on the lookout for a yellow cab, number 58.
The yellow cab was owned by a fellow called Wayne Highland.
I think it was about the only yellow Falcon on the road at the time as a taxi.
And about 5 o'clock, we actually found him out at the airport.
So John Blue and I went out there immediately, found Highland with his cab, and when we opened the boot, we found a handbag in the boot.
He told us that he'd found it at the CML steps on the Saturday night, Sunday morning, and he had intended to hand it into the cab office, which he hadn't done. If she's got Mandy's handbag in the car, well, there's a potential that Mandy was in here as well. So he must know something. We thought this is a real potential suspect.
Amanda Carter had been missing for 48 hours when police found what they believed was her handbag in the boot of a yellow taxi. That taxi was impounded and the driver, Wayne Highland, was now being questioned.
We spoke to Highland at the police headquarters. He told us that Saturday night, Sunday morning, he'd been at the GPA. He'd spoken to a female there who has been sitting on the steps and asked her if she wanted a cab. She said she didn't and she was waiting for a friend. He then got back into his cab and drove round to the cab rank in Murray Street outside Meyer. He got a fare there out to Windermere. Then he came back into the city, went back to the GPA, and he then said that he went up to the steps again and there found a handbag. This was the handbag that we found in his car. The woman that he'd spoken to on the GPA steps, he wasn't obviously able to identify her as Mandy Carter because he didn't know her, but from the description that we gave him, he said it could have been her.
Was the girl he saw Amanda Carter? And if so, who was she waiting for? More importantly, at this stage, was the bag picked up by the taxi driver that of Amanda's?
We were pretty confident it was going to be Mandy Carter's handbag, but there were no credit cards, no identifying things in the handbag at all, but it was very similar to the handbag that had been described as being Amanda Carter's handbag.
So we went down to Taroona and spoke to Mr and Mrs Carter and Debbie, showed them the handbag, and to our bewilderment and astonishment, they said no, it wasn't her handbag.
And they were quite adamant about it, and we said, well, we think it is. And they said, no, sorry, it's not her handbag, and we know her handbag and that's not it. So straight away we gave a lot of media and we said, here's a handbag, we want to know whose it is.
Detectives have interviewed the taxi driver who found the handbag and who had previously talked to the woman, asking her if she needed a cab. The woman is of similar appearance to Mandy Carter, and police urgently want to talk with her.
We looked at different scenarios. One possible scenario was that she'd picked up the wrong handbag when she left the Hope and Anchor, and that somebody else had Mandy's handbag. But if that was the case, nobody came forward with Mandy's handbag. Another scenario was that Mandy Carter wasn't on the CML steps at all, and that it was some other female, and who was she? And if it wasn't Mandy, where did Mandy go after she left the Hope and Anchor?
Luckily, Amanda's sister Debbie started to recall events of that night at the hotel.
Debbie was able to recall that she and Amanda departed from the Hope and Anchor Hotel the early hours of the 27th in company with two male companions.
They accompanied these two unknown men up Macquarie Street. We think that they walked separately, Mandy walking with one male and Debbie walking with the other male.
She believed that when they reached the mall area, they parted, and she assumed that Amanda was going to the taxi rank to catch a taxi en route home.
So it was absolutely essential we identify these two men, because it may well have been that Mandy had gone with this man and that he was the person responsible for her disappearance.
We had various descriptions, but in essence they were people that were in their 20s, and one was described as a man with a beard.
We were very lucky in some sense because one of the guys had a bright red beard. So, you know, basically we plastered the media with calls of help to try and get these guys.
As far as we knew, she may well have gone with them, and she may not have been on the taxi stand at all, or she may have been on the taxi stand and then decided to leave with one of those two fellows, and she may be still with them.
This could well have been the person the taxi driver had said Amanda had been waiting for.
I'm waiting for someone.
But like the owner of the bag, the bearded man didn't come forward.
Last night, the Hobart Police Headquarters switchboard was jammed with calls immediately after the Attorney-General, Brian Miller, announced on television that the state government had offered a reward of up to $10,000 for information on Miss Carter's whereabouts.
Wild rumours began circulating, with Amanda sighted all over Australia.
We had a report that she may have gone to Cairns with an ex-boyfriend.
There was people saying she was a drug runner.
We had reports that she was at Swansea on the east coast of Tasmania in a log truck.
She'd gone to Queensland with a bikie gang.
We had various clairvoyants ringing up and saying, well, we can tell you where she is, and all these ridiculous propositions that one way or another you've probably got to follow up, because you've got to be in a position to say, yes, that's been followed up and we're satisfied there's nothing in it.
For Mandy's father, Don Carter, the past week has been desperate.
Anybody who could throw any light or has seen anything that may be a bit unusual, just to come forward and tell the police.
You've got some information for me, have you?
After about 6 days of the investigation, we received an anonymous call at police headquarters to say that 3 well-known criminals had left the state on the Sunday afternoon. She went missing on the early hours of Sunday morning, and that they'd left the state and she'd gone with them. And they had left, and they were due to report on bail conditions on the Monday. And on the Monday they didn't report for bail conditions. We thought that that was a real possibility, that perhaps she'd gone with them, that she may have been abducted.
Amanda Carter had been missing now for over a week. Police had information she may have been abducted by 3 known fugitives who had fled the state.
We received a call from the police in Mackay in North Queensland, and they said those fellows that absconded bail in Tasmania, we've found them in a stolen car in Mackay and we've got them in custody. I went to Queensland, and after interviewing them all, I was quite satisfied that they weren't involved in the disappearance of the girl. They even admitted committing a crime on the Saturday night that she went missing, and in fact they were terrified that they were looked on as key suspects.
Another lead down, and the police were still no closer to finding Amanda Carter or the two men last seen with her at the Hope and Anchor Tavern.
The two mystery men still kept coming up in our inquiry. We had to try and identify them. We just weren't able to. It was just bizarre that this guy with the bright red beard could have slipped away and nobody knew who he was.
They were crucial because they were probably the last two people to see Mandy and Debbie after they left the Hope and Anchor. We certainly were concerned about it because we thought, well, if they've got nothing to hide, why wouldn't they come forward?
As detectives continued their search for these two main witnesses, or prime suspects, the results from the forensic examination on the yellow taxi were coming in. At the time it was impounded, police believed the brown bag found in its boot had belonged to Amanda Carter.
The taxi was being examined as a missing person case. We were looking for any evidence for Amanda Carter being present in that taxi. I collected a Fanta can on which we were looking for saliva. It was an empty can, so someone had obviously drunk it. And there was a tartan rug which was in the boot, which was taken for looking for human hair fibres or any contact which might lead us to where we were looking for the missing person. On the right-hand side, on one of the mudguard ornaments, there was a small amount of what looked like reed material.
We couldn't find anything to connect Mandy Carter to that particular taxi. But in the middle of the back seat, the forensic people found a stain. And when we asked them what it was, they described it as a seminal stain, suggesting to us that somebody had either masturbated on the back seat or that somebody had had intercourse on the back seat of that taxi.
The scientists basically thought the stain must have been reasonably recent because if it had been a taxi, people would go coming in and out the taxi and it would eventually disappear.
So it needed some sort of explanation.
Hyland was interviewed about that, as to whether he'd had sexual intercourse, and he said he hadn't. And he was even asked as, for example, had he masturbated, and he also said he hadn't.
He said that he was the only one that drove the cab, so chances are that he was the contributor.
So it was important to try and get his blood group in, so we asked him for his blood, and he refused to give it, which he was quite entitled to do, I might add, as well.
The stain and his refusal to give blood rang alarm bells. But his alibi of taking his last passenger to Windermere in the early hours of Sunday morning checked out.
We eventually found the woman, and she confirmed that she had been taken home by a taxi driver in a car similar to Highland's, and that he fitted the description, and that was consistent. So that took the heat off him a little bit, and we had to look at alternatives.
A revised identikit picture was issued by police today, who hope the man may be able to add to Debbie's statements. After more than a week's search, police say they are both frustrated and baffled by the disappearance.
Attention was back on Debbie, Amanda's 19-year-old sister.
Debbie was traumatised. Of course it wasn't her fault, but she did in some degree blame herself. If they had remained together, she would have been safe.
It was really frustrating, the fact that Debbie wasn't able to give us any information, or very limited amount of information.
In desperation, the police asked Debbie to undergo hypnosis.
We had been working really long hours, 17, 18 hours a day, and the hypnotherapist was talking in a very monotone voice.
My recollection is myself and John Blue went to sleep. And but it was worth a try. We didn't achieve a lot, but it was worth a try. And at that stage, we were trying every avenue to try and get a lead. So we thought just a small thing may have helped us in the investigation, but it didn't happen.
Then 2 weeks after Amanda disappeared, the police got a breakthrough.
This young fella at Tudder on the west coast of Tasmania picked up a week-old newspaper and saw what he thought looked very much like him as an identikit picture in the paper. Contacted police and he was our man.
It was a major breakthrough when we had the two people come forward and say, "Excuse me, but we are the people that you're looking for." They were Stanley Hibbins and Lester Govett. One had a red beard, so they were quite sure that they were the people.
Both men had left Hobart on the Sunday and had claimed to have no knowledge of Amanda's disappearance.
But they recalled everything that occurred, and they said, yes, we went to the Hope and Anchor. We met Mandy Carter and her sister Debbie, and we talked to them at the Hope and Anchor. And afterwards, we left with them, and they said they put the time at about 2:30. They said they walked up Macquarie Street. Lester Govard said that he was with Debbie.
Oh, look, it's an
Stanley Hibbins said he was with Mandy. Stanley Hibbins decided to make a phone call home to his parents in Victoria.
Yeah, no, it's me.
So he leaves Mandy to make the phone call, and he's talking to his mum for perhaps about 15 minutes, he says. When he goes back, Mandy had gone.
Is it all right? Yeah, good.
We actually went to Victoria and spoke to his parents, and they verified that they received the call in the early hours of the morning. Govard took it a step further because he said prior to leaving the GBO, he actually had a conversation with Mandy. He yelled out to her across the road, and at that stage she was intending to catch a taxi home.
Yeah, I'm fine, I've got money.
All right then, we'll see you later.
Okay, see you later. Bye.
That gelled pretty well with what we knew. Virtually said to us that the female on the CML steps opposite the GBO was in all probability Mandy Carter. So we had a time and we had an intention, and I think after that, that directed our investigations in a certain way, and that way was along the lines of what we first thought, that she probably got in a taxi.
Amanda Carter had been celebrating her 22nd birthday. At approximately 3 a.m, she separated from her sister and the two men she had been celebrating with to catch a taxi home. Numerous cab drivers had seen a woman matching her description near the taxi rank. Some believed she had got into the taxi owned by Wayne Highland.
We were aware that Highland had previous convictions for assault and stealings and burglaries, but nothing of a serious nature.
He was basically what I would call a small-time crook, a bit of a sleaze bag. Arrogant, I would call his attitude, an arrogant attitude, and fairly cocky.
But the police had nothing to link Highland to Amanda's disappearance, except a suspicious stain on the back seat of the cab that was now providing some new information.
There's a possibility that stain on the back seat of the taxi was just from an act of masturbation, and all you would find would be sperm, but there was a female component. And when you see that, you know you've got a compound stain.
The forensic people thought that there were two separate blood groupings in that particular stain. The contributors were a male and a female, so that we deduced from that, and we thought it was reasonable that probably a male and female had intercourse on the back seat of that taxi.
But at the time we took samples from the taxi, we didn't have a sample from Amanda, we didn't have a body or anything, so basically there was nothing to do a comparison with.
Wayne Highland had already refused to give a sample of his blood for comparison testing. But the detectives decided to question him again in what they described as a robust interview.
Over a period of 4 or 5 hours, he was interrogated, he was interviewed, he was spoken to, he's conferred with. All manner and means in relation to information was put to him. He emphatically denied any knowledge of Amanda's whereabouts.
He was adamant that he hadn't picked up Mandy Carter. He was adamant that he never had her in his taxi. He still couldn't explain the stain on the back seat.
How did the seminal stains appear on the rear seat of your vehicle, be it a taxi or a private vehicle? And he says, I've got no idea. Who did you lend the vehicle to? Has anyone else been in possession of the vehicle? All those type of questions. He had the opportunity to say, yes, I loaned it to a guy, I can't remember his name, he's a mate, he wanted to borrow it for a couple, but he didn't say that. He answered every question, gave an answer, but I had no doubt that he was telling lies, but we couldn't move him.
He admitted what he had to admit to us. He didn't volunteer any extra information other than what he thought we knew.
I was just convinced. I had that gut feeling that he was responsible for the disappearance of Amanda Carter.
Police closely looked at Hyland's movements from the time he had taken the fare to Windermere and then picked up the brown bag at the steps where Amanda Carter had been seen.
He said after that was when he finished duty, he had filled up his cab and then went to sleep at Windermere Beach.
But there were no witnesses to his sleeping arrangements that night. But he had been seen at the petrol station.
Two other taxi drivers saw Gerald Wayne Hyland, the cab driver, known as Wayne Hyland or Fatty Wayne, at the service station, and he appeared quite nervous and jumpy, and they asked him what was wrong. And at one stage he told another taxi driver to piss off.
Piss off!
This was about 3:30 a.m. and the station was only minutes from where Amanda Carter had last been seen at the taxi rank.
He was very much a very, very strong suspect.
Then on the 11th of September, late in the afternoon, I received a call to say that there had been a body found. It was a body of a young female, and it was strongly suspected that it may have been Mandy Carter.
The body was found here very late yesterday by a trout fisherman along the end of a dead-end road, Riverside Drive, which runs along the Derwent River. It's near Bridgewater, about 20 kilometres from the GPO where Mandy Carter was last seen alive 45 days ago. The position of the body was face down, and the area indicates that it would have been impossible for the body to have floated down the river. In other words, it's almost certain that she was dumped here.
At that stage, the tide was out and she was basically on a reasonably dry area. The hands were raised above her head like that, as if someone had actually pulled her along.
The body was partly undressed, which indicated perhaps to us that something had actually occurred sexually.
And at first light today, forensic scientists began their detailed examination. Police had to wait until the high tide before lifting the body out.
The body was taken up by the mortuary ambulance and conveyed to the mortuary of the Royal Hobart Hospital. When it was there, one of the family friends came in and did the identification and said, yes, this is the body of Amanda Carter.
We got a pathologist's report not long after that, and there was damage to the mouth, suggesting that somebody had punched Mandy in the mouth, and that probably rendered her unconscious, and an attempt had been made to strangle her.
But strangulation was not the cause of death. Amanda Carter had drowned. As she breathed in the waters of the Derwent River, tiny organisms called diatoms were also inhaled, and these were found in her internal organs at the autopsy. Was her drowning an accident or murder?
It seemed to me that there was a distinct possibility that her head had been forcefully held underwater because of the position of her hands.
But who had dragged her into that spot? As a routine, vaginal swabs were taken.
On examination of the slides, we found semen present. The most heaviest concentration was in the high vaginal area, and that's not surprising because she was face down with the tide coming in and out. The high vaginal area was protected from the water by the air pockets, and that's why we found some reasonable evidence.
But at this point in forensic technology, there wasn't enough sperm in the sample to do any testing, and they still didn't have blood from their main suspect to compare. So for now, detectives would have to rely on old-fashioned footwork to find the evidence they needed to put Wayne Hyland at the crime scene.
As to anybody that they see in this area here, any cars I've seen going in there, any fishermen that they know do come here a lot, because it's a fair bet, because whoever dumped her here has got to know the area. We spoke to all the local people as to vehicles that were going up and down Riverside Drive, and we had a number of reports of cars in the area. We had some reports of taxis.
There was one report that a cab had been seen along there, and the description given by the person was that the driver had a head like a bastard pig, which I think fitted Hyland quite well.
When Mandy Carter was last seen alive after going to a disco on July the 27th, she told friends she was going to take a taxi home.
Well, we at least know now in which direction the offender has taken her. There doesn't seem to be any doubt that she's been driven to this area.
We also did a lot of work with Highland's car, with the dirt that was found under the mudguard, and the best we could do was that it was similar to some of the red dirt that was up in that particular area, but unfortunately they couldn't say it is the same. And the grass was similar to some of the grasses that were in the general Bridgewater area, so we couldn't definitively say, yes, that grass or that dirt came from that area just north of Riverside Drive. It was frustrating because we were very keen on solving this through forensic science. We thought that forensics could tell us something. We thought that we would get something from that crime scene that would link us to Highland, but we didn't. The best we did from the crime scene was some of the witnesses that said that they saw a cab coming and going and a description of a person in a cab that generally fitted Highland.
So once again, police questioned him. But this time, they took him out to the crime scene.
He agreed to do this. He was very pleasant. The idea of taking him at night was to obviously catch him off guard.
We spoke to him there and he, at that stage, said yes, he had been there.
He said, yes, I've been here quite often fishing, drove the taxi in this area, and, well, you've got to accept that because it's an area where you would go fishing and an area where you'd drive your taxi.
But he was adamant that he hadn't gone up there on the night in question, that he hadn't taken Mandy Carter, and I can't tell you any more about it than what I've told you the last 2 or 3 times you've interviewed me. We had a circumstantial case and I knew it, and I suspect that he knew it, and he wasn't giving too much away.
He didn't move. You prove it. If you think I did it, charge me.
He then claimed he was being harassed. I suppose to some extent he was, but I don't call it a harassment. It was an investigation and had to continue.
And I remember saying to him, well, you want to get used to it because there'll be more of these interviews. Because we made it quite clear to him that we had no doubt in our mind and in the minds of all the other detectives that he was responsible for the death of Amanda Carter.
8 months on, the inquest into Amanda's death was underway, with most of the attention focusing on the seminal stain in the back seat of the taxi.
The swab from the back seat of the taxi showed both Group A and Group B, but it was very difficult to allocate whether the female component was A and the male component was B, or whether the female component was B and the male component was A.
Blood from Amanda's body had been classified as Group A, but the red cells were broken down and the result was suspect.
To confirm that the sample result that we got from Amanda Carter was a true A, we then examined the blood from the family. We established within a reasonable probability that her blood group type was A.
So the A component on the back seat of the taxi could have been Amanda's. But was Wayne Highland's blood Group B?
Now, the problem we'd had all along was that Highland had refused to give us a sample of his blood. So we devised a bit of a plan after talking to John Presser, who said that he could get blood groupings from cigarette butts, saliva in cigarette butts.
I gave him a cigarette out of my own packet and watched what he did with the stub. And I got hold of the finished cigarette and put it into an exhibit bag, and from that, forensic people were able to determine his blood grouping from his saliva.
The conclusion was that his blood grouping was the same as one of the blood groupings that was in the seminal stain.
But that evidence was not available to the court. At the end of the proceedings, all that could be noted was that a female with blood group A had intercourse in that taxi. It didn't exclude Amanda, but it wasn't 100%.
I couldn't determine to the satisfaction of the magistrate that Amanda Carter had actually been in that taxi.
The coroner gave an open finding that the 22-year-old's death was by drowning caused by persons unknown.
So we basically put the evidence in the deep freeze and sat on it until we could find some better way of working out what the evidence could tell us.
Oh, we were somewhat despondent, I suppose. We hadn't solved the case. We all knew the family quite well. We'd constantly said to them, we'll solve this case. We think we know who did it and we'll solve it. But of course, at this point in time, we hadn't solved anything.
But in 12 years' time, things would be different, and Lupo Prinz and his antagonist would meet again. After a night out on the town, celebrating her birthday, Amanda Carter never made it home. 6 weeks later, her body was found dumped on the banks of the Derwent River. Police were convinced that Wayne Highland was responsible for her death. The stain on the back seat of his taxi indicated that Amanda might have been there, but it wasn't definitive.
We always worked on the theory that perhaps one day we would be able to analyse that material, and it might tell us a lot more than 2 blood groupings, which is what it was telling us in 1980. And we were hoping that somewhere along the line, Wayne Highland would make a mistake, or somebody would give him up, or something that would happen.
That wish came true. 13 years after Amanda disappeared, there was a revolution in forensic science.
We became aware of something called DNA that had been applied in criminal cases in the UK, which was able to tell you a lot more than blood groupings. It was like a genetic fingerprint. That was very exciting for us because we thought that there may be a possibility it could yield a profile of possibly the people who were contributors to the seminal stain that we had.
Swabs from that stain and Amanda Carter's blood were now taken out of the deep freeze and sent to a scientist in Melbourne for testing. Could this cold case now be solved?
He got a result from the swab from the back seat of the taxi that showed that Amanda Carter contributed to that stain. And the probability that it is her is 1 in 140,000.
It meant that statistically speaking, there was a strong probability that her DNA was in the seminal stain. In other words, he was virtually putting her in the taxi.
This was really exciting stuff. I mean, you know, all these years have gone by, and we perhaps have got our man.
It was time to catch up with their favourite suspect, now living in Melbourne. He thought the local detectives brought him in to discuss some issues connected with a bogus charity scam he was involved in. Then Lupo Prinz entered the room.
He saw us and his face went quite grey, actually, and he was shaking, and I said, "Remember me?" As you're aware, I'm Superintendent Prinz. This is Detective Inspector Blue.
Been promoted, thanks.
I have been promoted, yeah, a few times, actually. And, after that, we exchanged pleasantries, I suppose you could say, and we put all the allegations to him once again. Could you have had intercourse with somebody on the back seat of that taxi?
On that day, I've no idea.
About that time?
No, I don't remember.
Have you ever masturbated in the back seat of your taxi? The taxi that you had in 1980?
I don't recall.
Could you have done?
Possibly, I don't know. It's a long time ago, I've got no idea.
No, but I mean, you would know. I mean, I think most people would know whether they've masturbated in the car or not.
Oh, I really can't remember.
Did you assault Amanda Carter?
No, I didn't.
Did you kill Amanda Carter?
No, I didn't.
The forensic evidence was then put forward.
Forensic tests indicate that the stain contained a mixture of both sperm and vaginal fluid. Those tests indicate also that part of the stain is consistent with what we call the DNA profile of Amanda Carter. Can you offer any explanation for that?
No, I can't.
Are you quite sure that on no occasion that you had sex with Amanda Carter on the back seat of your taxi?
Positive.
Would you be prepared to provide a sample of your blood for scientific analysis?
I had the same question 10 years ago and I was told not to give it then, so I don't see why I should now. I don't know. I'd have to see a lawyer before I'd do anything about it.
Is there anything else, Mr. Hyland, that you want to say about this particular investigation?
I've just about had enough of it. You haven't let up on me. As I said then, you hounded me. Looks like you're going to do it again. I had nothing to do with her going missing or a disappearance or a death or anything else. I understand the position you're in too, but I don't know why you've got to pick on me.
I think he was conscious then that the investigation was ongoing. I suppose he thought after going to 2 different states and 13 years down the track, he was a free man. He thought that the police wouldn't chase him anymore, and he'd got far enough away, but the fact is he hadn't. At the end of the day, we charged him and we extradited him back to Tasmania. I rang Don Carter and I told him that the family were very relieved that finally, after all those years, that he'd been charged.
Once arrested, police finally had the authority to take a sample of Wayne Hyland's blood, and there was no surprise. His DNA fingerprint was clearly seen in the compound stain from the back seat of his taxi.
Gerald Wayne Hyland has pleaded not guilty to the murder of Amanda Carter on or about July 27, 1980. Crown Prosecutor Damien Bugg told the jury his case would involve evidence based on DNA testing far advanced to the forensic tests available at the time of the original investigations.
The trial proper began this week, but today it took an unexpected twist.
About 3 days into the trial, Damien Bugg rang me at home. I think his words were, "You've got him, mate, you finally got him." And I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Look, this is the situation. They've approached me and they're offering to plead guilty to manslaughter."
The murder charge was then read out again, and after hearing it, Hyland said, "I'm not guilty of murder, but I am guilty of manslaughter." The Director of Public Prosecutions, Damien Bugg, told the court Hyland tried to undress Miss Carter in the back of his taxi while she was dozing off.
The facts for the prosecution were that Hyland had been working that night in his cab, that he'd gone to the CML cab stand. Amanda Carter was on the steps, that she probably got in the taxi and fell asleep. He got out of the taxi and picked up the handbag that was still sitting there where she was. He drove to North Hobart, and that's when he was seen by the other taxi drivers at the service station in North Hobart.
Piss off!
He then continued on out to Bridgewater, and he went to Riverside Drive. He then had sexual intercourse with her against her will. In other words, she was raped on the back seat of that taxi. After he committed the crime, he then tried to strangle Amanda Carter and may well have held her head underwater. And as a result of his acts, she died of drowning. And they pleaded guilty of those facts.
Wayne Hyland was sentenced to 6 years for rape and 10 years for manslaughter.
A detective, when he becomes involved in a case which is so very personal as this one was, it becomes a part of you. And it was extremely satisfying that we had our man.
I've only spoken briefly to Mrs. Carter. Obviously, she's very relieved. She indicated she didn't want to speak to the media, but I'm sure the family are greatly relieved now that's all over and done with. Tragically, Don Carter died just before the trial, and he never got to know that Hyland was convicted of the crime. So that was very sad. But for those of us that were there and were still working, it was a very satisfying result because we felt we'd honoured our commitment to the family.
But in 2001, 8 years into his 16-year sentence for the rape and manslaughter of 22-year-old Amanda Carter, Gerald Wayne Hyland was granted parole.
Now, basically 8 years for a person's life is very poor in the sense of punishment. He's still wandering around right now. Amanda Carter's not.
got a call down to the Beenleigh station. There's supposed to be a person unconscious there. I have Dreamworld responding. So if you'd pop down, and I've also got the police checking out that it's not a hoax.
A series of anonymous emergency calls was just the beginning.
There was blood everywhere. Not just on that side of the car, on that side of the car, on the boot of the car.
In this murder case, police would be faced with a wall of silence and a climate of fear.
There was someone right in front of me saying, "You've seen too much, you've seen too much."
That would test their patience and skills.
You must have a bad memory about what happens tonight.
There were major players outside of those in what has been described as a killing vehicle. At the end of the day, they've got to make a decision what side they want to be on.
To be able to take that further, we needed hard evidence.
I commented to the partner I was with that I think the bloke's going to bring out the murderer.
He goes, "Turn around." So I've turned around. He said, "Get on your knees." All right, I've got on my knees.
When the battered body of a man was found dumped here at this ambulance station, police had no idea who he was. The investigation into his brutal murder would cause a judge to comment that the case read like a B-grade movie script. But the violence was real and the ending truly tragic.
Police attended the Beenleigh ambulance station as a result of a number of 000 phone calls that had been made to the ambulance. The Beenleigh ambulance was out on another job, and Beenleigh police then sent a patrol car around to the ambulance station.
Ambulance centre's Rod speaking. Mate, Mark from Beenleigh Police Station. Outside Beenleigh Ambo. Mate, we need an ambulance here ASAP. This fella's got tremendous head injuries. Mate, he's either deceased or very near to.
When I arrived down there, the scene had been taped off, cordoned off by the uniform officers and attendants, and down near the main entrance to the ambulance station was the body of an obviously deceased male person, heavily tattooed and covered in blood with some very obvious visible injuries. I've investigated assaults and some serious assaults previously, but the injuries were astounding. Probably some of the most extensive and the most horrific that I had witnessed myself up to that time. There was tram track bruising, which are parallel or tapered lines coinciding with each other, which indicates a baseball bat or a pipe. The person had obviously undergone a serious beating of some sort. Where that had occurred was obviously not at the ambulance station.
In most circumstances, bodies are found where they're assaulted. In this particular case, it's been dumped, so it automatically presumes a car, so therefore tyre impression evidence becomes important.
Essentially, we're looking for evidence that would have been brought to that scene and which didn't normally belong at that scene, which might help us to paint a picture of what had occurred.
As they know well in forensic circles, every contact leaves a trace. And that was what the crime scene examiners were hoping was the case here.
The body himself was covered in blood, which represents a bit of a challenge because there may be evidence in the blood on the body. I performed a tape lifting technique on the upper surface of the body and on the back of the body to see whether or not there was any fibres or hairs there that may have been associated with an offender.
But finding that offender was dependent on identifying the victim first. And with no wallet in sight, police took his fingerprints in hope that they might be on file.
The first thing we needed to do was to establish who this person was, and then after that, establish the movements that we could track prior to him arriving at the ambulance station.
What police did know at this stage was that a series of emergency calls had brought them to this location.
What we think is happening is these people, they've made 3 phone calls now and they're moving from phone box to phone box, and we think that maybe they've assaulted them, dumped him there and gone. Is there any chance you could start some traces on those 3 calls to find out which phone boxes they're using? Yeah, we know which phone boxes they're using.
3 of those phone calls All were within a couple of kilometre radius of the ambulance station.
Bloke beat up real bad. I just got him from the top. Alright. Someone there now. I can't get a pulse or any bloody thing on him, so you be quick.
What's your phone number?
Hurry up.
What's your phone number?
Someone beaten up outside the Banijay ambulance. Yeah, outside the Banijay ambulance. Yeah, he's not looking good. We've got to get someone there quick. Look, he's not looking good, right? Ambulance emergency only. Yeah, listen, mate, there's a badly injured bloke lying outside the bloody Banijay ambulance centre, mate, on the ground.
There were certainly a number of voices on those tapes. Also, the urgency of the message increased over the particular calls.
Well, he's not breathing, so can you hurry up and fucking get someone out here?
It was difficult to tell whether or not those people were witnesses or possible offenders, but certainly the lack of giving identifying details and a number of other factors made it pretty clear to us that the people who had made those phone calls had some intimate knowledge of how that body came to be at the ambulance station.
Yeah, the ambulance is there, yeah? All right. Where are you? I'll find out the condition of this bloke. Where are you ringing from, matey? Hey?
That last call came in nearly an hour after the first, and it was made 25 kilometres away. The crime scene team needed to move quickly.
The telephone boxes were all fingerprinted in terms of the doors, the handsets, all the glass in the booths. We found various tyre impressions, shoe impressions. There were numerous cigarette butts, any one of which could have contained the DNA belonging to an offender.
As potential evidence continued to be collected at the crime scene, the fingerprint taken from the dead man had found a match.
Within about an hour and a half, we had an identification from the Fingerprint Bureau advising me of the name of the deceased. His name was Daryl Lewis.
Daryl Lewis was a petty criminal, but this 34-year-old's criminal history was non-violent, unlike his death.
What was difficult for us to know at that early point in time was what Daryl may have done, which could have possibly led to him having been bashed to death.
Ambulance officers were out on another job when the victim was dumped right at the front door of their station.
The victim had been identified as Daryl Lewis, whose last known address was a semi-rural property just a few kilometres from where his body had been dumped.
Knocked on the front door. A male person came to the front door and spoke to us. I asked him, did he know where Daryl Lewis was right now? And he was quite vague in answering, and no, not really, I don't know where he is. And I advised him then that we had some bad news and that, in fact, Daryl Lewis had been discovered he was deceased. And the oddest reply that came back was, oh, okay. And it was clear at that stage to me that the person I was speaking to at that stage had some knowledge that something had happened to Daryl Lewis. He then said, wait here a minute, I'll go and get somebody you should talk to. I thought to myself, and I think I commented to the partner I was with, that I think the bloke's going to bring out the murderer. In fact, when the door opened again, it was another male person with the first one, and that male person had obviously also been assaulted. That person was Scott Lewis, who was the brother of the deceased Daryl Lewis, and he was obviously not very well. We went inside the house. I wouldn't have gotten past the first question when he was visibly about to be ill. So I then just told him just to relax and I'll get an ambulance. We contacted the ambulance and they attended the house and took Scott away. I really didn't know what we'd walked into at that stage because we have one deceased at the ambulance station. We have someone who's obviously been seriously assaulted. We now have two different scenes that we have to investigate. And then we've got the third male person, Paul Schultz, who obviously has some knowledge but is being quite evasive in what he can or intends to tell us about what happened. So yeah, we realised at that stage we had a fairly big job in front of us.
The place was in disarray, bits of broken furniture in there as well, blood staining extending from one end to the other. But I did find a latent shoe sole impression on the lid of the chest freezer, and just directly above the freezer was the manhole access point into the ceiling cavity. I then looked into the ceiling cavity and saw there were other shoe sole impressions similar to that one up in the dust, which then enabled a firm deduction to be reached that someone had been up in the ceiling.
It was clear the intruders had ransacked the place. But why? Paul Schultz wasn't giving police any clues. But outside, a car covered in blood quickly caught their attention.
Outside in the backyard was a white Holden Commodore. Looking inside that car, it was clear that there was a lot of blood in the backseat area of the vehicle.
There was blood everywhere, not just on that side of the car, on that side of the car, on the boot of the car.
People who aren't experienced in this area are fairly well overwhelmed by the patterns because it looks like a mess. There certainly was what we class as impact spatter, which is a form of projected blood. There was contact smears, which are those that would be formed from a blood-covered object just coming into contact with something. There were some cast-off patterns there too, which typically come from a weapon of some description, like a baseball bat, swinging around.
What we were able to glean from that was that certainly a very violent assault or assaults had occurred in close proximity to the white Commodore.
That white car was owned by the victim, and its blood-soaked interior was cause for question. As it was taken away for testing, the team searched for other clues as to who had been there that night.
There was lots of bloodied objects, shoe sole impressions, tyre prints, and signs of struggle in the backyard. As I worked my way down the veranda, there was a cigarette butt. There was no other cigarette butts in the area. There was just one on the veranda, so in the context of my examination, I thought this was significant.
A latex glove that was located on the side of the driveway at Lance Road was also seized as an exhibit.
The deceased man's brother had also been attacked. He was found at their Greenbank home this morning. Detectives sealed off Lance Road while they removed evidence and interviewed neighbours.
And about 170 metres north of the property, we found a stain on the side of the roadway which looked to us to be blood. There was a house directly opposite where the stain was located, so we were particularly keen to speak to people in that house.
And he's asked, had we heard anything during the night? And all I'd heard cars going down the road.
They told us of seeing a vehicle or vehicles stopping in the vicinity of where we discovered the stain the previous evening.
They went out the gate, turned left, and a short way down, the first car kept going, and the second car pulled over to the side. The brake lights came on. That's the only reason I could see that it had stopped, because when he put his foot on the brakes, the light shined up through the trees.
One of those two cars was definitely Daryl Lewis's. Police had just received vital footage.
We seized a security video from the mobile service station at Beenleigh that depicts the victim's vehicle driving through the service station area and then a short time later driving back out of the service station area. The service station is right next to the ambulance station where the deceased was dumped.
But who was driving that car was unknown. The only two witnesses who might be able to tell weren't talking.
Scott Lewis was still in hospital and had been quite seriously injured. Paul Schultz was afraid to be speaking with police following his ordeal.
There were fears. He had fears about what had happened, and that indicated to us that the people who were responsible for this knew where to find him and had made threats to him.
Daryl Lewis was found dead outside an ambulance station. His home had been ransacked, his brother seriously injured, and his flatmate was scared to talk.
If you put yourself in the position of Scott Lewis and Paul Schultz, you've just witnessed a very serious assault that led to the death of, in Scott's case, his brother, and in Paul's case, one of his friends. If you're going to be released by these people who have just killed your friend, and it needs the assurance that you maintain your silence, I don't think that's a very difficult decision for them to make.
But we reinforced to them that they were better off being on the side of the police and working towards the good of what being a member of the public is, rather than have members of a gang chase them for the rest of their lives.
Well, I'd like you now just to take through us basically what happened on that night.
Paul Schultz decided that he would take the side of the police.
Okay, well, it starts in the house.
As part of the investigation, I conducted a video reenactment with witness Paul Schultz at the crime scene at Lance Road.
I was in my room, which is up here.
It assisted us as investigators greatly in getting our minds around exactly what transpired at that particular house out there on the night of the offence.
I've been getting myself ready to get into bed. I've, for some reason, had some sort of idea that there was someone outside the property. I've walked out. I've seen lights. I've got to here. I've seen the headlights. I thought it was Daryl's car, similar headlights. I've stood here for a few minutes, nothing happening. I thought, well, this is something that's not usual. I've opened the door. I've stuck my head out. Someone from behind the headlights said, I hear someone, he might be able to help us. They've asked, is Daryl here? I said, no, he's not. They've said, is Scott here? I said, he's not here either. But I've seen someone in the bushes, and they were like this. There was a firearm on them. I've been asked, they said, who are you? I said, I'm Paul. And they said, rightio, Paul, we're not here to hurt you. If you're smart enough and you play the game, you'll get out, you'll get through the night unharmed.
They forced their way into the house and had Paul Schultz sit down and keep his eyes down, and instructed Paul not to look at them.
So I'm sitting down, I'm looking at the TV, and people are filing into the house. There's people all over the show. There's people there, there's people in my room, you know. Again, there's people here. People are going through the ceiling.
And it was quite apparent that the perpetrators had gone to some length to try and find whatever it was they were looking for.
The person warns me of the situation that is going on involving the people that I am sharing the place with. Tells me that they're in a bit of shit and there's a few people that want to come round and have a bit of a go at them. And it'd be to my best interest to get myself out of here, because the next people will probably just come through and pop everyone. They were words to that effect. I kept my eyes on the TV as I was told, and it was some time until the car entered the property. Everyone in the house vacated through that door, and the bloke who was standing behind me, he moved himself to that door and he stood facing to the outside. As I was sitting there, I could hear quite a major beating going on in the backyard. It went for a while. It got pretty loud. A person came through the door, said, right, we're going. He's coming with us. He pointed at me. I've been marched out to about here. I seen motion, and I seen Daryl's legs go out. He dropped down like that. And within an instant, there was someone right in front of me who had their shirt like this with a baseball bat in my face, saying, you've seen too much, you've seen too much. All right? I'm standing here like this. I've said, I haven't seen anything. I've seen nothing. He goes, turn around. So I've turned around. He said, get on your knees. All right? I've got on my knees. I've done this. And then I didn't hear anything more of him. I was here for about 5 minutes, I suppose. Not even that, I don't know, a matter of minutes. I was picked up from my knees. the car was kind of where it is, but it's kind of more straight on. They've opened the door and they've put me in and they've told me to sit there with me, like looking at the deck. Daryl was bundled in the best they could, ended up in the back. His head's behind the driver's seat where my feet are. I've slipped my feet out of there. In the process, my thongs have stayed there.
In the second vehicle was Scott Lewis, and the vehicles then left the property. And Paul tells us that Daryl Lewis was continuing to fight even though he was being held down on the floor of the back of the white Commodore. And a short distance down the road where we discovered the blood stain on the side of the road, the vehicle was stopped and he was taken out to ensure that he would settle down.
Schultz, whilst he was in the car, was instructed by those persons to keep his head down and not to look at anything, basically. Don't look at their faces, don't look at what's going on, obviously to limit his knowledge of any further evidence that he may give at a later stage.
Once Daryl had been put back in the vehicle, Paul Schultz tells us that he then was much more subdued.
His physical condition deteriorated quite rapidly. His breathing became shallower to the point where he had stopped breathing.
Paul made it known to the driver of the vehicle and the other occupants that Daryl wasn't in a very good condition.
Get out!
Paul Schultz was then driven to a number of locations that he was not aware of.
He was then reunited with Scott Lewis.
They were given a beer. They were told in no uncertain terms that there would be consequences if they were to speak with police or anyone else about what had occurred that night. Scott and Paul Schultz were then allowed to go home in the white Holden.
So detectives knew what happened that night, but still didn't know who was involved. That piece of the puzzle was about to be solved by forensics. A gang of men had raided the property where Paul Schultz lived. They were looking for something and were prepared to go to any lengths to get it, even murder.
The information from Paul Schultz was that the offenders, when they arrived, were armed with an array of weapons, including shotguns, pistols, baseball bats. And Schultz also mentioned that they were wearing disposable gloves.
When police had searched the property, they had found a glove on the driveway.
Upon fingerprint examination, our experts were able to obtain a latent fingerprint on the inside of that glove.
The glove had been dusted with powder, photographed, and certain ridges traced. This information was then fed into the computer, and in this case, there was one perfect match.
We were able to identify Stephen Avis, who we knew to be the Sergeant-at-Arms of the Finks Motorcycle Club. The Sergeant-at-Arms was generally responsible for order and discipline within the club.
And so we had his fingerprint that was recovered from the inside of a rubber glove. Further to that, his DNA profile was also located on a cigarette butt at the front door of the crime scene. So that led us to believe that he had involvement and complicity in the murder of Daryl Lewis.
And so we knew that a significant assault had occurred by members of an outlaw motorcycle gang.
But for now, police decided not to arrest Avis. He was one of a number of gang members there that night.
We wanted to maintain the secrecy and the integrity of our investigation. We didn't want to show our hand early, and we wanted to be prepared with the course of action that we wished to take against these people. And as we knew there was a lot more people involved than Steve Avis.
However, there was one other suspect.
When we were able to convince Paul that, that he would be safe and he didn't have to feel threatened in this particular situation, he prepared a comfit for us. Comfit uses a computer-generated image of the facial features of a person of interest.
But his name and the motive for the murder remained a mystery.
Scott Lewis, the man that could hold all the leads to solving the case, remains in hospital, dangerously ill and still unable to talk. Detectives were hoping the 33-year-old could identify his brother Daryl's killers.
I'm giving no resistance to anyone here. Like, guys tell me what you want me to do and I'll just do it.
One of the approaches that I adopted was to have Paul convince Scott that the best way forward was to give the police as much information as they possibly could to allow us to do our job. And largely as a result of Paul Schultz helping us in that regard, Scott Lewis then opened up completely.
I closed the gates and jumped back in the car, and myself and Daryl drove up the driveway.
Not long after Scott Lewis left hospital, he ignored the repercussions of the offenders and told police his version of what happened the night his brother was murdered.
We stopped the car and approximately about here. I opened this door here, got out, and saw a man standing there. I reached down, picked up a bar or something that was lying here, and I said, "Who the hell are you and what do you want?" And he said, "Drop it or I'll shoot." I thought about it for a minute, then dropped it. Another man came up from this side here, and I turned. He says, "I've got one on you." He said, "Don't move." He held some storage shed keys up towards me and he dangled them that, and he said, "You've got my bike." I said, "Which bike?" And he said, "My bike." He punched me in the face. After that, I was hit with something, and I was lying on the ground about here, about here.
Scott was hit across the knee with a bat, fractured his knee. He was hit to the head and other areas of his body and was quite seriously injured.
As I tried to get up, my knee kept sliding down my leg. He said to me, "Stay where you are, it's fucking broken."
What could you see then? Do you know where these people were?
Approximately where over that bloke, where that bloke was, there was where Daryl was assaulted. I'd say there was, facing this way, 5 or 6 blokes around him, hitting him, and he was throwing his hands back, saying, "No, no, no," trying to protect himself at the time.
During that assault, Scott's brother, Daryl, received quite extensive injuries. So Scott then decided that giving the information to the Finks was the best option.
They wanted to be taken to our storage shed. Daryl was sort of bent down a bit more, going like that. He had his hand here and was putting his leg in the boot of the car. I said to them, "Not in the fucking boot." And I put my hand up here and slammed the boot.
As we know, Daryl was thrown into the car with Paul Schultz. In that same car were 3 Finks members. Scott followed in another car, but neither vehicle made it to the storage shed.
All thoughts of recovering the bike there and then that night, I think, were shelved, and it became an issue of self-preservation on the part of all the people who had been involved.
Investigators were now sure they had the motive for the murder of Daryl Lewis, but they needed to find out whose bike it was and where it was hidden. Scott Lewis finally revealed the address, a storage shed half an hour's drive from their property.
Once we had that information, we took out a search warrant at the storage shed and we seized the motorcycle parts that were contained in that shed. Those parts were absolutely critical to the investigation because those parts were actually the motive for why this whole incident had occurred. We then, through further inquiries, managed to find a person who had been a mechanic who had worked on that motorcycle. And when that person looked at the parts at the police station, He was able, from certain marks and identifying particulars, to conclusively say that they were the parts on the motorcycle that he'd worked on, which had belonged to the de facto president of the Finks, Stephen Cranny. Stephen Cranny certainly had enough influence to be able to have up to 18 members of his club come with him to recover his stolen motorbike.
Detectives had 2 suspects and 1 unidentified Finks member. It was now time to turn up the heat.
They needed to consider whether they were prepared to stay staunch and not talk, or whether they were going to look after their own interests and benefit themselves.
A discarded glove, a cigarette butt, and some stolen Harley-Davidson bike parts had led police to 2 suspects in the murder of Daryl Lewis. But Stephen Cranny and his sergeant of arms were not the only ones there the night Daryl Lewis died.
Once we know we're looking at the Finks Outlaw Motorcycle Club, then obviously there's a lot of police intelligence available to us in terms of who the members are and who their associates are and where they live and what their occupations are, their motor vehicles, those types of issues.
In a short time, police had a list of names.
The issue for us then was to determine who of these members had been involved. We had 2 witnesses, Scott Lewis and Paul Schultz, who we assumed would have been able to identify people who had been involved, at least some of the people who had been involved.
We always believed that the suspects for this matter would not cooperate at all with police. The possibility of them participating in a physical lineup was always very remote. So the next best avenue is to create one ourselves.
Through various sources, police obtained footage of the Finks and other outlaw motorcycle clubs and their members at a hotel.
And Paul Schultz and Scott Lewis were able to identify certain members.
They included the 2 known suspects, Stephen Cranny and Steve Avis.
And so it was time for us to pull in the people that we knew we could prove had been involved in that murder.
A sledgehammer, their only calling card, 50 cars roared out of Logan Police Headquarters, all bound for dawn raids, all waiting for the radio call to pounce.
We believe that a stolen Harley-Davidson motorcycle is the motive for the murder, and we believe that that's what culminated in his death.
The bike was owned by the Finks motorcycle gang. Police believe the kill a revenge attack. Today their clubhouse was scoured. 1 gang member arrested and charged with murder, 41-year-old Jeffrey Lloyd Nelson from Southport. Police charging and questioning dozens.
It was a large-scale operation. Numerous houses of Finks members and associates were subject of search warrants. There was firearms seized, there was weaponry along the lines of bats, sticks, similar type items that were seized as a result of the execution of those warrants.
So as a result of those initial round of raids, 4 people were arrested: Stephen Cranny, Jeff Nelson, Mark Gibson and Steve Avis.
The arrest of these 4 for murder and other offences was just the beginning.
It was important for us, once we'd locked up the original 4, to make sure that we had a solid plan for how we might gather further evidence and strengthen the brief against them and identify and charge other people who might have been involved.
We've got Cranny at Crevel. There's 2 there.
The next step was to check all mobile telephone records of those in custody with other Finks members on that night.
We were perusing their phone activity and identifying who they were contacting.
They rang as well?
There was obviously a large amount of telephone activity between the persons that we knew were involved and suspected of being involved immediately before, during and after the incident.
And through an electronic process, we were able to track the movements of those telephones, which then gave us a particular area that they were operating from.
Certain members of the Finks had moved as a group from an area that included the Lewis property to the ambulance station and then back to their clubhouse, some 25 kilometres away. Not far from which was the phone box where the last emergency call was placed.
Telephone records became critical. They showed the associations between relevant mobile phones, particularly owned by relevant people at relevant times.
So police now had a further list of suspects, but as yet they didn't know exactly what role each of them played, particularly who was in the car when Daryl was bashed for the last time. And getting any of the gang members to talk was impossible.
By virtue of their philosophies, they don't wish to cooperate with authorities, they don't provide statements or do interviews with authorities. What we really ultimately needed to achieve was to infiltrate the cone of silence that we were being encountered with and to obtain the cooperation of one of the people that were actually a participant in the events that night.
We were able to put the most pressure on those that were sitting in custody because they knew that they were facing murder charges. So the offer was there that if someone was to come forward and to give us the real story of what had occurred that night, then that would be a matter that could be taken into consideration in relation to the sentencing of that particular offender, depending on their role in the matter. They needed to consider whether they were prepared to stay staunch and not talk, or whether they were going to look after their own interests and benefit themselves. And so we consciously made the solicitors aware, certainly by producing evidence, certainly the telephone evidence, that there was a substantial body of evidence there implicating them, and that the chance of conviction was probably reasonably good.
So good that 5 months after Daryl Lewis died, the 4 members of the Finks were committed to trial for his murder.
And so, by applying that pressure, we arrived at a situation where one of those members sitting in jail, through their solicitor, indicated to us that they wanted to tell us what had occurred that night. And that person was Stephen Cranny.
I'm going, what the hell's going on here? Everything's gone to, turned from bloody champagne to shit, just like that.
It was now 18 months since Daryl Lewis was murdered. And during that entire time, the outlaw code of silence remained strong. But now the de facto president, whose stolen bike had been the catalyst for the actions on that night, was about to live up to the name of the club and become a true Fink.
A bloke that I know casually, I don't even know real well, told me that if I wanted to find my bike, these Lewises had it. It was still in a shed at Springwood somewhere. We figured, well, first of all, we've got to get us the keys to the shed. It's obviously in a lock-up shed. We have to get the keys to the shed. That was the plan. At no stage, anyone was supposed to have been bloody hurt or killed or anything like that. Scott Lewis, I punched him in the mouth. Because he sort of threatened me with the iron bar. Glenn Laycock came over, hit him in the head with a baseball bat, hit him in the leg first, which dropped him to his knees, and then clubbed him with the baseball bat. Lewis has tried to get up off the ground. I've told Lewis, look, sit on the ground, because I could see his fucking leg, like he hit him in the kneecap, mate. You could see the fucking kneecap just fucking swallow up.
He said to me, stay where you are, it's fucking broken.
You'll be right, just sit there. And then Laycock went over. He was the one that threatened Schultz.
He had this shirt like this, with a baseball bat in my face, saying, you've seen too much, you've seen too much.
And then he went over and started whacking Daryl Lewis around the legs with the bat. Then Ava said, well, let's get out of here, there's been too much fucking noise sort of thing. I said, you're right, let's go to the shed and get my fucking bike.
Have you had any conversation with Steve Avis regarding the fact that he's left a glove there with his fingerprint?
I said, how the fucking hell did you leave his glove there? He said he left it on the roof of the car and it must have fallen off.
As for the cigarette butt that contained his DNA...
No, he reckons he's planted it, all that sort of shit in the garbage,
Is that what he said?
Yeah. Everyone got into their cars. Lou Stokes got in the driver's seat of the car. Glenn Laycock got into the passenger seat of the car. Jeff got in the back, and there was Lewis and Schultz in the Commodore.
How was Daryl Lewis physically when he was put in the back of that car?
He was still fighting and kicking. Off we go. And I noticed the Commodore wasn't behind us. I took just about to turn around when they came around the corner. They came up beside me and they said, oh, Jesus, you know, they told me, they said, oh, we think he's dead. And I've gone, you know, I shit myself. I said, what do you mean he's fucking dead? You know, what's happened? Because when he left here, there was, you know, there was bugger all wrong with him. From there to where they're telling me he's fucking dead. And I'm, you know, I've just fucking hit the panic buttons. I said, well, get into the fucking ambulance at Beenleigh.
Certainly there was a degree of panic began to set in, and that there were a number of phone calls were made from different members of the club starting to talk to each other that they had a situation developing. And that was that they had a seriously injured person in the back of a vehicle they'd stolen, and they had to do something in order to get this person some sort of medical attention, or he was going to die.
The next thing I knew, they were back at my place. They'd come back and said the ambulance station was closed. They'd thrown him in the front yard, rung the fucking bell, and rang AAA. I've then got in my car, gone back up past the Beenleigh ambulance station. There's no one there. The place is in darkness. I've then rung AAA myself.
Ambulance emergency only. Yeah, listen, mate, there's a badly injured bloke lying outside the bloody Beenleigh ambulance centre, mate, on the ground.
Well, that's that call you've got of me on the ambulance. That's when I rang them. I've then gone back to my place. I'm going, what the hell's going on here? Everything's gone to, you know, turned from bloody champagne to shit, just like that. I did not know he'd been dragged out of the car.
No.
When I left the house, he was fucking hurt.
When did you first find out he'd been dragged out of that car?
When we got back to my house and Jeff told me.
Okay.
What I was told at the time was that Laycock had dragged him out and took to him with the bat.
Do you recall what his words were?
Just bashed him with the bat.
Okay. And did Laycock say anything in response to this?
Not really.
Stephen Cranny told police Glenn Laycock had struck the fatal blows, but he hadn't been in the car when it happened. So police desperately needed a bikie to come forward and give evidence.
We still needed a further witness who was actually present when the fatal blows were delivered on Lewis at the side of the road.
The raids began early this morning. Warrants were executed on 22 properties from Warrangarry in the south to Eagleby in the north, police seeking members of the Finks motorcycle gang. One by one, arrests were made. Charges varied from murder to kidnapping and drug offences.
Among those eventually arrested and charged, Glenn Laycock, who had allegedly bashed Daryl with the bat, and Lou Stokes, the driver of Daryl's car, who bore a striking similarity to the comfit.
Yeah, that looks like Lou Stokes.
Jeff Nelson, the third occupant of the car, was already in jail awaiting his trial for the murder of Daryl Lewis.
Why did you actually decide to come forward to the police to make this statement today?
Why? Because I sat in jail for 2 years for something I didn't do. And it was an accident. Like got out of control, and the other bloke saved my life, and I just couldn't stand up and give him up.
That other bloke was Glenn Laycock.
So after being in there 2 years, I said to him,
The two Finks members had been mates for 13 years.
Just take your time.
I said to him about getting up and telling the truth, but he was sort of too scared to.
We, as an investigative team, were very excited by the prospect of Nelson cooperating with the authorities.
Waited and waited.
He could provide direct evidence and direct testimony as to what he witnessed on the side of the road of the actions of Laycock in the killing of Lewis.
We drove along and Daryl just went berserk again, just went crazy.
Shut him the fuck up!
Car stopped. I trying to hit the handle and I've come out the car. He's on top of me. And then Glenn's come out and dragged him off me, and then Glenn's given him a couple of thumps on the head with a baseball bat.
And we believe that it was these injuries that ultimately resulted in Daryl's death.
What are your feelings towards Glenn Laycock?
Just pissed off that he never seen any girl yet.
Okay.
Jeffrey Nelson was today jailed for 9 years after pleading guilty to manslaughter and deprivation of liberty.
I'll just give you a minute.
The Supreme Court heard Nelson was involved in struggles with Daryl, but was not the bikie who repeatedly and viciously beat the 34-year-old unconscious.
Do you want to have a drink of water or something?
No, I'm right.
Jeff Nelson had also turned Crown witness because his health was failing.
Because Laycock hadn't said anything.
After serving a minimum sentence of 2.5 years, he was released. He died soon after.
In the end, Laycock was convicted of murder. Lou Stokes, the driver of the car, he was convicted of manslaughter.
Stephen Cranny's murder charge was dropped. He and 5 other Finks members were convicted of various offences ranging from grievous bodily harm, deprivation of liberty and entering a dwelling with intent. All 6 are currently out of jail.
I think it was a very good result.
Thanks forever.
As a team of investigators, it's always good for us to be able to have the evidence forensically obtained, matching closely with the evidence obtained from human sources throughout the investigation, matching with information and intelligence that might have been analysed and used in the investigation.
It's difficult to get convictions against outlaw motorcycle gangs because of the fear factor. So for us to get such a good result and secure some lengthy convictions was a substantial result for law enforcement agencies.
You know, but that's been for fucking Laycock. None of this bullshit would have happened, you know.
On looking back at this particular case, it's hard not to note some concern that people are prepared to take another human life for the sake of a motorcycle. I don't think the person's background, the type of person that was the victim in this particular case, bears any relevance. The fact remains that a group of individuals here were prepared to take another human life for the sake of recovering a stolen motorcycle.
"17-year-old Gabe Meyer is dropped off at the local gym by his father. It would be the last time he would see his son.
We knew straight away that there was something terribly wrong, that he couldn't get to us.
His disappearance would take detectives into crocodile-infested waters, into the depths of cane fields and rainforests.
In 21 years, I've probably never had to experience anything so emotional.
And into a world of distorted reality and deadly lies.
He wrote me almost every day.
He showed us what appeared to be a newly dug grave.
All of us were just stunned. It was something out of a horror movie.
This was a planned, calculated murder.
It was like a challenge to him. He was enjoying every minute of it.
But he made a very basic error.
And hopefully that piece of the jigsaw would fit into the puzzle at a later time.
Sherry and Doug Meyer had left their hometown of Miami in the United States to escape the growing crime. Now, halfway around the world, it seemed fate had caught up with them. One of their 6 children was missing.
I started noticing at about 7:30 that he wasn't home, and he never missed dinner and would always give us a call to let us know where he was. I asked Doug to call the hospital just to make sure that he hadn't had an accident or anything. The hospital hadn't heard anything, and we thought, well, it's a bit silly, he's 17, we shouldn't worry so much. He's probably found a mate, he's probably gone to somebody's house or something like that. And we just sort of dozed fitfully, and I kept getting up and going to check his room to see if he'd come home. And it was about 4:30 or 5 in the morning. We just got up and started to work out what we were going to do, who to call, where to go, because we knew something was terribly wrong.
We decided, you know, what's the logical thing to do? First find his friends and see what happens. So we got in the car and drove down toward Damon Kalanka's house.
Damon Kalanka was a mate of Gabe's and had been there when Doug Meyer dropped his son off at the gym.
We walk up the steps to Damon Kalanka's flat. The door's already open. He comes out and meets us. I go, Damon, have you seen Gabe? Yes, after he left the gym. He came over here to the flat. He was reading some girly magazines. Said he was going out to swim.
Right, Gabe, see ya.
Doug Meyer came to the police station to report his son Gabe missing. He had 2 of his friends with him, and they said they didn't know where Gabe was. Gabe had left Damon Kalanka's house in the afternoon to go for a swim at the ski ramp in the Johnston River. And Doug said this was quite unusual because Gabe didn't normally swim in the river.
He knew about crocodiles. He knew that you don't swim in the evening, especially. The weather was bad, it was raining. It's just not something that Gabe would have done.
At that point, I spoke to both of the friends and asked their thoughts in relation to Gabe, and they said it was unusual. They also indicated that there was no trouble at home, so it seemed a bit unusual that he hadn't returned home, and not a normal case of a kid staying away overnight, partying or something like that.
All we knew was that we had a missing person and that we had to cover all avenues. So we basically had to track down and speak to as many people as possible that may have seen Gabe and maybe provide information as to his movements. So basically our initial inquiries started at the gymnasium where Doug had dropped Gabe off. We did speak to some people who confirmed that Gabe had been attending the gym and that Gabriel left the gymnasium at approximately 4:30 p.m. The next step was to ascertain if, in fact, Gabe had gone to the river.
There was concern that Gabriel had gone swimming, that he may have drowned or been taken by a crocodile or something of that nature.
If a human had been taken by a crocodile, we would certainly hope to find remains. It is my understanding that crocodiles do lodge the remains of victims within mangroves. As a consequence of this, we did, in fact, conduct searches of the Johnston River with the Department of Wildlife and local crocodile experts, and there was no signs located at all.
Again, another option was the fact that he may have simply run away. We canvassed that possibility with his parents, we canvassed that possibility with his friends.
We just told him basically that he was a kid that, you know, would never give us any trouble at all. He'd been through a lot of experiences in his life that had really matured him. He was such a likable kid. Always had been, ever since he was little, just a lovely boy that was just really responsible for his age. And that's, I guess, why we knew straight away that there was something terribly wrong, that he couldn't get to us, because he would definitely do that. He would not worry us.
Other avenues of basic investigation include the tracing of Gabe's bank accounts to see if any withdrawals have been obtained from any branch anywhere in Australia. It included inquiries with the various public transports, airlines, coach services and the Queensland Rail to see if we had any traces. And all inquiries made with the transport companies proved negative. We had no sign of Gabe at all, and likewise with his bank accounts, they had not been touched. The alarm bells were starting to ring a little louder.
Douglas and Shirley Meyer are sick with worry. Their son Gabe was due home for dinner on Tuesday night but never arrived, something they say is completely out of character.
Gabe's the kind of guy that wouldn't miss a meal in the evening. If he was not going to be there, he would
do home at dinner
let us know.
Police have scoured nearby streets and the Johnson River. They're treating Gabe's disappearance as suspicious.
Oh, we're quite concerned for his safety. We feel there may be suspicious circumstances that surround his disappearance.
As for Gabe's parents, they've just got one plea if their son is watching this program.
Just give us a call.
And that
That's it. We love you, Gabe.
we love him so much, and that all the kids miss him, and we just want to know he's safe.
The last person to see Gabe was Damon Kalanka.
He said, now look, make sure you tell the police this, that if they want to know anything, I'm over there. They know where I live. They just come and talk to me. I'll tell them all about what I know.
I asked Damon Kalanka to accompany us to the police station if he was willing to take part in an interview.
So just get a little bit of background first. How do you know the Gabriel line? I was going with his sister, Ellen. I met her, and she went to America. And family got really close to me. And her brother comes to the gym, and I see him at the gym all the time. And I've been just a close friend from at the gym.
I met him at the gym. He started to say hello to me all of the time and compliment me and ask me how I was doing, and he would start conversations and things like that. He was a really friendly guy, quite charming, and we started to date from there.
She was leaving in 3 weeks to go to America to university. He was devastated that she was leaving. So we told Fawn, well, look, tell him he can come over for Christmas, and he came over that day.
And they invited me out for Christmas, and they really close to me and family. But I went to the gym.
He outlined to me how he'd been to the gym the previous afternoon, how he'd met Gabe Meyer, how he'd had a workout with him. Gabriel attended his unit later on, and Gabriel left shortly thereafter, telling Damon Kalanka that he was going swimming. I also asked him about his movements that night, and he explained to me how he had hired a utility and was taking a roll of carpet to his sister's place in Tully.
And I got halfway out of the music and started to come down. So I turned around, I got a car in the back, I didn't put it in the front. So I turned around and came home. We started.
We had a look at the carpet that he was allegedly taking to his sister in Tully. It was laid out flat and appeared to be of very, very poor condition, frayed and stained, and not the sort of item I would give as a gift to my sister. That seemed a little bit odd. As a result of that feeling, that carpet was taken possession of.
The carpet had a large stain down one end, and it had some minor stains also down that end. The stains that were on it appeared that it may have been blood, and the other minor stains also indicated visually that they could possibly be blood. We used test strips, which was widely used by hospitals at the time. They were called Sangur test strips, and by moistening them with water and touching them onto different stains, if it was blood, it would react straight away and turn green. And these strips were used on or the visible stains that was on that carpet, but there was no significant reaction to any of those strips.
I was on a rest day. I got called into duty back to the Innisfail Criminal Investigation Branch office, and they explained that a young person, Gabe Meyer, had gone missing. There was mention of Damon Kalanka, and I then spoke to Jacobs and Pickles and explained to them what happened back in 1991 when I had charged him with attempted murder on another young fellow by the name of Paul Mellick.
He gave us a brief summary of the Mellick investigation in that Kalanka had been involved in a relationship with another female who had left him and taken up with Mellick.
Kalanka arranged to have a meeting with Paul Mellick. They went for a drive in Kalanka's car out to an area towards Flying Fish Point. Kalanka and Mellick got out of the car, and Kalanka had a knife, and at some stage Mellick was having a conversation with him. He turned his back on Kalanka, and Kalanka then stabbed him in the back with the knife. And then Mellick ran away. He ran up the Cane Headland. He actually got the knife off Kalanka. Kalanka chased him in the car. Mellick looked over his shoulder, thinking, what's going on? He looked over his shoulder, saw that Kalanka was speeding up this grassed headland on the farm, and he jumped in some long grass, and he was just missed by the car by a foot or so.
Damon Kalanka was charged with attempted murder, but this was dropped at trial.
Kalanka pleaded guilty to unlawful wounding and dangerous driving. He got 200 hours community service and also 2 years good behaviour.
I read about it in the newspaper. One day he was with a friend at the gym, and they both asked me if I knew about the Paul Mellick incident, and I said that I knew a little bit about it, and both of them really described it as like a love triangle gone wrong, that not to believe what I'd read in the papers, and at the time I didn't really think a lot about it.
He wasn't our ideal choice for her, but it doesn't work like that. We didn't feel we were in a position to tell her who she could and couldn't date at that point.
He was very intense, very attentive, very kind, very charming, but a little bit more intense than you would expect from someone who had only just met a young girl.
Gabe Meyer was the second eldest of 6 children. His older sister of 2 years was in the United States studying when her 17-year-old brother disappeared.
I received a phone call from my mother, and she said that Gabe was missing. She said he hadn't come home the night before and that they were really worried about him. She told me that the last person that had seen him was Kalanka. I immediately thought, oh my God.
Fawn and Damon Kalanka had been dating for 3 weeks before she headed overseas.
When I arrived in America, he would write to me, and he wrote me almost every day, sometimes twice a day. The letters that he wrote were very much filled with things like, I miss you so much, and I wish I was there with you, and please come back, I'll pay for your flight. I felt smothered by them, and I wanted the relationship to end, and he wouldn't get the hint. Before I left, he asked me if there was anything that would make me change my mind and come back to Australia. I replied that there really wasn't anything that would make me come back unless something happened to my family.
The significance of that was it then became a belief in the minds of the investigating officers that possibly a way of getting Fawn Meyer to return to Australia was something to happen to one of her family. Coupled with that was the fact that Kalanka had been involved in the previous incident with Mellick.
We had to keep an open mind. We had to be objective, but we had fears that something may have happened to Gabe Meyer.
Damon Kalanka had told detectives that he had spent that night driving a carpet to his sister's. That carpet was examined, but there had been nothing to link it to Gabe.
When you've got an investigation, you've got to broad brush everything. You've got to just cover absolutely every avenue. That's why we took the carpet. We didn't know squat at that time. But once we grabbed it, we've got some evidence that can't go away. And hopefully that piece of the jigsaw would fit into the puzzle at a later time.
Another piece of the jigsaw they hoped would fit was the ute hired by Kalanka to take the carpet to his sister's. He had originally booked it for the following night, but then changed his mind and picked it up at 7 p.m, 1.5 hours after he had last seen Gabe.
Of course, with any rental vehicle, the start mileage is recorded prior to leaving the rental company, and the end mileage is recorded when the vehicle is returned. We ascertained that Kalanka had travelled 119 kilometres during the period that he had the vehicle in his possession.
Kalanka told the police that he had dropped his next-door neighbour off at the local pub before heading to Tully. Halfway to Tully, he turned around. He was home at 9 p.m. Shortly after, his flatmates went to bed and he went out again. He bought a torch as he thought he'd go fishing. But when it rained, yet again, he went back home.
We then travelled the same route as detailed by Kalanka in his version of the events on that date. That included travelling around Innisfail for a short time and then travelling halfway to Tully, whereupon we turned around at the bridge as nominated by Kalanka and returned to Innisfail. We found that the actual distance that we had travelled was 61 kilometres as opposed to the 119 as stated by Kalanka. That is a difference of 58 kilometres, and as you can appreciate, that is a considerable distance. This in itself was a glaring lie and really firmed up that Kalanka had been involved in something terrible.
The ute was immediately seized for forensic examination.
An examination was conducted for fingerprints over the cabin and the tray.
But Gabe's fingerprints were not found on the ute, nor was any trace of Gabe's hair or fibres from his clothes.
There was nothing that we could tie Gabe in with that utility.
Next, they conducted scientific tests on Kalanka's flat.
As a part of that testing, a polylight was run over the unit completely in an attempt to establish whether there was any blood or spatter patterns or anything of that nature within the unit which might indicate some sort of fight, altercation or disturbance of that nature, but nothing was identified.
I called Kalanka the day after I found out that my brother was missing, and I was crying and I asked him, "Where's my brother?" And he said, "I don't know, Fawn. I think something terrible might have happened to him." I was sick. I knew he was lying. I knew that Gabe was dead. And I knew that he'd done it. He said even my flatmate heard him say he was going swimming.
Police began a process of either confirming or negating Damon Kalanka's version of events, starting with his two flatmates.
They were present when Gabe initially arrived at the flat and when he had left at approximately 5:30 on that afternoon.
Gabriel had told them when he left that he was going swimming.
They also told police that they went to the movies just after Gabe left, but were home by 9 p.m. when Kalanka came home. The purchase of the torch was also confirmed.
Narinder Singh, a neighbour of Damon Kalanka, he was also interviewed at length in relation to his knowledge of the movements of Damon Kalanka on the night of the disappearance of Gabriel Meyer. Narinder Singh told us that at about 7 p.m. that night he saw Damon Kalanka in the rear car park of the units, and in the back of the utility at that time was the roll of carpet. Shortly after that, he looks out of his flat and sees Damon Kalanka standing outside his flat, looking very breathless.
Can I get a lift to the pub later?
He called out to him and asked him for a lift up to a local hotel. About 15 minutes later, which would then have been about 7:30, Damon Kalanka returned and drove into the local hotel. Kalenka then drove Singh back to the units, which would have then have been approximately 8 p.m, and he advised him at that time that he was off to Tully.
Thank you very much.
So this, in fact, corroborated the version supplied to us by Damon Kalenka.
Cheers, mate.
We also had a witness that came forward that stated that he had seen Gabe walking towards the river, walking past a nearby shop. This was after we had confirmed that Gabe had left the flat and was several blocks away from the flat.
Apart from the discrepancy in the kilometres made in the ute, it appeared Damon Kalenka's story was checking out. Then, the discovery of Gabe's bag on the banks of the Johnson River added to the confusion.
This bag was found by SES volunteers on the banks of the Johnson River and has been identified as Gabe's. Police are now relying on it as a crucial piece of evidence in their efforts to find the missing 17-year-old.
Even though we were as certain as we could be that Gabe wouldn't have willingly gone and swam in the river, sometimes you sort of second guess yourself and say, you know, did he do something really stupid?
The facts surrounding the location of the knapsack was published, and as a result of this, 2 young witnesses came forward who stated that they had seen items of clothing on the pontoon around about 7:30 p.m. on the day Gabe went missing. We also had some witnesses come forward who stated they had seen other youths throwing some of these items into the river.
There's certainly the possibility that someone had placed those items there in an attempt to throw us off, or it certainly could have been the case that they'd been placed there by Gabriel prior to going swimming.
After a brief meeting this morning with local investigators, police divers set up for a long day in the muddy waters of the Johnston River near Campbell Street.
We were glad that the police divers were coming, and while we didn't want to admit that what they might find, we just wanted Gabe back at that point. And we were really hopeful that they would find him or find, you know, something to let us know what had happened.
After using explosive charges to clear any crocodiles from the vicinity, the divers entered the murky water.
The visibility was totally nil, so they had to conduct grid searches just by touch alone. And the first lucky break of this investigation was within 2 minutes of the search patterns commencing.
After about half an hour, 2 of the divers surfaced and handed a wristwatch to the observer. It's believed the watch is the same as Gabriel's, and later, after police showed it to the teenager's parents, they said they were too upset for an interview.
When they called us and said that they had found a watch, I think we had to go identify it, and it was the most horrible. I think at that point, it confirmed to us that Gabe was dead. Whatever way it was, we knew he was gone.
The watch proved to me beyond any doubt that there was foul play involved, because the watch was a diver's watch and it had a double clip on it that it just couldn't accidentally fall off. It would have to have been removed. That watch was found within throwing distance of the jetty, and it was obvious to me that someone had thrown that out there for us to find.
Detective Kruger asked me if I would contact Kalenka and try to find out if he would tell me anything, because at this stage we were trying to find out where Gabe was. I called him and I said to him that I wasn't coming home until I found out what had happened to Gabe.
I thought that by doing that, we may force Kalenka's hand in going and moving the body from wherever he had it, so somewhere that we would find it. The call was made, and unfortunately Kalenka didn't make any move except to spot the surveillance, and it was all over.
Then a young man by the name of James Potter contacted the police with information. Just over 2 weeks before Gabe disappeared, he'd gone to a thickened area of rainforest with Damon Kalenka.
He told us Kalenka showed him a cleared area of palm trees in the rainforest, and Kalenka had marked this area with a cross with some sticks on the ground.
Kalanka told Potter that the cross was to identify the spot when he next came out camping.
Later that day, we travelled to Polly Creek and Potter showed us an area where he'd been with Damon Kalanka, and there was what appeared to be a newly dug grave under some palm leaves in the rainforest.
When you first see the hole, it's nothing else but a grave. The shape of it, the depth of it, and there was no doubt in my mind that was to be someone's grave.
Police decided it was time to bring Damon Kalanka in for another interview. They hoped the revelations of the grave-like hole at Polly Creek would trigger a confession.
When was the last time you took him to Polly Creek?
About 3 or 4 weeks ago. Something like that, maybe.
Well, have you been back there since the time you were under the Potter?
No, not at all, no.
Did you mark a spot up there at all?
I put a thing there so I remember where to go there again, because I put 2 pieces of wood, but that was about it.
At this point of the interview, Damon Kalanka asked for an adjournment.
The mention of Polly Creek, he basically froze, insisted on having a solicitor. That was obtained.
The interview then recommenced, and Kalanka told police why he dug the hole.
I was supposedly trying to go somewhere else for myself, to start up my own use, not my use, but to get some money together. I planned that I was about 6 foot long, 7 foot long, I don't know, about 2 feet deep.
So what you're saying is that you dug that hole for the purpose of what's going to run things in the future?
We didn't believe that because the area, firstly, wasn't very ideal for growing marijuana. It was so thick. And secondly, there was never any suggestion, even on Kalanka's own admission, he wasn't a user of marijuana and had never been involved in the marijuana business.
Did you go up to Polly Creek and use that night?
No, I didn't go up. I was going to go up in the morning, on Wednesday morning. But when Gabe's father turned up, I just said, no, I get rid of the youth. That way I can make houses for 2 weeks. But like I said to him, that's the reason I'm doing it, because I don't want to lie to you. I don't want to put any smoke screens up and say, oh, I'm doing this and that. Because you only get yourself caught in trouble if you keep trying to tell stories.
When you say the rumour that you killed the young Gabriel, there to get Fawn to come back to Australia?
Like I said to Fawn, she rang me on Monday. We were talking about it, and I said, look, if you thought that I did this just to get you back, you would go back anyway. So there's no choice. I can't see the thinking behind that, because I love the family a lot. I've got no intention of hurting anybody, and I would never do something like that.
It was like a challenge to him. He seemed to be enjoying talking to us. Well, he knew what we had basically and what we didn't have, and I got the distinct feeling that he was enjoying every minute of it.
I'll be honest with you, I think he has gone. I think he has taken off.
But why do you think that?
No, just that some of the things that he says and does, he is very adventurous, and if he wants to do something, he'll do it. But he's probably sitting somewhere now, probably just having the best time of his life. That's what he probably wants to do. But I'm angry with him for the fact that I'm going through all this.
Yeah.
But if he came back, I'd probably still try to be nice to him. I just don't want to get blamed for something, like they put something on me and I go to jail, and then in 10 years' time it turns up there with his wife, you know. That's what was really upsetting.
We certainly were getting a feel that something was seriously wrong with the mental processes of Kalanka. Some suggestions were that his behaviour would be sociopathic, and the reasoning behind the events of Mellick, and as events were unfolding with Gabriel, that the behaviour was bizarre and certainly not by a normal person.
At that point, we really needed to find Gabriel's body to show basically that it wasn't taken by a crocodile, and on finding the body that we would then find some sort of forensic evidence which would tie Kalanka to the offence.
Police firmly believed Damon Kalanka was involved in the disappearance of Gabe Meyer. And while they had a circumstantial case, they had no body. And then, on Australia Day, Only 2 weeks after Gabe disappeared, that changed.
I received a phone call from Margaret Carmichael, and she informed me that she'd found a suspicious site on the farm, and she was concerned that it may have been something sinister, and it may have been Gabe Meyer.
The shallow grave was reported to police at midday yesterday by locals who noticed freshly turned soil in scrub near Moresby Creek outside Innisfail. Police immediately excluded media and the public from the scene while the remains were exhumed for forensic tests.
In 21 years, I've probably never had to experience anything so emotional and so draining, and I felt terrible sorrow for the family at that stage.
There are things that a parent knows somehow. I don't fully understand it myself, but there's certain things that you know. And that was one of them that they didn't have to tell us, we knew.
To actually have his body found was a relief. And yet it was just so horrific, you know, I remember saying to them, "Where did you find him? Did you find him in the river?" And he said no, he was in a grave.
Upon exhuming the soil, we located what appeared to be a human hand that was obviously tied behind the person. And as we removed all the soil from around the deceased, we found that both the hands and feet had been tied, that the deceased had been wrapped in a blanket and then further twine tied around the blanket.
Gabe's body was removed and taken to the morgue. Meanwhile, the witness who had found him near the creek on the cane farm she lived on was being interviewed.
She stated that on the night of the disappearance, she in fact did see a set of headlights driving from the highway through a back road to the area around where the gravesite was located. Also, the day before she contacted police, she did see Kalanka coming from that area.
There was no doubt in her mind it was Damon Kalanka.
Kalanka's parents lived next door to her. It appears that Kalanka had in fact been raised in this area, was very familiar with the area, and had in fact fished just a matter of metres from where the gravesite was.
The post-mortem results on Gabe showed he had not been murdered in any overt manner, like being stabbed or shot. So while detectives waited for toxicology reports, other immediate evidence was being followed up.
During the post-mortem, police obtained quite a number of exhibits, such as the twine that was used to bind the hands and feet, and also the blanket that was wrapped around the deceased.
Police have now released this blanket found during their investigations. They and the Meyer family are urging anyone with any information to come forward.
A couple of days later, Kalanka's ex-wife did contact police and stated that the blanket she had seen on television was in fact the same as the blanket she had owned when she was married to Kalanka.
And the rope that was used was similar to rope that had been in Kalanka's flat and was now missing. It belonged to his flatmate.
In addition, strips from the blanket were sent for forensic analysis. As a result of this testing, 6 polypropylene fibres were found that did not come from the blanket itself. These fibres were then compared with fibres taken from a piece of the carpet that had been recovered from Kalanka's unit. And they matched. Now their thoughts went back to the cause of death and whether Gabe could have been drugged.
When we were considering the scenario of Gabriel being poisoned, we do recall that early in the investigation, Kalanka had stated that he supplied Gabriel a drink of sustagen.
That I promised you the stuff, just like a protein shake, and you'd have it with milk and it just pretty soft. And he said, I got it for you. Made some up for him. There was nothing wrong with it, you know, I just made some up for him. But he had a bit of that, and then at 5:30 he said, we're going, and I said, see you later.
He went to great pains to tell us that I just gave him a glass of sustagen. There was nothing wrong with it. I just took the seal off it. He just went on so much about this glass of sustagen that it had to be suspect.
When the toxicology report came in, The results were chilling. Gabe had been given a carefully calculated cocktail of drugs.
Well, the laboratory found paracetamol, pseudoephedrine, chlorpheniramine and metoclopramide in the liver and stomach contents. When that combination is present, one immediately thinks of a cold and flu preparation.
The toxicology report showed very high levels of these drugs in the tissues, meaning there had been an overdose.
Depending on how much was used, how much was consumed and absorbed, it could kill him. More likely is to cause extreme drowsiness, perhaps falling asleep, and then he could easily have been asphyxiated, smothered in some way, or killed in another way that would not have had much resistance from him to respond to any act against him.
When Gabe was discovered at the gravesite, police located a small piece of plastic that was adhered to his face. A very unusual shape, almost like a small rectangle with a hole cut in the middle of the rectangle. It was identified as enforcing for a plastic bag, and that was part of a plastic bag that may have been placed over Gabriel's head.
The detectives now had enough circumstantial evidence to make an arrest. But Damon Kalanka wasn't going to make it easy. He had another lie up his sleeve.
This entire case was going to be fought on intent. It was central to the case to be able to prove that this was a planned, calculated murder and not a murder that was committed in the heat of passion.
When Damon Kalanka was arrested for the murder of Gabe Meyer, he refused to speak with police. But he did talk to his own sister.
Deborah Morton told the magistrate that Kalanka had at first denied any involvement, that she'd then gone on the attack and was out to crack him. She said she'd told Kalanka, "For once in your life, I want you to be a man and tell us the truth. The family needs to know." That you've been nothing but a compulsive liar all your life.
Mrs. Morton then told the court that her brother started to tremble, then said, "I did it." That when she asked him why, Kalanka replied that Gabe had been coming onto him in the gym, always touching him, that he'd got angry, lost control and strangled him.
I think at first we were enraged to think that he would try to say these things about Gabe, and then we thought, this is a desperate person.
But when police first spoke with Kalanka, that defence was never mentioned.
I recall asking him if he believed or knew that Gabriel may not have been homosexual.
You know, you had any cases of being homosexual? It's quite, you know, look, I would never think it was bad. I'm not gay,
Kalanka was going to argue that he did not intentionally kill Gabe Meyer, and that accordingly he should only be convicted of manslaughter and should get a far shorter sentence. So this entire case was going to be fought on intent. It was central to the case to be able to prove that this was a planned, calculated murder and not a murder that was committed in the heat of passion.
The gravesite measuring exactly that of the grave found at Polly Creek was evidence of premeditation.
He was planning to take Gabe Meyer out to Polly Creek on some pretense because you had to walk in there, and he planned to kill him and then bury him there. But he was too anxious. He was too keen to kill Gabe Meyer.
The concoction administered by Kalanka to Gabriel was in fact too strong and rendered him unconscious. As such, Kalanka was forced to use the Martyville site.
And there was further evidence of his intention.
On the 5th of January, Kalanka called me again, and he started the conversation by asking me what my decision was. He said, "I'm ready for you to drop the bombshell. Don't worry, I'm used to rejection." I responded by telling him that it was over and that we were silly to think that this could keep going.
On the very next day, Damon Kalanka went shopping.
After the arrest, Police did continue further inquiries to reinforce the prosecution's case. One of the avenues was to approach all of the chemists in the area. One chemist ascertained that Kalanka had purchased 2 packets of Vicks Head Clear, and the exact ingredients of the Head Clear tablets were exactly the same as the toxicology results from the deceased.
So that was the final link in the chain. We could connect him to the drug that was found in Gabe Meyer's body, and that pointed to a very calculated killing. Essentially, the prosecution case was that the 2 flatmates go out around 5:45 p.m. It seems that very shortly after that, Gabe Meyer returns. Kalanka didn't kill Gabe in the heat of passion. He gave Gabe this drink. He watched him drink it, and he watched him go unconscious.
It would have taken 45 minutes before he actually passed out. Just picturing the face that was in Gabe's face and what Gabe was picturing. You know, was this guy standing there and telling him what was going to happen to him? All this going through your mind, well, it just suddenly became overwhelming, and it's very out of character for me, but I turned around and I punched the wall.
He bound his hands. He bound his legs. He put a plastic bag around his head. By the time that Kalanka has gone to pick up the ute, Gabe Meyer is already dead or well on the way.
Kalanka has then wrapped Gabe in the carpet from the garage and placed him in the back of the ute.
This is where Singh calls out and asks for a lift to the hotel. And that's when Kalanka says, in about half an hour or so. Kalanka then drove down to the pontoon where he placed Gabriel's towel, shoes, knapsack on the pontoon. Then he throws the watch into the water.
He then gives his neighbour Singh a lift to the local pub to cash his paycheck and then drops him back. Then he does a quick trip out to the farm where he dumps Gabe Meyer's body and then quickly drives back.
Kalanka arrives home to his flatmates for the 9 p.m. alibi, and they go to bed soon after.
And that is when Kalanka left the flat to go to the service station and buy a torch and batteries.
And he then goes back out where he digs the grave for Gabe Meyer just off the track on that farm. But he made a very basic error. He drove too far.
The 58 kilometres missing from Kalanka's account that night were the 2 trips from his unit out to and back from the gravesite.
Over the years, I have done many murder trials, and I cannot think of one that has the same mixture of cold planning and cold execution.
After more than 5 hours deliberation, the jury found Damon Frank Kalanka guilty of the murder of Gabriel Meyer.
Damon Kalanka was given a mandatory life sentence, but the judge warned that the parole board should be careful in considering any application. Kalanka is eligible to ask for that release in 2006.
We've dreaded this time for all these years. We know that this man will kill again, and we can't even imagine that any parole board would let this man out.
I have grave concerns about that, not only for my own safety and my family's safety, but for anyone else out there. He has done this before. He's done it this time, and he'll do it again. I have no doubt about that.
Christmas was a busy time for Andrew Aspbury. He needed to leave his girlfriend's place early to make deliveries for his courier business the next morning. But those deliveries would never be made, and his girlfriend and family would rely on the wisdom of forensics to find him and discover the truth.
I just didn't believe from the start that it was anything other than a pretty vicious attack. There was no other reason at all as to why that vehicle would have been there.
He'd made threats there to shoot him with a shotgun.
I saw what looked like crushed cherry marks, red, sticky.
Luminol normally just reveals small pools of blood, but this is quite an extensive trail.
It didn't lend itself that the person had walked off. More likely they'd been carried or dragged away.
We knew a lot of what he was telling us was rubbish.
And he made some comment about we'd never be able to get him. My reaction to that was as well, we'll see what comes about.
When Andrew Aspbury failed to turn up for work, his family and friends were immediately concerned. His van was parked in his driveway, and yet the 24-year-old was nowhere to be found. The investigation into his disappearance would lead detectives down a path of jealousy, hatred, and lies.
Andrew's van was parked in a position where it is normally parked, at the top of the driveway. Andrew's wallet was in the van along with his mobile phone, and according to all who knew Andrew, he just never went anywhere without it. However, there was no damage to the vehicle, there was no signs around the vehicle on immediate inspection that anything untoward had taken place.
We went into the house and it was quite obvious that Andrew hadn't slept in his bed. So it was obvious after speaking with friends, relatives and Andrew's girlfriend that he hadn't simply taken a day off work and gone to play golf and forgotten to tell someone about it.
Andy was a very hard-working, dependable person. He had a courier delivery service, basically, and the restaurants that he delivered to depended upon him delivering every morning their food for that day. So for him not to turn up at work and not to deliver the food was just totally exceptional.
Well, I suppose initially our thoughts were that any number of things may have occurred to Andrew. We weren't sure whether we were in fact investigating a crime at that stage or whether there was a legitimate reason for Andrew not to be found. So we had to explore all avenues.
The police raised things like, was he in money trouble? Was he involved in criminal activities or drug activities? As he was a distributor driving around a lot, was he involved in something that was not quite right?
As he searched the area, John Aspbury found some unusual spots on the road outside his son's house.
And walking down the road, I saw what looked like crushed cherry marks, red, sticky. There were no cherry trees around, so I thought, well, maybe it's blood.
When we had a closer look at them, they appeared to be blood, and it certainly drew a more sinister tone to the investigation.
If it were blood, it didn't look like a life-threatening amount. So I guess I just was even more confused. Because if he was injured, then, why hadn't he made contact? We immediately sort of started to search the area to see if he was lying unconscious in the bush somewhere close by.
And there was another concern. Andrew's girlfriend, Shannon, told the police about his state of mind the last time she saw him, only 14 hours before.
It was close to Christmas time. He was working 2 jobs. He was working long hours on those 2 jobs, and that he was somewhat depressed that he couldn't afford to pay for Christmas presents, and that he was probably not going to be able to buy Shannon a Christmas present, which added weight to the theory that perhaps he may have caused self-harm.
Andrew had been seeing Shannon for just 5 weeks, but to all who knew them, they were very much in love.
He hadn't had a steady girlfriend. He'd had occasional friends. He'd had lots of friends who were girls, but he hadn't sort of been in love before. And it was quite fun to see, because he was happy.
25-year-old Andrew Aspbury was last seen leaving his girlfriend's Eltham house just before 11 p.m. on Thursday. Today, John Aspbury made an emotional plea for help in finding his son.
Well, if anybody knows anything, please will they come forward. And I guess, if for some reason Andy's out there, please will he get in touch. It was terribly difficult, those first few days, because you were getting more and more concerned about him being dehydrated or bleeding to death or having a broken leg and lying in pain somewhere. I can remember the second day, we were all out in Warrandyte State Park in the dark. We were out with torches and shouting his name. It was just ridiculous that there's no way you'd find him in the dark, but you couldn't go home and sleep. We ended up hiring a helicopter to fly around the area, and some of Andy's friends went up as spotters to, use binoculars and fly over the local bush to try and see if they could find anything.
But there was no sighting of Andrew.
It was summer in Australia, and if he were lying seriously injured in the bush, then his chances of survival quickly diminish. So you gradually begin to think about the worst.
24-year-old Andrew Aspbury was missing. His van was found outside his home, yet his wallet and mobile phone remained on the driver's seat. Spots of blood, identified as Andrew's, were found on the roadway outside. With 4 days gone, his disappearance was now a major crime incident.
The family and girlfriend of Andrew Aspbury have been desperate for news of the 25-year-old. Today, the homicide squad took over the investigation.
We believe that Andrew didn't leave his own accord. At this stage, we're unable to say whether Andrew is dead or alive.
Homicide were around very early. The first time you hear the word, it's pretty hard. So that sort of confirms your worst fears.
We were told by the local CLB that they'd used the SES over the weekend to search the area, mainly in the area where they'd found the blood droplets. Once we took over the investigation, we decided that we'd use our search and rescue team to search the entire area for the full length of the roadway outside his home and the grass bank outside the house as well.
And they discovered a blood-stained knife just off the edge of the roadway. There was quite a pool of blood in that area. And there was also a piece of cardboard with a very partial shoe impression.
Both the knife and the cardboard were sent back to the crime scene lab. detectives hoping that either piece of evidence would lead them to or link them to a crime scene.
We had a look at the scene itself. It was obvious that there was too much blood for just a simple accident. We now believe that we were looking at a homicide rather than just a missing person.
So it now seemed Andrew was dead. But where was his body? The crime scene may well give detectives a clue. And for that, the forensic team would need to use a standard tool of their trade. And it required total darkness.
Luminol's a test that can find very small amounts of blood that aren't visible to the naked eye. It can be very helpful when you are following a trail that you can't actually see. It can pick it up in the night and it'll glow where the blood is.
Luminol normally just reveals blood splatter or small pools of blood, but this is quite an extensive trail.
And that blood trail extended over nearly 300 metres through the bushland and underneath trees and through the scrub. Could have lent itself that the person was just seriously injured at that stage, but with the amount of blood where the knife was found, it didn't lend itself that the person had walked off. More likely they'd been carried or dragged away. But was it someone large and strong that could carry a body away, or was it somebody helping to carry the body away? Once we got to the end of the Luminol trail, we found another pool of blood right beside a driveway. It just became apparent then that a vehicle had been used to then take the body away.
I had no doubt in my mind from that moment that Andrew was dead. Warnock Road's a pretty isolated location. So we took the move to put a caravan in the area, and you're obviously calling on the public for their help.
Two locals had remembered seeing a car parked just up the road from Andrew's house on the night he disappeared. They could recall some of the registration number, but more importantly, the car had very distinctive markings.
A young fellow turned up and said that on the night of Andrew's disappearance, he'd driven home down Opossum Road, and when he turned into the roadway, he saw a vehicle parked there, which was unusual at that time of night, especially seeing it was a telecom vehicle.
The forensic team found tyre marks on the spot that the witnesses had reported, and an impression of the tread was taken. Should detectives track down the car, they'd be able to place it at the scene.
We organised with Telecom to obtain all records of telecom station wagons in the state of Victoria. We had to determine where each of those vehicles was, so there was a process of elimination conducted in regards to speaking to all the drivers of those vehicles and putting them into a particular area that night.
After searching the records of more than 3,000 telecom cars, police came up with one car that couldn't be accounted for the night Andrew Aspbury went missing. But was the driver of the car an important witness, or potentially the young man's killer? Andrew Aspbury's disappearance was now being treated as a homicide. A broken knife and a 300-metre trail of his blood ending at a driveway put it in no doubt. Witnesses had seen a car parked near to Andrew's house on the night he disappeared. And now, police had tracked down its driver, Stephen Pavick.
The situation was that Stephen was the ex-boyfriend of Shannon, who was a current girlfriend of Andrew Aspbury.
Andrew had become friends with Shannon while working as a courier at her flower shop. It was a platonic relationship at first, but that didn't stop Pavick's intense jealousy.
Stephen Pavick was very jealous of Shannon having a friend, being a male friend, being Andrew.
We had information from other people, friends, associates, that several times Stephen Pavick had made threats against Andrew Aspbury.
He would be enraged and fight and argue with Shannon in relation to Shannon being very friendly with Andrew.
2 months before Andrew disappeared, Pavick's jealousy boiled over at the local pub.
When Stephen saw Aspbury there, he started to work himself up into a bit of a frenzy.
Did you arrange to have him here, did you?
He then went over and spoke loudly with Aspbury and threatened him, and then threw a beer over Andrew, which also landed on a female friend of Andrew's at the time. She returned the favour and threw her drink over Pavic, who then got even angrier, and a fight started to develop until the bouncers intervened. As Pavic was leaving the hotel and being evicted by the bouncer, he threatened to kill Andrew. Shannon advised us that there had been other occasions where Pavic had been insanely jealous of Andrew for no good reason, and he'd made threats there to, even on one occasion, to shoot him with a shotgun. She told him not to be so silly about it, but he just continued on with his insane jealousy that there was something going on between Shannon and Andrew, which there wasn't.
The night of the pub fight, Shannon ended her relationship with Pavic. A few weeks later, she started dating Andrew, but they kept the relationship quiet, fearing Pavic's reaction.
You often see it with a lot of young men. They become insanely jealous of their girlfriends not talking to other boys and that. It's childish and puerile, but obviously Pavic suffered from that along with a lot of young fellows. Just his demeanour across the board showed that at that stage he really hadn't grown up.
Pavic's jealousy was extreme, but was he a murderer? Police needed concrete evidence to link him directly to the crime, and they hoped it would be found in Pavic's car. The same car seen by witnesses on the night Andrew disappeared.
I noticed that the carpet in the rear of the wagon was a slightly different colour than the carpet in the rest of the car, and that made me think that maybe that had been replaced. We looked for blood traces within the vehicle, but nothing was found.
There was a potential that Andrew's body had been conveyed in the back of the car, and that's why the carpet was a different colour. We then knew that he'd purchased the carpet somewhere, so we started looking to where you could buy second-hand Commodore carpets.
At a wreckers not far from Pavic's work, the detectives found what they had suspected. A receipt that proved Pavic had bought the carpet the day after Andrew disappeared.
We decided then to place surveillance on Pavic, and that's physical surveillance as well as listening devices and telephone intercepts to determine what he was doing, what he was saying, who he was talking to, and what his movements were from there in case he went back to a crime scene to hide further evidence.
Someone out there must know something. He's the second of 4 children, so there's not going to be a Christmas for us this year.
Christmas Day was particularly difficult. We all sat around and opened our presents, and there was a pile in the corner that wasn't opened. So that was a pretty hard day.
The next day, police received a call.
Farmer Graham Cock was mustering sheep when he noticed the weighted-down body in the middle of the river.
I received a phone call late in the evening that a body had been found at Warrandyte, that it was handcuffed to some sort of piece of machinery. And I was told, look, we don't think it's your body. Something deep inside me told me it was Andrew. I just rang my crew straight away and said, get up to Warrandyte, I think it's our body.
The body was quite decomposed. It appeared to have been in the water well over the time that Andrew had been missing. So Mick Hughes' suspicions that it was the 24-year-old would be proved one way or the other at the post-mortem.
One of the recommended first steps in the forensic pathology investigation of a death like this is to x-ray the whole of the body, often from multiple angles. The reason for doing this is that you may gather information that helps with identification, but most importantly can assist with documenting injuries that might be obscured by decomposition. The X-ray examination in this case revealed the presence of a triangular metal object within the left upper chest. The object had sharp edges and looked like it was the tip of a knife.
I collected the blade from the body of the deceased, brought it back to the laboratory and did a physical fit on 2 pieces of knife blade. And I was quite certain that the 2 pieces had once been the one piece of knife blade.
About 3:30 in the morning, there was a knock on the door. Sorry. And two, the homicide squad were there and said, shall we put the kettle on?
Andrew Aspbury was missing, presumed dead. For 10 days, family, police and volunteers had searched for him, and then his body appeared, floating in a river 20 kilometres from his home. He had been handcuffed to an engine part, and these were now the most vital pieces of evidence the police had to work with.
The piece of machinery had been imported into Australia and basically used on the Sugarloaf Dam project. There was no recent history on it, so the decision for me to go to the media was very easy. The only way we're going to find out is declare it to the public and say, hey, can you help us with the investigation?
Detectives today displayed the heavy turbine casing from a German-made generator used to weigh down the body of murder victim Andrew Aspbury. The handcuffs are also unusual. They're considered expensive at around $100 a pair and can only be bought at select outlets. Police today revealed they're hunting at least 2 people.
We'll be pouring as many resources as we have into locating the perpetrator or indeed perpetrators of this crime.
I don't believe that anyone could lift a body that's handcuffed to that machine. It's just too heavy.
Even though Pavic had been spoken to by the Doncaster CIU, he'd never been formally approached and interviewed. And I thought we were at a time where he should be interviewed, given the opportunity to admit or deny the allegations.
I intend to interview you in relation to the death of Andrew John Aspbury. You may communicate with or attempt to communicate with a legal practitioner. Do you understand these rights?
Yes, can I do that now then?
Yeah, just let me finish this.
Okay.
The next question was going to be, do you wish to exercise any of these rights before the interview proceeds?
Yes, I would.
Pavic spoke to his solicitor, and his answer to every question was the same.
On the 15th of December 1994, can you tell me your movements that day?
I've got no comment.
Do you know a person by the name of Andrew Aspbury?
I've got no comment.
Do you know a person by the name of Shannon?
No comment.
Do you drive a Holden Commodore station wagon?
No comment.
You're employed at Telecom Australia?
No comment.
As a result of Pavic providing a no-comment interview, we're left with few options. We can either charge him, but we had insufficient evidence at that stage to support the case against him. So it's decided to release him, and we just continue on with our investigation. As I was showing Stephen out of the building, he's obviously very antagonistic towards myself and the others, and he made some comment about we'd never be able to get him. My reaction to that was as well, we'll see what comes about.
Stephen Pavic had set the detectives a challenge. Their next move was to link him to the handcuffs used on Andrew's body. So they conducted a systematic search of the stores near his home, and they struck gold. Pavic had bought a pair of handcuffs 1 month before the murder.
Pavic told the owner of the store that he wanted to purchase the handcuffs for a mate's Buxton. The handcuffs were very expensive handcuffs, they're over $100. The owner recalled saying to Pavic, why don't you buy a cheaper pair? He said, no, I want a very good pair because I used to have a pair and they fell apart.
Then there was a breakthrough on the engine part.
The next day, we received a phone call from a off-duty young policeman. He had a mate who had spoken with him and said that he knew where the motor part came from, that he'd sent it on a track up in Coldstream.
They thought they'd go up and have a look, and if the piece of machinery wasn't there, they'd know, well, it is the piece of machinery we were talking about.
They went up there the next day, couldn't find the motor part there, but found some yellow pieces that would have gone with the motor part, so they contacted us at Homicide. In the search, they found a garbage bag secreted in a hollow log with some grass just thrown over the top of it to cover it.
The bag contained a number of clothing items, shirts, runners. It also contained 3 pairs of jeans. One pair of jeans we could positively identify as belonging to the deceased, Andrew Aspbury.
one pair of jeans. There was a big blue S written in texture on the pocket. When that was shown to Shannon, she was able to identify the clothing as belonging to Stephen Pavick, because Pavick's mother always wrote in texture on her two sons' clothing to differentiate the two boys' clothing.
But the garbage bag also contained another pair of jeans.
Which led us to believe that there were only two possible scenarios that may have taken place. And one is two persons committed the crime, or one person committed the crime and another person helped dispose of the body. That was our thinking at the time.
It became essential to know who owned the other set of clothing.
After finding the jeans, we knew that the person we were looking for was quite short. Most of Pavick's friends were tall or large, and there was only one person these jeans could have fit who was an associate of Pavick's. We eventually arrested him and spoke to him at our office. We showed him the pair of jeans and he confirmed that they were his, but denied any involvement in the death of Andrew Aspbury, and provided us with a plausible explanation as to how his jeans came to be in the bag with the deceased and Pavick's.
They'd been left in Pavick's car some weeks prior when they'd been down to the beach. Pavick had told this friend that the clothing had been lost and actually physically gave him $50 to replace that clothing.
We believe that after Pavick murdered Aspbury, he then used this person's jeans to wipe the blood off the back section of the vehicle before he stuffed it in the bag with the rest of the clothes. The finding of the black garbage bag with the clothes inside it proved to be the evidence that we required to put it beyond any shadow of a doubt that Stephen Pavick was the offender in this case.
Also in the bag, gloves and a pair of blood-stained runners, size 11.5, the same size that Stephen Pavick wore. The left tread was consistent with the footprint on the cardboard found next to the murder weapon. Police now had the hard evidence they needed to arrest Pavick.
I further put it to you that that's the reason why you went over to Andrew's place that night, because you saw his van in the driveway at your girlfriend's place. What do you say to that?
You're just putting words in my mouth.
I'm putting an allegation to you and...
no, it's not true.
Anyway,
Not true.
All roads and evidence in regard to Andrew Aspbury's murder were leading to one person, Stephen Pavick. Not only had he threatened Andrew 2 months before, but his bloodied shoes, jeans and gloves were found in a garbage bag near to where Andrew's body was found.
This morning, homicide detectives arrested a 24-year-old Eltham man at his work in Preston and are questioning him over the killing.
Do you know anything in relation to the disappearance and murder of Andrew Aspbury?
Yes.
What can you tell me about it?
The night that Andrew disappeared, I just went past Shannon's house and saw Andrew's car parked out the front. Just went home.
And what have you done once you got home?
I just sat down on my bed for a while and just had a beer.
And while you're sitting there having a drink, what's happened then?
I was just started thinking about Andrew's car being at the front of Shannon's house.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted Shannon to be my girlfriend again, so I just wanted to find out what was happening, if he was going out with her or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Just in case he was, I wanted to like scare him a little bit. But I didn't want to hurt him. That's just one thing I didn't want to do. I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to cause him any pain or anything like that. I just wanted to scare him a little bit and find out what's happening. So I went into the garage and grabbed a fishing knife, got in the car and drove to Warrandyte. Then I parked down this little road and just jogged up to Andrew's joint. And
I was sitting somewhere around here. We can't sort of remember exactly where, just somewhere around there. I went down there and had a piss.
Put on my gym gloves just in case I got into an argument with Andrew or something, and if he punched me, so I could punch him back without hurting my hands.
Then Andrew's car just pulled up there.
Towards the stones there?
I think it was up there or up there. I can't remember exactly where. And so I just walked up there behind it. I was just kneeling down behind it because I didn't want him to see me. I wanted to surprise him.
I heard his car door open and walked up next to him and just said, "I want to talk to you."
I grabbed him in a headlock and started walking down here. And I pulled out my knife, just sort of shoved it in his face, saying what was happening. Walked over to here, and then the next thing I knew, I fell down there, and like we both ended up sort of over there.
He just rolled around in the grass, sort of wrestling him a bit. The next thing I knew, I just stabbed him. And the handle just broke off. I don't know if it was because it rolled on top of it or something. And he just yelled, and I just didn't know what to do. There was blood everywhere. I was just saying sorry, put my hand over his mouth to stop him yelling, because he was just yelling, and I just said sorry and just ran away. When I went back, it was just wasn't making a noise. So I just grabbed him and carried him down the end of the road.
How were you carrying him at this stage?
I think it was sort of like, if you want me to show you, I think it was just sort of like that.
In all the reenactments I've done, yes, offenders will intimate how they've done a particular action and that, not physically involve me in the process.
Like that.
And to be picked up and so easily by a powerful man, that was a little bit daunting in some regards. That path that he took was up and down dale, it was through the bush and underneath trees and that. It would have taken a lot of physical power and exertion to carry a body that far. He was a very powerful man.
I kept dragging him along until I got up to the top. It took a pretty long time. And then I quickly rang back and got the car.
Pavic's car was parked just down from the driveway. The place, witnesses had seen it on that fatal night.
And then I just went up there and grabbed him and just dragged him and chucked him in the back of the car.
Pavic then drove Andrew's body to bushland, 20 kilometres away.
I took his clothes off because they were all covered in blood.
And I had a garbage bag in the car, just with some clothes from a friend of mine. We went down to the beach on the weekend and I had his clothes in and a few towels and stuff. So I just chucked them in there.
Just put it in that log, that burnt log down there.
Can you just walk in to the close police and point to the
Just in there. Yep. And then when I was walking up, I saw the that big yellow thing.
Pavic handcuffed Andrew to the engine part and then dumped him in the river.
Pavic cried at one stage of the interview. I think it's more a case of he was crying because of the pressure on him and that he'd been caught. I don't think there was much remorse about that he killed Andrew, just a case of that he'd been caught.
I just want everyone to know that I just didn't plan this to happen. It just happened like that. It was just, it's something unfortunate. This was the last thing in the world that I wanted to happen.
So Stephen Pavic had admitted to killing Andrew Aspbury, yet he was trying to establish a case for manslaughter. However, detectives had evidence it was a premeditated, brutal murder.
We knew a lot of what he was telling us was rubbish. So from our point of view, he was putting on a good show.
Homicide Squad detectives led Stephen Francis Pavic into the City Watch House late last night after a day of questioning.
24-year-old Stephen Pavick had been charged with the murder of Andrew Aspbury. He had told police that he was there the night Andrew died, but Andrew's death was an accident.
I just want everyone to know that I just didn't plan this to happen. It just happened like that. It's something unfortunate. This was the last thing in the world.
Throughout his interview and walk around with the police, he reiterated this a number of times.
Like, I didn't mean to hurt him down there. Look, I didn't want any of this to happen, and it's just sort of happened. I just want to say that, like, I didn't want this to happen, and I feel terrible about it all.
We knew exactly what had taken place, and we knew that he was setting up a manslaughter defence. We knew a lot of what he was telling us was rubbish. And it's totally self-serving. It's to try and convince a judge and jury that it was a spontaneous action that resulted in Andrew's death, and it wasn't. It was a premeditated murder. So from our point of view, he was putting on a good show.
Why did you take the knife with you from home to Andrew's house?
To try and scare Andrew.
I put it to you that you intended to take the knife with you to kill Andrew. What do you say?
No way. No way. There's no way I would have done that.
He rolled on top of me and I rolled on top of him, and the handle was just busted off. And
do you know where the handle was?
No, it's somewhere down there, I'd say. I don't know.
I think
exactly
Pavick, like a lot of good liars, put in 90% truth and 10% fiction. The bits about it being an accident, I think, was fiction.
I thought it was nonsense. I was at the post-mortem, and I saw the blade being removed from Andrew's body, and nothing would convince me that he was stabbed accidentally in a struggle.
And it was proved fact by the forensic pathologist.
A considerable degree of force would need to be applied to the knife to cause the tip to snap off. It appeared that the knife was inserted above the left collarbone and headed almost vertically downwards through the subclavian artery, causing damage to the collarbone and the first rib and entering the upper part of the left chest. Because of the number of injuries to bone seen in this case, the knife was either inserted multiple times through the same injury, or that with a single insertion, the knife was moved around while it was inserted in the body. These features are not consistent with accidental injury and are most consistent with intentional injury.
Pavick was just far superior in size and strength, and if Pavick had grabbed him, he wouldn't have had a chance of escaping or fighting back, for that matter.
And there was further damning evidence. Police had in their hands proof that this was not the accident that Pavick claimed.
We became aware of a conversation with Pavick where Pavick indicated that his intention was to kill Andrew and that he believed that he'd probably get away with a manslaughter.
I've spoken to a solicitor, right? Yeah, and when it comes to the crunch, I'm going to spew my guts and tell him what happened. I stabbed the... probably get away with manslaughter. We just have to make sure that, like, no one knew it was premeditated.
In that same conversation, we had pretty damning admissions that he'd had premeditation, that he'd laid in wait for Andrew on at least one other occasion, and Andrew hadn't come home. If we don't find evidence in these cases to prove premeditation or an intent to kill, and the story goes before a jury where you have the lovesick fellow who lost his girlfriend and goes to sort it out with a new boyfriend, then most occasions they will get off with a manslaughter. So for us, it was very important that we had those admissions of premeditation.
It was clear by now that Stephen Pavick had murdered Andrew Aspbury in cold blood. If there was any doubt as to how callous he'd been, his refusal to say how he dumped the body was a clear sign of his guilt.
Just down there and across through there, then down and then just down to the river.
All right, do you want to come down with us?
Look, I don't know, this is sort of dragging on a bit. You sort of know everything now, don't you?
Well, we just want to see which way you've come down here, Steve.
No, I don't want to say anything else, sorry.
Sorry?
No, I'm not saying anything else about this. Like, there's a massive hill there, it's just... Sorry.
When we stopped the tape and asked him why he didn't want to continue at that stage, he said that he'd thrown the body over a cliff, and the jury would convict him without a worry in the world if they knew of those things, so he didn't want to continue at that stage. The way he treated the body was disrespectful. I mean, you know, he stripped the body down, he threw away jewellery and items of identification. He's dragged the body through the bush, he's thrown it over cliffs, he's weighted it down, thrown it into the river. He had no concern about what he was doing to Andrew's body. He just wanted to do what he had to do to get rid of the body.
Andrew Aspbury's family and friends walked from the Supreme Court relieved at the guilty verdict, but still reeling from his brutal slaying.
At Andrew's funeral, the celebrant said, "Let justice prevail." And it's good to see it does.
There was a big sense of relief when they reached a guilty verdict. It really helped to have confirmed what we felt, that there was no way that this wasn't planned.
Well, the murder conviction was important to me, and I've got to be honest, it gave us a great deal of satisfaction from the point of view of we're a bit of a silent witness, I guess, for Andrew too, is Andrew's the only other person that knows the true version of events, and he can't speak out, he's dead. So our role is really his representative. So from my point of view, for the Aspbury family, for Shannon, for Andrew himself, it was very, very important, and it was very satisfying to take it from a manslaughter to a murder.
Jilted lover Stephen Francis Pavich has been sentenced to a minimum 13 years jail for murdering a man who'd begun dating his ex-girlfriend.
I can never forgive Pavic. I would lock the door and throw the key away. I don't think he should be allowed back into society. I mean, he'll be, if he gets out for good behaviour, he'll be 38 when he's released.
That will be in 2008.
My opinion of Pavic's a coward and a bully. He's a cowardly assassin who lay in wait for a smaller, weaker man. They're not the actions of a true man.
An ambulance rushes to a call in the Sydney suburb of Mossman. An elderly woman has fallen near the entrance of her home unit. But what seems to be a simple accident has a more sinister cause.
There was absolute fear on the whole North Shore. You start thinking that you might have a serial killer on your hands.
The injuries indicated to us that there was a progression in terms of severity.
One of the things we noticed was that there were some shoe prints in blood. So we had something that indicated who this person might possibly be.
Police tonight are warning that a deranged killer is on the loose. He's now killed twice and may strike again.
The risk was that he would confront the police and say, "Put up or shut up." Or, who's to say he wouldn't have gone off and attacked another woman.
Detectives get this gut feeling. I had that gut feeling. And I knew that was our man.
When Gwen Mitchell-Hill was found lying in a pool of blood just steps away from the safety of her front door, her neighbours immediately called for an ambulance. But Gwen's shocking injuries quickly raised suspicion.
Something wasn't right. An elderly lady doesn't just trip over the doormat and cause that sort of damage. It just doesn't happen.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Her bag was nearby, and we asked her friend to check whether she'd been robbed or not, and we discovered the purse was missing.
When I received the phone call to go down to Mossman, the nature of the job was uncertain. It was an incident involving an old lady. Whether she'd fallen, whether she'd been attacked, we were unsure at the time. Unfortunately for us, there was no crime scene. One of the residents, in good faith, thought they were doing the right thing and actually hosed away most of the blood and any other evidence that could have been there or might have been there. There was a few blood stains, a bit of paper with blood on it, and basically that was about it. We took some blood samples to make sure that they were hers, to make sure that there were no other blood samples there if there was an offender.
What I was told was that this lady had been found, that her walking stick was close to the body, that she had severe head injuries, and that some money had been stolen.
The 82-year-old was rushed to hospital, but died soon after. She never regained consciousness to tell the police what really happened.
I was concerned. In my view, this was not typical of a fall. It really suggested to me that this could very well be a homicide. What happens with people, if they're conscious while falling over backwards, you always, as a natural instinct, turn round as you fall. What was very worrying about this case was that the injury was in the midline. And those injuries, in my view, were caused by a blow or two blows to the back of the head. There was just nothing obvious that had caused these injuries except for a blunt object with some weight behind it imparted with some considerable force.
From an investigative point of view, the two options we had was that it was a related killing or a stranger killing. After days of investigation, we were starting to form the view that this was a stranger killing. So we're looking for someone who is not connected or related to the victim, a very difficult task.
Police canvassed the area looking for witnesses to the robbery. But despite the time of day and public location, no one saw anything suspicious.
The chances of the killer being sighted were very high, and he was very lucky not to be sighted.
For 2 months, investigators struggled to find leads. Then another attack, less than 1 kilometre from where Gwen Mitchell Hill was murdered. The victim this time was an elderly man.
The victim of this assault had a description of the attacker. We decided to release that with the endeavour of trying to locate who it was and the community to help.
But just as it was made public, there was more bad news.
Police tonight are warning that a deranged killer is on the loose. He's now killed twice and may strike again.
Lady Winifreda Ashton played a game of bingo here at her local club yesterday afternoon. She went to her bank. Within half an hour, she was dead. She'd been bashed in the bin room of her block of units and strangled with her pantyhose. Her attacker escaped with a small amount of money. Today, her neighbours were shocked and living in fear.
Well, was it Lady Ashton? Yes.
The significance of this particular murder was if they were linked, we now had a major problem.
When an elderly woman was found bleeding outside a block of units, she died before she could tell anyone what had happened. But her injuries and her missing purse convinced police she was the victim of a vicious robbery. 2 months later, Lady Winifreda Ashton, the widow of famous painter Sir William Ashton, was savagely beaten and strangled after being robbed of just a few dollars.
We walked down a driveway, and inside the foyer area was an area where the bins were stored, and inside that room was a deceased person lying on the ground. She had her raincoat, a red raincoat, slightly pulled up over her neck, and there were some unusual elements in that her shoes were located a short distance away, so was her walking stick, and at the top of her head were a pair of stockings. There was a gas bill and a purse. Later that night, when we did examine the deceased very closely, we noticed that there was a small piece of stocking embedded into her neck.
There was no doubt about it. This was a homicide, and the reason why it was a homicide was that it was a ligature strangulation, and it can only be a homicide, really.
This is not the first time the killer has hit this area. 2 months ago, another elderly woman was murdered in an almost identical crime.
At these flats, just a couple of blocks away from Lady Ashton's unit, Gwendolyn Mitchell Hill was bashed and left to die in her foyer. Again, all for a few dollars. The police say the similarities are chilling.
There was evidence to suggest, with quite confidence, that these crimes were linked. The environment, the time of day. Both ladies were over 80 years of age. Both ladies had money taken out of their purse. Both ladies were brutally assaulted, and only about 1 kilometre apart.
While the first crime scene was cleaned up and all of the evidence washed away, this scene remained intact and undisturbed. Forensic investigators were able to find what they hoped would be their first clue.
She was wearing gloves, and we found a number of grey hairs. There were 2 possibilities. One was that she's placed her hands above her head in an effort to ward off the attack, and that the exchange of hairs to the gloves is simply from her own head, or that during the attack she may have grabbed some hairs from the attacker. So we refer them off to the forensic laboratory, and they're looking at peculiarities, colour obviously, thickness, those sorts of things. Unfortunately, the hairs in this case, being grey, weren't particularly distinctive. They're fairly similar from person to person. DNA testing was very, very new, and you generally needed large quantities of blood or human tissue to actually carry out DNA analyses.
What was clear at this second murder site was that if the killer was the one and the same, his aggression towards the victim had intensified.
In our first murder, we had a degree of greed in terms of stealing from the purse. What was a little bit different in this one was that the lower half of her body was bare due to the fact that the pantyhose had been removed, and the pantyhose had been used as a weapon. So in this particular case, we were now thinking that it was not only greed and violence that was motivating the killer, but there was a degree of a sexual motivation that could be associated with it.
It wasn't the crime of someone who was committing a robbery. It was a crime of someone who had a particular interest in committing extraordinary violence, taking risks, and with some bizarre sexual tastes and probably bizarre sexual fantasies. Crimes of this nature are typically committed by people who are young. Now, consistent with that was the extraordinary violence and energy shown, which is that of a younger person. And it seemed male rather than female, because mostly females don't engage in violence of that level. Most people who commit crimes do it at their convenience, which is they do it fairly near home. They feel comfortable in the area, they sort of know the streets, they can look out for where people are, and also it means they can plan escape routes if they want to.
What we're looking at is someone who, round about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, is available time-wise to commit a crime, and that narrows the field down somewhat. One of the categories was that it could be a student who gets out of school at 3 p.m. and has a desire to steal money. A couple of the high schools we looked at, there was over 1,000 students attending. And of course, at that point of time, we didn't know the sex of the killer. Although the profile seemed to think that it was a young male, the possibility was it could have been a female.
The only suspect detectives had at this point of the investigation, and who might fit the profile, was the young man who had attacked the elderly gentleman.
Today, the police released this composite picture of a suspect. He's 22 to 25 years old and about 180 centimetres tall.
I feel I've seen him a few times. Because of the hair, it was unusual. I'm a hairdresser and I notice hair.
Police want him because just a few weeks ago he bashed an old man who lives just down the road from Lady Ashton. That's about the only clue the police have got to go on, but they pretty well believe the killer is a local who may well strike again.
One of the aspects of a serial killer is that there is an emotional time break between killings. And in this particular case, there was about 9 weeks between the two. So there's a cooling off period when someone's operating as a serial killer. Therefore, our decision-making process was if we had a serial killer on our hands that had committed 2 murders, we expected a third.
The murders of 2 elderly women in the Sydney suburb of Mossman had police convinced they were dealing with a serial killer. Then a report came through of another attack.
Doris Cox is a resident of the Garrison Retirement Centre off Spit Road in Mossman. On Wednesday at about 4 in the afternoon, she was walking down one of the narrow pathways inside the grounds when she was attacked.
She had severe injuries to her head and to her face. The original thought by the other residents that found her was that she'd fallen over.
The crime scene again was washed down by staff at the retirement village. There were some dilute bloodstains and that was all that was left for further examination.
Mrs. Cox is now in a satisfactory condition at Mossman District Hospital.
Doris. Here was someone who perhaps could tell us who the killer was or a description of the killer. But unfortunately, she was a chronic dementia and she had no recollection of the assault or who committed the crime. And these things happen. I mean, this was one of those days. So we basically picked up the pieces and off we go. A canvass was conducted immediately of the area and we did discover a couple of witnesses that didn't actually see the crime, but what they did see was a person in the vicinity at the time. A young male who was riding a skateboard. And where this person was riding the skateboard was down the footpath, only a couple of metres from where the crime occurred. And it was at that time, it was round about 4 o'clock. So he became a person of interest, a real person of interest.
Sydney detectives want to question a young skateboarder over the brutal assault on a woman in Mossman 3 days ago. The youth was seen in the area at the time of the attack, and police believe the sighting could be linked to the murders of 2 other elderly Mossman women earlier this year.
Bearing in mind with the viciousness of these assaults, and we could not determine what was causing the wounds on the skull or on the head of these ladies, it was then thought that, well, perhaps the weapon's the skateboard.
Unfortunately, the skateboard and its rider disappeared without trace, and another lead evaporated. Painstakingly, detectives followed up every piece of information they received from the public, but the killer remained a step ahead.
We've gone from March through to May and now through to October, and we're now in early November. It was a Thursday afternoon and there was a phone call. And the phone call was simply that there's another one at Lane Cove.
With a sprightliness that belied her 85 years, Madge Pard met a violent death as she walked home from the Lane Cove shops. It's believed a killer stalked the elderly widow before hitting her repeatedly over the head with a blunt object. She was left dying in the alley behind her block of units.
You could have dropped a pin in the office because of the silence that went round the office. Not another one was the comment, not another one.
I just can't believe it. As you know, we saw a lot of each other.
A friend of Mrs. Pard's was among the first on the scene.
Well, I thought she'd had a heart attack and rushed to the big house to ask Gracie to ring for the ambulance.
Mrs. Pard dropped her 2 shopping bags the moment the attack began. When she was found, she was still wearing her wedding ring, but 3 small money purses were missing.
There was similarity with the victim, there was similarity with the crime scene, there was a similarity with the method. Same time of day, she'd been shopping. Everything was similar to what we had. So we now had 3 murders and 1 attempted murder.
And just like the similarities in the murders, this crime scene had been cleaned up before the forensic team arrived.
There's a lot of frustration because we were potentially losing evidence again. We could have found evidence that could have indicated things such as the number of times the person was hit. There might have been some shoe print evidence at that particular scene, and being washed down, again, you lose that potential to recover that sort of evidence. very extensive examination of the crime scene was made and a number of items were located. This included a pipe, some barbells and a fence post, which may have been used as a murder weapon.
Even though these injuries were severe, what wasn't present was massive skull fracture. So what that would imply is that, relatively speaking, the object isn't very heavy. It would probably rule out concentrated weights like barbell weights. I don't think that these injuries were caused by a fence post. There was really nothing in these injuries to indicate that it was one weapon above any other.
With strong similarities to attacks on elderly women in Mossman, police today renewed their manhunt. Teams of detectives spent the day canvassing surrounding streets. Gripped by fear, elderly people on the lower North Shore now are varying their daily routines.
No, well, I'm scared to come up here and get back safe. I don't mind telling you. I am. I wouldn't walk.
So we worked that night. In fact, we worked right through the night, right through Thursday night into Friday morning. And I told the team that early Friday afternoon I was going to head home for the weekend and hopefully have a day off and come back fresh. And I actually got within probably 200 or 300 metres of my home when I got an urgent call that they'd found another body.
Good evening and welcome to News World. And sadly, for the second time in 24 hours, the unthinkable has happened. Another old lady has been murdered, battered to death on her own doorstep in broad daylight. Sydney has a monster on the loose who singles out the most defenceless. Now 4 elderly women are dead and 1 is still suffering.
The latest killing happened here at the Wesley Gardens Retirement Centre at Belrose in Sydney's northern suburbs. At first, nursing staff thought the victim had died after a heavy fall.
It was quite obvious when we arrived and had a look at this latest victim. She'd been strangled with her own pantyhose, and her purse that was near the body had been interfered with, and it looked like some money had been stolen.
And here again tonight, well-meaning people who never dreamt a murder took place may have accidentally interfered with a crime scene. As happened at Lane Cove last night, the area was washed away before the police arrived.
I did ask them what they thought of the stockings that were tied around the neck of the deceased person, and they indicated that they thought perhaps she was trying to keep her neck warm as a scarf.
We believe there are similarities in relation to the other murders we are investigating on the North Shore.
And there was absolute fear before they were frightened at Mossman, but it was contained, we believe, or we thought, at Mossman. But now people were frightened on the whole North Shore. Where next?
4 elderly women, all over the age of 80, were dead. All had been bashed and robbed, all murdered around 4 p.m. There was no doubt police had a serial killer on their hands, and the time span between his killings had now lessened to 24 hours.
When things are proceeding like this, you can be fairly sure that they're going to reach some sort of a climax, which is likely to be more florid crimes, or he decides that he's had enough and makes an admission and calls up the police.
The murder of Olive Cleveland sent the media into a frenzy. Newspapers were calling the murderer the granny killer, and the pressure on police to find him was extreme.
Police have intensified the manhunt. Additional detectives assigned to the case spilling over into makeshift offices in a garage at Mossman Police Station.
We went from a group of 15 or 20 investigators investigating a couple of murders. We then went to a group of 35 investigators, and we ended up with a group of 70.
Sydney police have stepped up security measures for elderly people with a series of self-protection seminars.
The large turnout for the first of the seminars is a strong indication of the fear among the elderly that the killer will strike again.
Well, that last lady that was
It was so
killed,
close to
it was
home
very
for
close
us,
to
you
us,
know.
and we are, well, we're not totally altogether frightened, but I mean, we are, well, we'd like some security.
What was concerning the task force was that the latest killing had occurred outside the geographical area of the first 3.
There has to be a link between the murder scenes, and the question that we all asked ourselves was, what is the link? And that's what an investigator's got to look at, and that's what we looked at. One of the characteristics of a serial killer is that they work in an area where they've got control or knowledge, or it's a comfort zone. So we believed the killer had some intimate knowledge of the area of Mossman, intimate knowledge of the area of Lane Cove, and intimate knowledge of this retirement village at Belrose. There was a common denominator geographically with these locations. Find the geographical link and you'll find the killer.
But less than 2 weeks later, there was another murder. The granny killer had returned to a street not far from his first victim.
A widow who lived alone, Muriel Faulkner, had recently suffered a stroke. Sometime after 4:30 on Thursday afternoon, she became the North Shore killer's fifth victim. Mrs Faulkner was strangled and bashed, her body found in the blood-stained hallway by a visiting neighbour.
The injuries here were severe head injuries caused by a blunt object again, as well as strangulation, and then what appeared to be a displaying of the body after death. This was an addition to the previous cases, and again indicated to us that there was a progression in terms of severity.
It's usual for people who are committing a series of offences to become more confident as time goes on, or to do things in a more deliberate fashion because they've had a bit more practice. That's fairly classic among the development of offences of this nature. He had plenty of time with Mrs Falconer because he somehow succeeded in getting into the house. Once into the house, it would have been easy to subdue her, and once she was killed, he had plenty of time to arrange the body, do whatever bizarre things pleased him and made him feel good, and then depart.
The amazing and outstanding factor about this crime scene was that it was the first pristine crime scene that we had. It was a crime scene inside a dwelling.
And one of the things we noticed was that there were some shoe prints in blood. We immediately thought that these could well in fact be those of the attacker.
But there was a problem. The shoe prints weren't very clear.
We subjected the carpet to a number of chemical treatments and light treatments, and we did this in a particular sequence, and we found that with a particular treatment we were able to actually recover a lot more detail that wasn't initially visible to the naked eye. We could see sufficient detail to determine that this was some sort of business shoe or some sort of perhaps military shoe.
Even though a lot of young people have large shoes, it was a type of shoe that is worn by not so much a juvenile but a more mature adult male person. We're now starting to move towards it being an older person rather than a younger person.
One of the issues that came up was the very neat arrangement of things. I think the stick was put in a particular place and the victim's shoes were arranged in a particular way. And people who are taught neatness and who learn to live a life of neatness have often spent a lot of time in the military.
Troops are today pounding the beat on Sydney's North Shore to protect the elderly from the serial killer.
Hello, ma'am. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Now believing the granny killer was an older man, investigators decided to re-interview previous witnesses, hoping to prompt fresh memories.
I was asked to go and speak to the neighbour of Muriel Falconer down at Mossman. She opened up a little bit more than what she did initially to the police and told me that she saw a grey-haired man, quite portly, and he looked like a doctor. And on our way back to the office, I said, how perfect would this be? A portly old man with grey hair in his 60s running around committing murders in Mossman, and who would suspect him?
It was first thought the granny killer was a young man. But now police had a shoe print and a sighting at the last crime scene that suggested someone older. And there were also those indistinguishable grey hairs on the gloves of the second victim.
I said, how perfect would this be? A portly old man with grey hair in his 60s running around committing murders in Mossman, and who would suspect him?
Detective Tuxford now went looking for reports of the grey-haired man at the crime scenes, and the result was chilling.
We went back to the Lane Cove area. I did locate a number of people who, in fact, saw a middle-aged man with grey hair.
G'day, love. Let me carry one of those for you.
Oh, thank you.
The grey-haired man assisted this neighbour of Mrs. Payard's to her unit, and this neighbour thought what a lovely man this man was to assist her with the groceries.
So again, a grey-haired man had been placed at the crime scene. But was this man a good Samaritan, or indeed the killer? Then a report of an assault a month before the first murder and near to that crime scene gave detectives a lead.
She was visiting from Queensland, and she had been shopping for the day and was walking home to where she was staying. The assailant bashed her over the head and took her handbag, money.
Luckily for the detectives, the victim had taken good notice of her assailant as he walked by. No longer was he just the grey-haired man.
Detectives get this gut feeling. I had that gut feeling, and I knew that was our man.
But they had no name for him, and it was now 3 months since the last murder.
I was on afternoon shift and I got a call to attend the Greenwich Hospital, where a woman had said that she'd been assaulted, indecently assaulted by a man. And I got a description of one man who was known as the Pie Man, who had made a delivery about the time that the elderly woman had said she'd been assaulted. The inquiries I made with the hospital staff gave me the name of the pie company, and they gave me the name of the man who had the contract to deliver pies to Greenwich Hospital, and his name was John Wayne Glover.
The detective contacted Glover and arranged to speak to him the next day. But it was an appointment Glover would never keep.
When he hadn't showed up by 6 p.m, I phoned his home again, wondering why he hadn't shown up. His wife answered the phone and explained that right at that moment she was leaving for the hospital because he'd just attempted to commit suicide. He'd left a suicide note, and I remember very much the words "no more grannies" on it. It was a significant thing for me to do as a junior detective, to go in and talk to him by myself and get a photograph, knowing that if I didn't get it, all was lost.
This was a tremendous breakthrough for the task force, because we now had, not only did we have the sketch drawing of the 50-year-old male grey-haired suspect who had committed a lot of assaults, we now had a Polaroid photograph of another suspect who had come to light just recently. Our feeling was that we were on the way. We were on the way.
As John Glover was placed under surveillance, his background was being checked. And not surprisingly, apart from his age, it matched the forensic profile perfectly, starting with a criminal record in his 20s.
There was one there where there was some assault on a woman. There was one there of offence of peep and pry. He had, in fact, had some period of time in the army, in another country. We found out that he was a company representative and he had a company car. We found out that he normally worked of a morning and he was normally finished by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So he has the availability of time. The other thing we learned about him was that he was linked to the crime scenes by employment.
As a pie salesman, John Glover's job took him to Belrose, Lane Cove, and back to his home in Mossman.
It doesn't prima facie mean that he's the killer at that point of time, but it certainly gives us that sense of encouragement and direction
The pieces of the puzzle were falling together. But the detectives needed more before they could make an arrest.
What we wanted was evidence. And what we were going to do was allow him to select a victim, if he did. We would then obtain evidence of him stalking the victim, of being a predator. And we would allow him to get within probably metres of a victim. And then we would prevent the crime. There were times when he would stop his vehicle and get out of the car and go for a walk, and that became something of interest as to what he was up to. But then he wouldn't do anything. He'd simply get back in his car and off he'd go again.
But the detectives didn't give up on Glover or the investigation. They were now targeting nursing homes and unreported sexual assaults, wondering if Glover, the pie salesman, might have dropped by.
The secretary was actually looking quite knowledgeable, and she said, well, yeah, we're talking about 4 and 20 pies. And as soon as she said that, I felt really quite good about it because, yes, it was 4 and 20 pies that this man John Glover was representing. And she then said, would you be looking for John Glover? I thought, oh, this is just amazing. Like, not only does she know she actually knows his name, so that's a really positive identification. I said, well, yeah, as a matter of fact, we are looking at someone called John Glover. And then she just looked me square in the eye and said, that's my husband. And I was just incredulous. I said, will you tell John that I'm here today? She said, oh, no, I won't, because he was so upset last time he tried to commit suicide. And I said, oh, OK, that's fine. We all knew straight away the impact that this was going to have on our investigation. The risk was that he would speak to his solicitor and confront the police and say, put up or shut up. Or he would go undercover, or him being such a wild character, who's to say he wouldn't have gone off and attacked another woman.
John Wayne Glover was the prime suspect for the murder of 5 women. He was under his 5th week of surveillance when a detective visited a local nursing home.
I went into my spiel, which was along the lines that I'm making a number of inquiries in relation to sexual assaults on the northern suburbs, and I was wondering if they'd had anyone approach them that was offering to sell meat pies to distribute through their kitchens.
Without realising, the woman she was speaking to was Glover's wife.
It's probably 1 in a million chance that this would happen, but it happened. And you have to deal with it. I mean, it's one of those things, you can't run away from it, you have to deal with it. The following Monday morning, surveillance are still carrying out their normal surveillance duties that have been going on for several weeks. And John Glover actually leaves home at the normal time. He gets into the company car and he heads off.
He rang his employer and said, I'm not coming into work today, I'm going to see my solicitor. So we thought, that's it, game's up. He went to a bottle shop and bought a bottle of whiskey, which we all thought was very odd, but still. He had a case with him, and we thought, well, that's to go and see his solicitor with.
He went to an address at Mossman, parked his car out the front, got out of the car, had his briefcase, walked inside premises, knocked on the front door, the door was open, he was welcomed, he went inside. The surveillance police were sitting down the road, they saw this, they were quite happy that it seemed to be a legitimate visit.
But the hours ticked by, and John Glover didn't come out. By late afternoon, the police were beginning to worry.
Fortunately, there was a dog that was barking, quite loud, near the premises. And so we decided to send the local uniform patrol in to check out this complaint about this dog barking. They went to the premises and they knocked on the front door and there was no answer. And the place seemed to be in darkness. So they became quite concerned, and so they reported that back and said, well, there's something amiss in the premises.
Task Force detectives rushed to the scene. What they found inside, no one was prepared for.
And inside the premises they found the body of a 60-year-old female lying in the hallway.
was certainly a low point in our career and something we still think about often. I recall seeing the bloodstained hammer on the lounge room floor, on the carpeted floor, surrounded by what appeared to be blood.
The situation they faced then was, where was this John Glover?
I recall in the bedroom seeing a pair of men's trousers draped over the end of the bed. We then got to the bathroom and I saw the feet of John Glover sticking out of the bath. His mouth was barely above the waterline. He appeared to be unconscious and breathing very heavily. We saw a bottle of scotch, empty, with a paper bag, a number of vials of drugs, empty, on the vanity, as well as pill bottles.
Good evening. Tonight, a possible breakthrough in the year-long investigation into Sydney's granny killings. Detectives this afternoon charged a 58-year-old man with the murder of an elderly woman at Mossman.
In the bathroom, police found a 58-year-old man unconscious, immersed in a tub of water. He was revived by ambulance paramedics and taken to the Royal North Shore Hospital.
Police now knew they had the killer of 6 elderly women, but they needed to prove it.
We knew we had a job ahead of us. Although there was a feeling of satisfaction that this man was in custody, we lacked forensic evidence that could connect him to any of the other crimes.
The following morning, a search was conducted of Glover's car and home. Amongst the belongings, a pair of shoes, the soles of which were compatible to the print found on the carpet of his 5th victim's house. But they needed a confession.
We certainly hoped that Glover would talk to us. And that following morning he was sitting up in bed, and I recall speaking to him just in a general sense about non-issues, his family and so forth. And then at one point he came out with, you probably noticed the photographs in the paper of the women. They all bear a striking resemblance to my mother-in-law Essie. And that was significant to us because she featured in his suicide note from January. At that point, we believed that this man was taking responsibility, albeit in a brief way, for the murders of these elderly women on the North Shore. He also spoke in this conversation of using a hammer he had at home, of taking that hammer with him and leaving the car, placing the hammer down the front of his trousers, and then using the hammer to attack women from behind. After these murders, he would take that hammer home and use hydrochloric acid, which he kept in the backyard of his premises, to clean all traces of blood and other evidence from it. He was at pains during the course of his interviews to say that there was no sexual component to any of these murders, where Glover used pantyhose to strangle these women. He said he did so in order to make sure that they were dead. What amazed us all during the course of those interviews was the way in which Glover described committing these crimes. They were in such a matter-of-fact, everyday way that he spoke about these brutal slayings that it was extraordinary. It was like he was talking about making breakfast. In fact, during the course of each of the interviews, Glover clearly articulated that he would go to the club and drink beer with the money he'd just robbed from the victims.
After leaving hospital, Glover showed police where he disposed of the belongings of some of his victims. Like his killing field, the spot was not too far from his home.
2 Sydney psychiatrists have given evidence in the Supreme Court, diagnosing so-called granny killer John Glover as mentally ill. The defence is arguing that Glover is not guilty on 6 charges of murder on the grounds of diminished responsibility.
In an interview, the 58-year-old salesman had explained, "It's as if John Glover, the good guy, was watching John Glover, the bad guy. I felt powerless to stop it."
I asked him how he explained it. He said, well, the bad John Glover would come out and do the act, and then the good John Glover would then take over, which was very easily dealt with by saying, well, at what point did the good John Glover come out? Was it before you washed the hammer or afterwards? You see, it was very clumsy.
The jury rejected Glover's insanity plea, They found him guilty on all charges. Justice James Woods described Glover as a dangerous man who, if released back into the community, would almost certainly gratify his desire to kill.
Glover was given the maximum sentence for each offence. His file was marked, never to be released.
John Glover knew exactly what he was doing, that he intended to do what he did. He was cunning in how he did it, and I think that I would put him in the category of simply being bad, not mad.
John Wayne Glover had attempted to kill himself while on the outside and again behind bars. 15 years after he was found guilty, he was finally successful.
Sydney serial killer John Wayne Glover has died in prison. The man known as the Granny Killer was found dead today in a shower block at Lithgow Jail. He'd hanged himself. 72-year-old Glover was jailed in 1991 for the murders of 6 elderly women on the North Shore.
No family members attended Glover's funeral. He was buried as he lived, with his demons and secrets.
There are other crimes in Australia that have similarities to the crimes committed by John Glover. I still believe that there are certain aspects of his life and aspects of other crimes that may have been committed that one may never know about.
A young man walks into a police station. He wants to confess to 2 brutal murders.
Down like that, really.
How many times do you think you hit him?
40 plus times.
While his story would be like nothing police had ever heard before.
And I got a sharp knife. I cut his head off. My pentagram was on this side. Yeah, I used his hand.
The sequel to his tale would hold a bizarre twist.
Axe was up in there.
One that scriptwriters could never have imagined.
I thought, here we go again. We've got a serial killer with the manual, and it mentions who's going to be my next victim.
I thought, that's it, I'm dead.
When 2 murders occurred within 2 weeks of each other, police knew there was one offender. The killer now had voluntarily walked into this police station and confessed. But his admission would not signal the end. Another man would die, and a family would be left to pick up the pieces.
All right, do you agree that about 8:55 p.m. Last evening, you attended the Wollongong police station with a man named Rodney Day?
Yes.
And do you agree when you went to the front counter you spoke to some police there?
Yes.
And do you agree that you told them that you were responsible for the death of Mr. O'Hearn?
Yes.
4 months earlier, 60-year-old shopkeeper David O'Hearn was found murdered. And Mark Van Crevel was unknown.
It was a scene that I'd never encountered in all my years in the police. There was a body of a male. He'd been decapitated, and it appeared that he'd been completely disemboweled.
On one of the walls there was a pentagram with the word Satan beside it. Another wall had an inverted cross.
All these drawings appeared to have been drawn in the victim's blood.
Located near to where the body was found was a crystal decanter, which was used to commit the offence of murder.
While the fingerprint found on the stopper of the decanter matched none on police files, The satanic drawings led detectives to 19-year-old Keith Schreiber.
Keith wasn't at home, but they were invited to inspect Keith's room.
Tony, come and have a look at these.
In his bedroom they found a number of drawings that depicted headless bodies and disembowelment.
Keith was found at his workplace.
And of all things, he was a filleter.
Where were you last Friday?
He gave us the alibi that he was staying with his employer for the evening. We confirmed that alibi with his employer.
Then, only 2 weeks after the first murder, another man was killed, with chilling similarities.
We're starting to look as if we might have a serial killer running around.
Former MP and alleged pedophile Frank Arkell murdered in his Wollongong home.
Like David O'Hearn, Frank Arkell was in his 60s. Both men were homosexual, and both had been mutilated post-mortem.
I noted it was an unusual and very sadistic characteristic that 3 tie pins had been inserted into his face.
Investigators found fingerprints on the box containing the tie pins.
But the fingerprints weren't on record, which is a bit scary when you think about it. A person who had no criminal record all of a sudden leaping into murder. It's very, very strange.
The only lead police had to the killer's identity were the clothes he'd left at Frank Arkell's flat.
These are the clothes worn by Frank Arkell's killer. A pair of blood-spattered tracksuit pants, socks and hiking boots found discarded in the granny flat where Mr Arkell was murdered.
We're obviously anxious to speak to anyone that's recognises these items of clothing or in fact seen anybody wearing those clothes in the area. One girl rang up and said that a former boyfriend of hers had owned boots and tracksuit pants, and they vanished, for want of a better word, shortly after the death of Frank Arkell. So you're starting to look at something that's a very promising lead.
The woman had given us the name of her ex-boyfriend as being Mark Van Crevel.
Police immediately put him under surveillance. And as a result of seeing him with Keith Schreiber, they realised they'd met their suspect before.
Mark Van Crevel had actually been interviewed some 3 days after the murder of David O'Hearn. He had been the flatmate of Keith Schreiber.
I told you that
He just flew right under the radar. He was interviewed as an alibi for Keith Schreiber.
The statement he signed was examined and fingerprints developed. A match was made to the stopper found at the O'Hearn crime scene.
It suggested that we were looking at the right offender.
But they needed to prove it.
During the surveillance operation, an opportunity arose to seize a discarded Coke bottle.
Fingerprints on that bottle were then compared.
The fingerprints found on the Coke bottle were the same that were found on the record of interview, were the same that were found at the crime scene. They were those of Mark Van Crevel.
With that confirmation, the team prepared for the arrest. But Mark Van Crevel had different plans.
He came in and said, I want to tell you something, but if I tell you, will it mean I'll be expelled or removed from training? I said, oh, well, Mark, you know, things aren't ever that grim. He kind of just shook his head and said, you know those murders in the paper? Yeah, well, I did them. We finally got to the police station and I said I needed to speak to someone in charge. And she said, what was it concerning? And I said, oh, well, the young man with me, his name's Mark, and he's admitted to 2 murders. And then it finally all hit home and it was like, wow, this guy has really done this. And I kind of thought, well, how lucky am I to even get him here?
I suppose in your own words, can you tell me what information you have about the death of Mr O'Hearn? If you can simply just speak up and just tell me what you know about it.
I don't know anything much about David himself, but I murdered him.
It was about 9:30 p.m. and I got a call from one of my team to say that a man had walked into Wollongong Police Station to confess to the murders of Frank Arkell and David O'Hearn. For the purpose of the interview, can you give me your full name?
Marla Valera.
2 weeks before walking into the police station, Mark Van Crevel had changed his name via deed poll to Valera.
I suppose in your own words, can you tell me what information you have about the death of Mr. O'Hearn?
I don't know anything much about David himself, but I murdered him. I don't know much about him. I didn't know him as a person.
Well, can you tell me, say, your movements for that day? We're looking for the 12th of June 1998 when David was killed.
I went to David O'Hearn's house at about 6 o'clock at night.
Was it an arrangement that you had to go there at that time?
No.
Or did you simply just turn up out of the blue to go and see him?
Yeah.
Did David know you were coming there?
No.
Do you know David O'Hearn?
No. I just went to his house. I knew where he lived.
Well, how did you know where he lived?
Oh, I've seen him around because I lived in the same street.
Well, why did you go to his house?
Just I had in my mind that I wanted to kill someone that day. I was really angry and I said to myself I could kill someone.
David O'Hearn's murder was simply just a random attack. He wanted to know what it was like to kill somebody. Simple as that. Very cold and very shocking. I'll just get you to turn around, Mark, and just face the video if we can, thanks. As we said in the interview back at the police station in Wollongong, you came to the house that morning, that night about 6 p.m, yes. And you said you've knocked at the door, so the front door was closed. Now, can you indicate to me what happened once Mr. O'Hearn answered the door and where you went to?
I stayed at the door and asked if there was any accommodation around. And he said, come in and we'll talk about it. And I talked about with him and he offered me a drink.
As David O'Hearn's sister had told police when her brother was killed, David was extremely kind-hearted.
He just trusted people. He liked people, and I think he liked to help people that he thought needed a hand.
But that generosity led to his death.
And if you can take the place of David O'Hearn for the purposes of this exercise, if I can just get you to stand up, please. And if you can indicate, if Detective Casser is walking away that way, if you can just indicate what you did with him.
Yep. I walk, bang, hit him on the head, and he slumped down there. And I continued to hit him on the head with the bottle, I think, about 10 times.
Do you recall what that glass?
It was some fancy glass bottle, just like well-rounded. And it was really heavy.
Now, when you went to the house, did you carry anything with you?
No, I strictly used all his stuff.
Can you indicate whereabouts you found items in here?
There was a hacksaw up here with a hammer, and the knives were just in the drawers here. And I got a sharp knife and cut through his stomach. And cut through his stomach and I cut his head off. I cut his hand off. And I wrote all the signs on the wall.
Do you recall where you drew the... We'll start with that first.
The pentagram was on this side.
Okay.
Yeah, I used his hand. I just
drew it?
Drew that there, the circle.
There were certain things about the satanic messages that were left at the David O'Hearn crime scene that only he would have known about. Now, whilst we're aware that some of that information was released in the media, there were specific things that were done in that scene that only he would know about because he was there.
When I do it next, I'd done the inverted cross on that side of the wall. I'm not satanic, but in satanic terms, it's like Jesus hanging upside down in hell.
Well, where did you learn about these things?
From the music I used to listen to.
Now, at that stage, what did you decide to do?
I just looked at his body for, just a couple of minutes, just looked at, seeing what I'd done. And then I just took the gloves off and I washed all the blood off my hands and off my face because there was a fair bit of blood on my face. Then I walked out, calmly walked out.
It's like probably nothing I've ever seen before for a kid of his age to start to confess to these things and talk about how he did it with such, just like a remorse.
Is there any reason why you did it?
Why I killed David O'Hearn? I was like, I don't know, not really, no. I mean, I was angry that day, but no particular reason, no.
He wasn't confused, he was very sure of what he had to say to us, and the Frank Arkell interview was no different.
Frank Arkell had been murdered only 2 weeks after David O'Hearn.
Okay, now did you know Frank Arkell prior to this?
I knew of him.
What did you know of him?
I knew that he was a convicted pedophile.
And what made you decide to go to his house that afternoon?
I had in my mind that I wanted to kill him because didn't like him. So I just pretended I was gay and I called him up.
Can you remember what you actually said? What name you gave?
Hi, my name's John. I was wondering if I could come down to your house, and he said, yeah, sure, come down, blah, blah, blah. I walked down to his house and he thought I liked him. And I went into his room out the back. He turned his back to me. I rammed him into the wall.
And what's happened then? Once his head struck there, what's happened?
He fell to the ground and I gave him a few hard boots.
Okay, right now.
What I grabbed next? Fucking hell. Pardon my language. I grabbed the cord and I put it around his neck. It was attached to a lamp. And I just thrusted it down like that, really.
How many times do you think you hit him?
40 plus times.
More than 40 times?
One could picture, as he was confessing to it, the hopelessness that Frank would have been going through. Here he is being beaten to death by this man.
I had blood all over my face and on my hands, on my boots. I was swearing at myself. Got blood all over me effing pants.
Show me where you took the boots off.
I took them off just at the end here. I just went down and undone my boots. I just left them here.
Is there a reason why you left the boots here?
Well, I didn't want to take them with me.
Why is that?
Well, isn't it obvious, someone would have seen me with bloody boots?
As the media looked on from the street, Mark Valera was escorted from the granny flat to Frank's main house.
I just walked through here, and there's a couple of pairs of black track pants. There was the black one, what I got.
Whereabouts were they when you found them?
They were just on the bed. My intention was to find something to wear other than bloody pants.
And what have you done with the black pair of pants?
I just carried them out. I just walked out. When I came back, I got the tie pins. I just looked around.
Okay, can you just show us whereabouts you got the tie pins? You recall the tie pins?
They were up here. I was just looking for them. And I stuck some tie pins, one in his eye and one in his cheek, his left face cheek.
Okay. You've got different tracksuit pants off because you left your Nike ones there. Is that correct?
Yes.
What have you done then?
I just stepped over the blood and I walked out and I can just leave the old bloody pants in there.
What's made you want to come forward now?
I feel it's the right thing to do and I had to get the shit off my chest.
Well, can you give me a reason why you decided to kill Frank Arkell?
I didn't like him. I know it wasn't for me to take it into my hands, but I felt someone should have killed him.
Is it something that you plan to do?
Mark Valera's confession to the murders of David O'Hearn and Frank Arkell was ongoing.
I said to myself, I could kill someone.
What made you angry?
I don't know, some stress, I guess.
What type of stress?
Oh, I just stress out a lot.
To relieve the stress you were under, you went out and did this?
Yeah.
Despite the fact that Mark was confessing to the crime, we had to make sure that we had other good evidence that placed him at the scenes of the crime in case his confession would not be accepted by the court.
We arranged for our team to go back and conduct a number of search warrants on his father's house, where Mark was known to stay, and also on a hostel in Wollongong, where we knew that he was staying at the time.
This is the home of Jack Van Crevel. Mr Van Crevel has indicated that his son's room is down the hallway there and to the left, and that is where we're going to search.
What we found there was items that linked him directly back to the crime scenes. Those items were the missing tracksuit top, the identical one that matched the tracksuit pants that we had found at the home of Frank Arkell. We also found the tracksuit pants that had belonged to Frank and that Mark had put on before he left Frank's house in order to get home.
Pamela Young and her team then moved on to the hostel where Mark Valera had told police he was currently staying.
We found a gold chain that we knew absolutely was the property of David O'Hearn. I believe a family member had given it to David, and David was very fond of that. And when we found his body, he did not have that gold chain. So to find that type of evidence was critical.
A number of items seized from the search warrants made the police brief all that much stronger. Of particular significance was the book, The A to Z of Serial Killers. Not only did this book relate to the serial killing, but also listed the two victims, David O'Hearn and Frank Arkell, and a number of other people who Mark thought about killing.
Well, here we are, we've got a serial killer with the manual. On a number of pages that mentions who's going to be my next victim. I've got no doubts that he would have done it again.
At the conclusions of the interview in relation to the Frank Arkell and David O'Hearn murders, Detective Oxford and I spoke to Mark in relation to his knowledge of the Parkin murder.
Trevor Parkin had been murdered in his Sydney flat some 6 months before the other two men.
I'm thinking, if he hasn't done that one, who has? The injuries at one Trevor Parkin and David O'Hearn were so similar. Surely this man did 3 and not 2. Whereabouts were you working in Sydney?
Planet Hollywood, in a restaurant in George Street.
That's where you're washing dishes?
Yeah.
How did you travel up to Sydney?
Train every day.
So at that stage you were living with father?
Yeah.
And you'd commute from there to Sydney to work at Planet Hollywood?
Yeah.
That workplace was significant. At the Parkin crime scene, they had found a box of matches from Planet Hollywood.
And Mark, being a previous employee, was one link which suggested that this investigation may actually be linked between the other two investigations.
But as it turned out, another young man admitted to this murder 4 months after Valera's confession. 20-year-old Christopher Robinson's fingerprints matched those found in Parkin's flat.
Hi, Sensei, if you're watching.
Mark Valera had now spent 23 months on remand, and his trial for the murders of David O'Hearn and Frank Arkell was underway.
Mark Valera had confessed to killing both men. Yet at trial, he claimed it was manslaughter, not murder, on the grounds of provocation. Forensics would make a liar of him.
Shortly before the trial was to start, we were told that they were going to run a defence that he was sexually abused by his father.
Mark Valera said at trial that it was Mr. O'Hearn who had taken down his own trousers in the living room of his townhouse and invited him to take part in a sexual act. That this, in effect, had him flashing back to similar acts in which he was invited to take part with his father. And it was then that he lost control of himself, took up the wine decanter and commenced hitting and ultimately killing Mr. O'Hearn.
Mark Valera's defence lawyer told the court both men were killed because they wanted sex with the accused. He also blamed Valera's interest in Satanism and 10-year history of physical and sexual abuse at the hands of his father. It was only when the power of Satan flowed through him, or that he became Satan himself, that Mark was so powerful he could kill the man he hated, his father.
When I examined the trousers that were worn by David O'Hearn, there was a number of areas of blood staining on the rear of the jeans. This blood staining extended down from the buttocks area right down the upper portions of the legs of the jeans. So we're able to prove that the jeans would have been up and worn by Mr O'Hearn at the time that the blood had been placed on them.
The forensic evidence was totally inconsistent with the version that Mark Valera was giving at trial, that David O'Hearn had removed his own pants.
As a brother, I just could not imagine Jack being physically abusive, like violently abusive, let alone sexually abusive. That is just impossible to think that could be true.
Jack Van Crevel agreed with defence suggestions to him that he had been very, very hard on his son and that he certainly physically abused him. However, he at all times vehemently denied that that abuse had ever extended to a sexual abuse of his son.
I believe that Jack owned up to the physical abuse side of it to try and diminish Mark's responsibility for his actions.
There was certainly evidence at the trial which was inconsistent with a father sexually brutalising his son.
Jack used to overindulge with his kids. He was prompted by Mark that he wouldn't mind riding motocross. And so he bought them bikes each and the best of protective equipment and everything else. He bought a bike of his own so he could participate. Yeah, he was a good parent in that respect.
The jury obviously agreed, rejecting Valera's plea of provocation and diminished responsibility.
A 21-year-old man has been found guilty of murdering former state MP Frank Arkell and Wollongong shopkeeper David O'Hearn.
Mark Van Crevel said during the trial that both his victims wanted him to perform homosexual acts. He also accused his father of a lifelong pattern of violent physical and sexual abuse. After the verdict, Van Crevel's mother left the courtroom distraught.
Father's fault. I'll get you, Jack. I'll get you.
He drove him to do it. He drove him to do what he did. He's the one that should be in jail, not my brother.
Less than 2 weeks later, Jack Van Crevel, Mark's father, was dead. He, like David O'Hearn and Frank Arkell, had been brutally murdered and mutilated.
Mark Valera, formerly known as Mark Van Crevel, had claimed that he had been provoked into killing two men, and that his father's sexual abuse of him was to blame. But the jury rejected his plea of manslaughter and found him guilty of the two murders. 2 weeks later, his father was dead.
When I got called to Jack Van Crevel's house, I thought, here we go again.
And it was just, I couldn't believe my ears because of what had happened over the previous 2 years.
When we entered the main bedroom, I was able to see the body of the deceased, Jack Van Crevel. Jack was kneeling beside the bed with his chest lying on the bed. His arms were down beside his torso.
He wasn't wearing any clothing at the time. He had sustained severe trauma to his back and his head. There was a large amount of blood all over the bed sheets and some cast-off blood on the curtains and wall directly behind where Jack was lying. At the foot of the bed beside Jack's body, police located a hatchet, a knife and a fire poker lying side by side.
We're unsure if the axe had actually been located at the premises, but the poker was one of a matching set of items that were located in the lounge room of the premises, and where the poker would have been located, there was a vacant spot in that area. And the knife was similar in appearance to a number of other knives that were located in the kitchen area of the premises. Given that at least two of the items had been gathered from different parts of the house, it showed that the offender had some time in the premises and wasn't too concerned about being located. He appeared to have been wandering around the house looking for items that he could have used. There were some blood-stained foot impressions or shoe impressions that were leading from the main bedroom out into the hallway. But then the blood had started to dilute and the shoe impressions were not so visible. We're able to see with the luminol that the shoe impressions actually led from the hallway. They led through the lounge room over to the area beside the fireplace where the poker would have been located. They then travelled back through the lounge room again, back into the hallway and back into the bedroom where the deceased was located.
Other clear shoe impressions were found on the tiles in the hallway. Should police find a suspect, they would be able to match the tread to his shoes. Then, as investigators moved down the hallway, there was further evidence of the killer's activities.
And in this room, we found a blood-stained partial shoe impression on a small child's lounge, which was underneath the window. From the direction of the shoe impression, it appeared that the offender had been exiting the window when he'd placed the bloodied shoe impression on the lounge. And there was a fly screen that was missing from that window. All the other windows in the house were fitted and secured with fly screens. So it appeared that the offender may have entered through that window.
Jack's granddaughter was fortunately not in the room that night, but in the next room with her mother, Belinda Van Crevel, Mark Valera's sister.
I was woken by the noises and I'm like going shh, shush, and was that frightened, and I put the quilt over me head and put it over her head, sort of like so we're hidden. It went on for a while, I don't know exactly how long, like just all noises. And then my bedroom door opened and like that was it. I thought, that's it, I'm dead.
There was a number of small blood smears on the external door frame of the doorway leading to Belinda's bedroom, as well as a number of small blood smears on the actual door handle.
And then it closed again, and I just laid there like scared, like I went stiff. I was that worried that like someone was going to kill me.
Come and do you too.
Yeah. Then I didn't want to stay in the house either. When I was holding tail, when I walked out of my room, when I seen the blood, there was no way in the world I was going to open my dad's door. Like I wanted to get out of there. So I just jumped in my car. When I jumped in my car, I felt a bit relieved and locked the doors and then drove straight to a rural police station.
How do you feel about what's happened?
I'm scared for my sake and for Tia's sake, and like I don't want to get Mark in trouble or anything like that. He's already in enough trouble, but I've always had my suspicions about those two killings, and now this happening. Like I just everything isn't fitting together, and I don't know what to do.
Who do you think is responsible for your father's death?
I don't know.
It was certainly a consideration that Mark Valera had organised the murder of his father. That was based on the fact that the book seized from Mark's possessions, the A to Z of serial killers, had a number of names identified in the book: Frank Kell, David O'Hearn, and who will be my number 3. One of those names was Jack Van Crevel.
I know that he despised his father, and it was our thinking that perhaps his father would have been his third victim. Well, I went to the jail to interview Mark after his father's death to see what information he had. He just really had no remorse at all for his father, and he just simply wanted to know more about what had happened and more the fact of having any sorrow at all. It was very chilling, actually.
Inquiries were conducted at the jail and on phone records, and it was soon identified that there weren't too many people that had visited Mark whilst in jail.
One of those visitors was Keith Schreiber, who Mark was living with when he murdered David O'Hearn.
Keith Schreiber was Mark Valera's best friend. He grew up with Mark, and he first came to my notice in the initial stages of the murder investigation surrounding David O'Hearn. And I'm aware through prior interviews with Jack Van Crevel that he didn't hold Keith in any high regard. In fact, he despised the fact that Keith was spending so much time with his son, as he saw him as a bad influence.
I don't know how it works inside jails or anything like that. I don't want to get Mark in trouble, but maybe he is covering for someone and they said that they'd do this for him, or maybe he's asked someone, I don't know, to do it.
Well, having said that, then who would you think he would get to do it?
Oh, I don't know. If he hadn't have said the things that he'd said to me about Keith, I'd say Keith. But apparently he's gutless.
Jack Van Crevel, the father of double murderer Mark Valera, had been bashed to death. The main suspect was Mark's best mate, Keith Schreiber.
There were only a number of suspects who may have committed the offence. Certainly, it may have been someone that wasn't related to this whole scenario. That was certainly another consideration. But Keith was our main suspect. The starting point was first trying to identify where he was.
One of the last people to see Keith was Mark's sister, Belinda.
On the day before Jack Van Crevel's murder, Belinda told police that she had met with Keith Schreiber to travel to the Silverwater jail to visit her brother Mark Valera. However, as Belinda had failed to make any prior appointment, these plans had fallen through. So Belinda had spent part of that day with Keith Schreiber.
And where's Keith these days?
He's homeless.
He's homeless, is he?
Yeah, that's what he said anyway.
Did he say where he was going?
Oh, when we were sitting in the car when I first went there, he told me that he was staying under a bridge and he got a sheet of tin or something and put it up. So I suppose he was just sleeping, I don't know. He didn't tell me where he was going, but I assume he probably had nowhere to go.
We received a phone call from a witness that identified Keith being down around the area of the Albion Park train station. Police were immediately deployed to the railway station to locate and arrest Keith. We were of the view that if Keith was in fact the murderer, that he would be armed with some sort of weapon. It was at that point that Keith was arrested and conveyed to the Port Kembla police station, where he was entered into police custody. It was important that he was conveyed to the police station in order for us to interview him and capture any forensic evidence that he may have on him. At the time Keith had been placed into police custody, his shoes had been seized at the earliest opportunity.
When I was examining the shoes that had been worn by Schreiber, I saw a large irregularity on the sole, which was an exact match to the irregularity that we'd located on the tiled portion of the hallway at the premises at Albion Park.
Electronically recorded interview between Detective Senior Constable John Northfield and Keith Andrew Schreiber. Okay, Keith. Well, is there anything you can tell us about the incident that occurred last night with Mr. Jack Van Crevel?
I've done it. Happy?
Can you tell me why you did it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was depressed and angry. He's paid for what he done to Mark and Belinda.
During the interview, Keith's demeanour was very erratic. He was become emotional, he'd become agitated at points, and then he'd become solemn in his answers. It was all over the place.
When this was happening, did you say anything to Jack?
Yeah, sort of for revenge for Mark. I told him when I turned the light on, I told him, this is for Mark. Fucking pedophile bastard. You'll never molest another kid again.
Keith, if we can just get you to hood up, and just for the purpose of the camera. Yes. It's just to cover your own identity, because as you're aware, there are a number of media cameras out the front, and we believe possibly out the back. Okay. Yep. So you can just.
So as long as you can see, we'll guide you if you need a hand. Axle's up in there, indicating up on the corner of the garage there is where the tomahawk was located, yes?
Keith had spent quite an amount of time leading up to the murder at that house, so he would be aware that would be the normal resting place for the axe.
Got the bucket, and the window was open already, so I pushed it open. Yeah, pushed it open, stood on, and climbed through. Okay, we're now in the deceased Jack Van Crevel's bedroom. Can you tell me what happened when you came in here?
Up here. He was there snoring.
and I kicked it like that.
And that's what made the noise?
Yeah. And he woke up, whack.
What were you feeling when you were doing this?
Loneliness. I was feeling lonely.
You said earlier that you'd...
Yeah, fucking hatred and anger, fucking. But before, when I was doing, so, yeah, loneliness as well. I felt fucking, yeah, sort of wanted him to get me first.
Why were you hoping that?
I just fucking hate my life. If you can call it life.
He got up, sort of rolled over a bit, and I hit him again.
What did you hear?
Like that, but really loud, like someone breathing really heavy, but like that, but really loud. Like I can't even describe what it was like. It was awful.
So what's Jack doing while this is happening?
Yeah, he's going, hey, 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 and I'm stabbed him more.
And then I heard like that, but like louder.
I turned the light on as I come back in, and then that's when he seen me. And then I hit him a few times with the stoker.
When he saw you, what happened?
He looked at me and goes, Kate!
And then like going, shh, shush.
And why were you doing this?
Why?
Yes?
To kill him.
What did you do then?
I ran out.
Yeah.
Balloon's door was closed. I sort of pushed open there a bit. And then closed it. And after this, I went into the kitchen.
It was in the walk around that Keith was asked to point out the location where he'd found the weapons used in the murder. At one point, we'd walked back into the kitchen and he was asked to point out where he'd found the knife. Whereabouts was the knife? Tell us exactly what you did. Yep.
Back in the drawer. Where did I get it from?
There's another drawer there.
No,
It wasn't until he got to the kitchen area that he was somewhat confused as to where he located the knife. To me, that suggested that Keith didn't get the knife from that location and that he either retrieved the knife from another part of the house or it may have even been left for him.
There's been a bizarre twist to a notorious murder case. A man found hacked to death with a tomahawk this morning is the father of Mark Van Crevel, convicted last month of the murders of former Wollongong Mayor Frank Arkell and shopkeeper David O'Hearn. Van Crevel's family said it was a direct result of his father's sexual abuse.
He drove him to do what he did. He's the one that should be in jail.
How do you feel about your father's death now?
Oh, I don't know. Not sad as yet, but it'll happen.
It was clear Belinda Van Crevel had no regrets about her father's murder. The fact that she was in the next room when Schreiber was killing him and did nothing to stop it heightened police suspicion of her involvement.
The big question was, why didn't she use the mobile phone that was located near her bed to ring the police? Why didn't she go to the neighbour's house to use their phone to ring police? Another question is, why did she travel all the way to Warilla, which is about 15 minutes away, to make the report when she could have driven to the Albion Park police station, which is only about 5 minutes around the corner? One possible scenario was that Belinda was distraught at what she had heard earlier, but it raised a number of questions, such as, is there a connection between Belinda and the person that killed Jack Van Crevel? I've been told that for the past 4 or so weeks that you've actually been in a relationship with Belinda Van Crevel.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you care to tell me about that?
It's irrelevant.
Is it correct?
Sort of, yeah.
At Mark Valera's trial, I noticed that Keith and Belinda had spent a considerable amount of time with each other, to the point where you could almost say that they had a relationship happening.
Belinda said she was with Keith Schreiber on the day prior to the murder, that they were in company for several hours together.
When we were talking, I had photos in my car and I was showing him some photos of me and Mark together when we were little, because we're always together.
The fact that that conversation had occurred the day prior to the murder of Jack was of particular significance to police.
Did you tell Keith about what happened to Tia?
Oh yeah.
What's he say?
Oh, he got pretty angry.
He had been told certain things by Belinda insofar as what Jack had done to Belinda, her child, and to Mark.
Jack molested Mark. And Tia's been, his granddaughter has been saying, coming out with a few weird things.
Did she ask you to do it?
Yeah, I know she wanted him done.
She wanted him done?
Mm.
With Keith Schreiber under arrest and charged with Jack's murder, detectives now concentrated on Belinda's involvement in her father's death.
Jack believed that there was a $2,000 contract out on his life, which he had heard of a couple of days prior to his murder.
He had been advised by his wife that Belinda had put out a contract on him, and that contract was with Keith Schreiber.
Jack was advised to contact police, but he didn't. And 3 days later, he was dead.
Electronically recorded interview between Detective Senior Constable Jamie Williams and Belinda Van Crevel.
It was now 8 months since her father had been murdered.
Had your mum, Elizabeth Carroll, mentioned to you any allegations of your involvement in your dad's death?
Apparently I told her that I was going to get Keith to kill Dad, that I told her that I was going to pay him to do it. Yeah, that's about it really.
So she said to you that you told her that you were going to get Keith to kill your father?
Yeah.
Is that true?
No.
You didn't say that to her?
No.
Have you ever paid Keith any money?
No. For what?
Since your father's death, have you ever given him any money?
No, I haven't.
After conducting several interviews with Belinda, we established sufficient evidence to conduct and execute a search warrant on her premises. From that search warrant, we located several money orders that we could directly associate to deposits that were made into Keith's account whilst in jail.
From the Shahaba Square Post Office on the 9th of April 2001 in the amount of $200.
And there was more damning evidence.
Just located a letter and the one that's got Keith.
Mm-hmm.
Is that letter from Keith Schreiber?
That's, yeah, obviously.
In the letter, Keith's talking about, I should have bought a radio with that money, but all I got was a kettle for $30 and the rest on tobacco and drinks and food. This is the person who killed your father, and you're sending him money.
Yeah, and?
Did you think that was a bit strange?
No. No, not really, no.
Okay.
I was still friends with him, I talked to him, so...
And what was your relationship with Keith Schreiber at the time your dad was murdered?
It was a normal sort of relationship, just friends, you know.
So you weren't going out with each other?
No.
Had you ever gone out with Keith Schreiber?
No, I never even thought about it.
You ever had any relationships with him, sexual wise or any nature like that?
I won't answer that. I don't think that's got anything to do with this.
It's actually got a lot to do with it, because it's investigating the murder of your father.
Yeah, but what's sex got to do with someone being murdered?
We're just trying to work out what relationship you had with the person who murdered your father.
And it wouldn't make a difference, would it?
Well, it may make a difference to our investigation.
Why's that?
Well, that's what we have to work out.
Oh, right. Okay then. Yeah, right. What was the next question?
Linda, this letter addressed to Keith, do you agree that that's your handwriting?
Yeah.
you discuss here about your closeness to Keith. He says, I miss you heaps. You see, Keith, the thing I love the most is that no one really knows how much we trust and care about each other. I mean, I've been so close to you for how many years, and no one could make up that they've done more for me than what you have. I'll always look up to you, and no one will ever come as anywhere near as close to me as you are.
So you were in a physical relationship?
I have been, yeah.
You told us before that you never had or you hadn't been.
No, I said I didn't want to tell you.
So now you're prepared to talk about it?
Yeah.
What's the situation with your relationship?
I had sex with him.
I believe that she used her relationship with Keith to manipulate him to a point to commit the murder.
The letters that we located and the money orders that we also seized were crucial pieces of evidence in relation to identifying that Belinda had a direct involvement in the murder of Jack.
A young woman has faced court in Wollongong charged with killing her father.
Belinda Van Crevel grinned broadly when the judge handed down his ruling.
Belinda Van Crevel was sentenced to 6 years for soliciting to have her father murdered. She was due for parole in May of 2005, but her plea for an early release was rejected. As for the man she solicited, Keith Schreiber will be in jail until at least 2012.
I'll just get you to turn around, Mark, and just face
Her brother, Mark Valera, Jack's son and Keith's best friend, is spending the rest of his life in jail for the murders of David O'Hearn and Frank Arkell.
I believe Jack was the salt of the earth father. He was trying his best, and to end up with such a tragedy on his hands and then eventually his own murder, I suppose, it was unbelievable.
It gets easier as time goes by, but you kind of think at the time and even now, it's sort of unreal, like it didn't really happen to our family. Those sort of things don't happen to ordinary people. We were just an ordinary family and we didn't think it would ever happen to us. He didn't deserve to die.
David O'Hearn's corner shop remained closed after its normal early opening hours. The reason for his absence would not only shock the hardiest of police, but would send tremors throughout the entire community.
The person we're looking for hasn't come under police notice before, which is a bit scary when you think about it.
We were looking for someone out there that was extremely dangerous.
I think any case where there's post-mortem mutilation should raise alarm bells for the police.
Those sort of things don't happen to ordinary people.
He had satanic leanings, and of all things, he was a filleter.
The next step was to try to identify who those prints belonged to.
Our hope is we're going to find another link to the chain within the possession of the killer.
I said, oh, well, you know, things aren't ever that grim. Depends on what you've done, I suppose.
To have two very brutal murders within 2 weeks of each other, you've got to start thinking what's happening down here.
The truth is not sitting there underneath the spotlight, but it's out in the shadows.
When relatives arrived at David O'Hearn's home, they made a gruesome discovery. The 60-year-old had been murdered. Police were about to embark on an investigation that would take many turns, and one most unexpected twist.
It was a scene that I'd never encountered in all my years in the police. There was a body of a male laying on his back. He'd been decapitated. There was a hand sitting on a lounge, and it appeared that he'd been completely disemboweled, and the intestines and that were laying on a silver tray that was alongside the body.
On one of the walls there was a pentagram with the word Satan beside it. Another wall had an inverted cross. And on a mirror above a side table, the word Satan had been written also.
All these drawings appeared to have been drawn in the victim's blood.
There were a large number of items on the floor around the body. There were 4 knives, a small metal saw, a razor blade, as well as a corkscrew. These items all had blood on them, so it was obvious they'd been used during the mutilation of the victim. But as to in what order that had taken place, we weren't able to tell at that time.
It was clear to me at the crime scene of David O'Hearn that the mutilation injuries happened after death, because there was really very little blood associated with those injuries.
Also located near to where the body was found resting was a crystal decanter which had a significant amount of blood staining.
There was a large amount of blood splatter in the room, but there was some directional blood splatter which was emanating from the head area of the victim. This blood splatter was extremely low level. It was coming from a source just above ground level, which indicated that a lot of the injuries to the victim's head had been occasioned whilst the victim was actually lying on the ground.
We moved further into the unit and we found the decapitated head was sitting in the sink.
And there were some black gloves found beside the sink. They were moist and they were turned inside out, which suggested to me that the gloves were taken off at the completion of the whole incident.
The fingerless exercise gloves meant that there could be fingerprints within the flat, or hopefully on what looked to be the murder weapon.
There was evidence that somebody had ransacked his drawers looking for what appeared to be searching for an item of property. There was personal effects strewn out all over the top of David's bed.
We looked at robbery as a motive, but it just seemed too severe for a robbery, and the injuries in that Mr. Ahern suffered was far beyond, say, someone torturing someone to divulge the location of valuables. I think my initial thought was that this crime had been carried out by someone with a great deal of anger. There just seemed to be no pattern or rhyme or reason to it. For someone to kill someone and then go to this extent of the decapitation and the disemboweling.
To locals around Dapto, Dave O'Hearn was the friendly face behind the counter of the corner store. That's why they can't understand how anyone could kill him, especially in such a horrible way.
I just can't imagine him being involved in anything that would warrant what he went through.
In an investigation like this, one team will always be assigned to background the victim. It's important for us to find out who his associates are and who he's had dealings with, where he goes, where he comes from, everything about him.
David was a quiet person. He kept to himself a lot, but as a brother, he was very, very, very thoughtful and decent. He wasn't perfect, but he was a really good bloke. David had the corner shop for, I think, 2 years. Okay. He was always good for a loan, and I think he liked to help people that he thought needed a hand. We didn't know of anybody that could hate him that much. He just wasn't a person you could hate.
When David O'Hearn's body was found, the state of his clothing gave police a potential clue to the murder.
The fact that Mr. Ahern's trousers and everything were down around his ankles suggested it may have been a homosexual hate crime, but whilst there may have been some indication of homosexuality with him, all his relationships, I think we found over the period of time, in his 60 years, there may have been 3 relationships.
My family deny that he might have been a homosexual, but I'm sure he was. but in a very quiet, minded his own business sort of a way. He wasn't out there with it. He was very, very quiet.
The fact that David didn't have any enemies suggested to us that the person that had committed the offence was a stranger to David. And that being the case, it was going to be that much more difficult to identify who the killer was.
But their first clue as to who that stranger might be would come from the bizarre satanic drawings written in David's own blood on his lounge room walls. 63-year-old David O'Hearn was dead. Police, neighbours and his relatives had no clues as to why the popular shopkeeper had been so brutally murdered. Detectives hoped that his last known movements would give them a clue.
He was a creature of habit. He would open his shop at certain times and close it at certain times. So we were able to identify roughly a closing time of the shop.
His normal closing time was around 5 o'clock. In his car we found some groceries, and in the bags was a docket from one of the supermarkets at Dapto that indicated that he'd been through the checkout around about 5:30.
On top of that, we did examine CCTV footage that was maintained by the shopping centre, and we were able to confirm that it was David that actually paid for the goods.
And just as he was leaving the shop, he ran into one of Mum's nurses and she said, "Oh, hello, David. When you're coming to see Mum?" He said, "Oh, I'll be there tomorrow. Give her my love and say I'll be there at lunchtime with the sandwich." And she was the last person that David spoke to, as far as we know.
And they were able to give us some indication about his state of mind, which said that he was happy and quite okay. Didn't appear to be under threat from any person or being followed by anyone.
The fact that his vehicle was located in the garage and still had bags of perishable and non-perishable items suggested to police that the meeting with the offender occurred shortly after parking the car in the garage.
The fact that there was no sign of entry or forced entry on his house would indicate that he either knew the person and let them in, or his door was unlocked and the person had just walked in unannounced.
The autopsy revealed that the cause of death was due to severe blunt force head injury caused by some blunt object. The head injuries were all at the back of the head, so clearly Mr O'Hearn was not facing his attacker at the time these blows were rained down upon him. So to that extent, I think it was quite a surprise attack.
Mr O'Hearn had a fractured skull and there was hair and blood on the decanter that was consistent with the wound that he'd suffered. So therefore the decanter turned out to be the murder weapon.
The bloody decanter and its stopper were now being examined in the fingerprint laboratory.
The wine decanter was placed in a superglue chamber to be tested for any possible fingerprints. The superglue vaporises and falls onto the surface, highlighting any fingerprints that appear on the surface in a white visible matter.
The fingerprints on that particular item suggested to the investigation team that the offender actually had touched the lid of that decanter. So the next step was to try to identify who those prints belonged to.
But when the one identifiable fingerprint on the stopper was put into the police database, there was no match.
To an investigation team, that meant that the offender hadn't been charged or certainly didn't have his fingerprints on file.
The tools that had been used to decapitate David after his death were also subjected to fingerprint examination. But while no fingerprints were identified, the tools were giving the detectives a small lead.
We looked in the garage and in the cupboards in the kitchen area, and we subsequently found similar tools in the cupboard directly above the fridge area. Obviously, to me, it was difficult to maintain eyesight of it and actually had to stand on my tippy toes and occasionally hop up to see these tools, where it was quite simple for my offsider to eyeball these tools. So to me, that suggested that the offender was floating around the height of about 6 foot tall. We were able to show that there were similar knives in David's kitchen. We found some tools which are consistent with the tools that we found on the carpet. It suggests to me that the offender went there unarmed.
The satanic drawings scrawled in blood on the walls of the crime scene had also provided police with another crucial lead, an indication of the killer's identity.
A man found murdered in his home on the south coast may have been the victim of a satanic cult. The macabre case just south of Wollongong has detectives baffled.
One of the main lines of inquiries was to identify people that lived in the area that had an interest in satanic activity.
We had received some information relating to a fellow called Schreiber, and he's leaning towards the occult and satanic areas. We also found in our inquiry that Schreiber lived only a couple of doors down from Ahern, so he became a very, very strong person of interest.
Police believe the killing was some sort of a ritual, the work of devil worshippers.
Detective Sergeant Raymond, this is Detective Sergeant Wilkins.
It was important to speak to Keith Schreiber. Police went to the address up the road from David O'Hearn. Subsequently spoke to Keith's flatmate. Keith wasn't at home, but they were invited to inspect Keith's room, and it was at that time that they identified a number of hand sketches, which was consistent with the crime scene.
In his bedroom they found a number of drawings that depicted headless bodies and disembowelment, and it was as a result of that that Schreiber became a very, very strong suspect.
The instant thought that came to my mind was that Keith, if not directly involved in the murder, had some connection to it. There were just too many close similarities between the drawings that we identified and that which was identified in the crime scene. It was important that we locate Keith and committing to a version which would account for his movements on the night.
You Keith Schreiber? Yeah?
Schreiber was located at his place of employment, which was a fish market, and of all things he was a filleter.
Where were you last Friday? Working?
We obtained his version of events. He gave us the alibi that he was staying with his employer for the evening and actually had been sleeping on the floor as they had to make an early start to go to the Sydney fish markets. Police subsequently spoke to his employer, who confirmed the fact that Keith had spent the night on his lounge room floor.
The detectives' only lead had vanished and they were back to square one. Worse still, another murder had just occurred, and the similarities to the O'Hearn crime scene could not be ignored.
David O'Hearn was found murdered in his flat. He had been mutilated and dismembered. Now, only 2 weeks later, and only a kilometre away, another murder was occupying the team of detectives. A murder that had eerie similarities to the first.
Former MP and alleged pedophile Frank Arkell murdered in his Wollongong home. His killer is being hunted by the same team of detectives investigating the decapitation murder of another man at nearby Albion Park Rail 2 weeks ago.
If you can picture the crime scene, as you're looking in the front doors of the granny flat, the glass doors had opened up, and then immediately confronting you straight at the door was a double bed. And over beyond the double bed lay Frank's body.
He wasn't easily identifiable at that stage due to the amount of blood that covered his face. It was obvious that he'd suffered substantial injury to his head.
You could see that there was a broken lampshade lying next to the body that had been used in the attack, and it was the ferocity of the attack had broken it.
I think Mr Arkell died as a result predominantly of head injury, but there was also a suggestion based on the presence of a cord around the neck and some marks on the neck that he may also have been strangled. Those injuries, and collectively they were over 40, would have taken some time to inflict.
Like the murder of David O'Hearn, the offender had used whatever was on hand to kill his victim.
The pattern of injuries was quite similar with both men. The bed lamp that I think was used on Frank Arkell and the wine decanter on Mr O'Hearn, They were both weapons of opportunity in that they were already at the scene.
Likewise, the mutilation to the body had occurred post-death.
When I examined the face of Frank Arkell, I noted it was an unusual and very sadistic characteristic that 3 tie pins had been inserted into his face. One had been sunk deeply into his cheek, whilst another 2 were inserted, one in each eye.
Quite similar post-mortem mutilation and effects done to the body made me think that possibly there was one perpetrator involved in both of those murders.
As police searched the flat for any trace the killer had left behind, they found a plastic lunchbox full of tie pins.
Given that the victim had been assaulted with a number of tie pins, it was quite feasible that the offender may well have handled this item.
The lunchbox, along with the glass sliding door, the only entry to the flat, were removed and sent for fingerprint analysis. Both yielded results. Yet neither print matched any known offender in the police database, nor did they match the fingerprint at the O'Hearn crime scene.
The fact that they don't match does not suggest they didn't come from the same hand or from the same offender. It just suggests that they came from a different part of the hand.
To us, we looked at the cases as being linked, and our obvious starting point of evidence is to try and identify these fingerprints, and of course we come up blank, primarily because the fingerprints weren't on record, which is a bit scary when you think about it. A person who had no criminal record all of a sudden leaping into murder.
The only motive police had to work with for the murder of Frank Arkell was revenge. This was a crime scene that suggested great hatred, and Frank Arkell had recently been accused of paedophilia.
There's one thing I'm totally opposed, is young people being interfered with by older people.
13 months ago, the former Lord Mayor was arrested and charged with 29 sex offences involving boys and men. He was due to stand trial in September on 4 of the charges.
Police are keeping a close eye on suspected pederasts living in the area, just in case. Detectives are questioning some of Frank Arkell's victims as part of their investigation.
Lots of people were interviewed and lots of statements were taken from people who had made allegations that Frank had sexually assaulted them. But they were all spoken to at length and their alibis were very good. We were satisfied that they, as individuals, had not caused Frank's death.
There was a possibility that their killer was someone that didn't know Frank, and it was more of just a thrill killer. And then, of course, you couple with what's happened with David O'Hearn. Are they linked? What is the commonalities between the two? Are Frank and David O'Hearn known to each other?
The only link was that each was homosexual, but that didn't stop the media carelessly linking the two in other ways.
Police have set up a new task force to investigate Mr Arkell's murder. It will work closely with another team looking into the violent death of David O'Hearn. It's thought both men were involved in a child sex network. Frank Arkell was facing multiple sex charges, accused of drugging young men, then forcing them to have sex with him. It's believed he was well acquainted with 60-year-old David O'Hearn, who was found murdered in his Wollongong townhouse 2 weeks ago.
They didn't appear to have facts. It seemed to be that they were just making it up. And that hurts the family the most, the way that the media portrayed David as this sick person, this person that would be involved with a sick crime, like with paedophilia, any of that. That just never, ever entered our heads because he just wasn't that sort of person.
Let me say that when we looked into David's background, we certainly dug that deep into his background that we knew just about everything about that man. That was an area that could be sort of ruled out.
The fact remained, 2 men were dead within 2 weeks of each other. The fear was whether the killer would strike again or whether he had killed before and had gone unnoticed.
We started to look at a lot of homosexual murders. We started to delve into ones that are unsolved as well, because you've got David and Frank. We certainly looked at maybe there's a homosexual angle there somewhere.
The brutal murders of 2 Wollongong men, David O'Hearn and Frank Arkell, had police concerned there was a serial killer on the loose. The question was, had the offender possibly killed before?
Where do you start looking for somebody that's got common links? Do you look beyond the Wollongong area, which we did? We started to look at a lot of homosexual murders. We started to delve into ones that are unsolved as well, because you've got David and Frank. We certainly looked at maybe there's a homosexual angle there somewhere.
It's believed the killer, who used a lamp to bash Mr Arkell, could also be responsible for 2 other murders: shopkeeper David O'Hearn at nearby Albion Park Rail and convicted pederast Trevor Parkin at Glebe.
Trevor Parkin had been subjected to a very brutal killing. He'd been beaten about the head and mutilated.
The similarities to the David O'Hearn crime scene were obvious.
It appeared at both crime scenes that they died as a result of blunt force trauma to the head, and there was mutilation to the genitals of both victims.
But Trevor Parkin's murder had occurred 6 months before and was 80 kilometres away from those in Wollongong.
So, as an investigator, you're looking at a wide area and you just wonder, where does the killer live? Because the assumption is that the killer must live within a close proximity to where the offence occurred. But here we are, we've got an hour and a half between 2 crime scenes, and it could be anywhere.
But the geographical difference was soon overlooked. What police believed they had found on this railway station not only linked the cities, but the crimes.
Some of Trevor Parkin's property that was stolen from his flat at the time was found on a train at Waterfall railway station. And Waterfall is a suburb that's on that rail line between Sydney and Wollongong. It's only a couple of stops away from Wollongong itself. So to have property found that was stolen from Trevor Parkin's flat, found directly on the southern line where these other 2 murders occurred, is significant. The assumption we had to make was that the killer must live on the south coast, live down in the Wollongong area.
The 3 investigations were kept separate at that stage because we didn't know whether we were dealing with one person, whether we were dealing with 3 persons.
A significant find to us from Trevor Parkin's flat at Glebe was a whole handprint on the wall in blood, which is very unusual to find, and it's something that we certainly valued tremendously.
But that handprint could not be matched to any on file, nor its fingerprint to those at the O'Hearn or Arkell crime scenes.
We've got at least a hand in one of the scenes. Surely that fingerprint must match to the others. But when it's looked at, you must have the same digit on each of the scenes. So the handprint that was found in blood didn't match up with the prints that we found on the decanter and or the door of Frank Arkell.
You've got to realise that you've got 8 fingers and 2 thumbs, and unless the full set of prints are available, never in a million years are you ever going to match those 2 together unless you have the 2 full sets of prints to compare.
But while the police had no fingerprints to help them discover who the offender was, they had found solid evidence at Arkell's residence that they were now chasing up.
We had found a pair of Nike tracksuit pants that were found turned inside out, so in a position as though they had been taken off and taken off in a hurry and left on the floor, and a pair of Colorado boots, those type that were very popular at that time.
The tracksuit pants were a Nike brand with a very thick stripe, and they were very, very much against what Frank would wear. The Colorado boots went size 9.5 and he wore a size 7, so it was obvious to us that the clothes had been discarded by the killer.
Detectives knew the killer had used weapons found at the crime scene to kill his victim, and chances were he'd also taken some of Arkell's clothing.
Up inside the main house, I remember seeing a maroon-coloured tracksuit top and a maroon-coloured bottom, and I think I saw a black top as well, and then we just couldn't find the black pants to it. So then you start to look around the house to see if you've got matching items of clothing. Does a tracksuit top fit with a tracksuit bottom? And we're able to look up into the main house itself and look through the clothing with the help of the housekeeper. We had the top, but we were missing a pair of tracksuit pants. So to us, the killer's left his clothes behind that were blood-stained and then left in a pair of Frank's tracksuit pants. If we get to an arrest stage, our hope is we're going to find another item from Frank's house, another link to the chain within the possession of the killer.
But they needed to find the killer first. And the boots were providing a good lead.
We really seized upon the opportunity that the offender had given us to have in our own possession his actual shoes. So that was a very exciting thing for a strike force to have.
We followed the trail of Colorado boots back to the manufacturers. We were able to look at the batch numbers, the brand numbers, where they were distributed. There wasn't anything we didn't know about Colorado boots.
We identified one particular shop in the area of Wollongong. So we went to the shop, we asked for all their sales records of Colorado boots, and we ended up with, I think it was 6 credit card slips.
The task then for police was to track down those 6 customers, one of which could potentially be their killer.
Majority of the time, the people still had the boots. On some occasions, they're actually wearing them when police spoke with them. We were quickly able to eliminate those 6 people from the inquiry with those Colorado boots. So it got to a point where the inquiries with the people didn't advance us any further.
It was more than likely the boots had been a cash purchase. And with no better luck with the track pants, the police hoped the public might give them a lead.
Police say clothing dumped near the mutilated body of alleged sex offender Frank Arkell has given them vital clues to his killer.
These are the clothes worn by Frank Arkell's killer. A pair of blood-spattered tracksuit pants, socks and hiking boots found discarded in the granny flat where Mr Arkell was murdered.
We're obviously anxious to speak to anyone that's recognises these items of clothing or in fact seen anybody wearing those clothes in the area.
But while no leads came from the clothes that night,
I saw a red car leaving
a call did come into Crime Stoppers about a car leaving Frank Arkell's house on the night he was murdered.
The possibility was that this could have been the killer leaving the house, and it's something we had to explore. We couldn't leave it undone.
Police were desperate to find the person who had likely killed 2 men in 2 weeks and another 6 months before, but they were getting nowhere.
It's easy on the TV, they do it overnight, but in real life it doesn't happen that way. It takes a lot of work to try and get these things done to get results. It just doesn't happen overnight.
Hello, Crime Stoppers?
But detectives were hoping a call that had just come in would speed up the process.
We followed that call up, which led us to speak to the man. It said he saw a red Nissan Skyline car leave the vicinity of either Frank Arkell's or the neighbour's house. He was driving home, past the area. He thought that he saw a car come out of a driveway, whether it was Frank's driveway or the next door neighbour's driveway. At 3 o'clock in the morning, it fits within our estimated time of death. This could have been the killer leaving the house, and it's something we had to explore.
This is the car police, detectives and investigators from Task Force Lincoln have been searching for. The vehicle, smashed and stripped, was uncovered by police in bushland at Mount Ousley on Sunday. A similar vehicle was seen in the vicinity of Mr Arkell's Reserve Street home at 2:30 a.m. the next day.
But police needed to confirm whether this really was the car that their witness had seen. And after tracking him down, they interviewed him in an unconventional way. Hypnosis.
I want you to close your eyes over and go into a deep sound hypnotic sleep.
Hypnotism, like everything else, is not an exact science, and the challenge is as to what he's going to recall that he hasn't told you before.
There was high hopes that the witness would remember the registration number. Even a part of it would help.
Was there 1 or 2 persons in the car? Which direction the car went? Are you able to narrow down any identifying marks on the car?
He was a male in his 20s.
The hypnosis was able to confirm, yes, it was a red Nissan Skyline that he saw, and I think he was able to establish that it was within the driveway of Frank Arkell. Beyond that, there was one person driving, a male by themselves in the car, and he was able to provide a description, and based on that description, a sketch artist helped prepare a composite picture of the type of person that we're looking for.
The computer-enhanced image compiled after hypnosis was used on a witness who spotted a red sedan near Mr Arkell's home the night of his murder.
Well, our witness believes that that's about 75% likeness of the person that he saw.
During the examination of the red Nissan skyline. A number of items were examined and subjected to laboratory analysis and examination. Unfortunately, they didn't provide any link between this vehicle and the crime.
So the strike force has to pick themselves up again and look at what they've got left and follow those other leads.
The strongest lead was the killer's clothes found at Frank Arkell's flat. Now, 3 months after their discovery, they were paying dividends.
One of the calls was from an ex-girlfriend of a person that she said used to regularly wear a similar Nike tracksuit and similar Colorado boots, but no longer in fact wore them. The girlfriend had also told us that when she had spoken to her boyfriend about him not wearing the clothing anymore, that he became agitated. He didn't want to tell her any detail about that.
As well as being very sheepish about the location of the boots and the tracksuit pants, she'd noticed that the boyfriend had developed an interest in the murders itself and started to keep paper clippings and started to talk about it. So here we are, we've got a person that owns not just the boots, not just the tracksuit pants, owns both. And they vanished, for want of a better word, shortly after the death of Frank Arkell. So you're starting to look at something that's a very promising lead.
The woman had given us the name of her ex-boyfriend as being Mark Van Crevel.
Mark was currently unemployed, but had commuted to Sydney for work in the past.
We decided to watch his movements, and we watched them very closely and constantly from that period of time. If he was our murderer, we had to protect the community from him striking out again, but we didn't have enough to arrest him.
During the surveillance operation, our suspect was seen in the company of some of his friends, including Keith Schreiber.
Keith Schreiber was the initial suspect in the David O'Hearn murder investigation.
Coincidentally and very relevant is the fact that Keith Schreiber lived in the same street as David O'Hearn, and that Mark Van Crevel lived for good periods of time with Keith Schreiber in that house.
Police now realised when they went in search of Schreiber, the door to his flat was opened by Mark Van Crevel. As luck would have it, Van Crevel was taken to the police station at that time.
He just flew right under the radar. He was simply just an alibi witness. So as a result, a typed interview was taken from Mark Van Crevel, accounting for Keith's movements.
I told you that I intended asking you further questions about it.
As is the case with all people that are interviewed in any homicide investigation, a hard copy of the interview is made. Both the person taking part in the interview and police sign it, and the documents filed in a plastic sleeve and used for future reference in the investigation.
An idea was put forward that we should in fact fingerprint the statement that he had provided as an alibi witness to Keith Schreiber.
In order to obtain fingerprints from a piece of paper, the exhibit is placed in a liquid chemical, which is called anhydrin. This chemical reacts with the amino acids of the fingerprint that is on the paper. The fingerprint develops and becomes visible by a purple stain.
That purple stain revealed a clear set of fingerprints, and they matched the O'Hearn and Arkell murder scenes.
Finally, we've got this exciting bit of evidence that we've identified fingerprints on that document linking him to both crimes.
And while there was little doubt those fingerprints were those of Mark Van Crevel's, police were not prepared to arrest him until they were absolutely sure they were his.
Effectively, you're arresting someone, you're taking away their liberty, and effectively you could put them away for jail for the rest of their life. So it is a serious game that we play, and you've got to be precise in what you do, you've got to be backed up by evidence, you've really got to be very thorough in what you do and methodical.
And so the detectives waited for the opportunity to seize the evidence they needed.
He happened to be drinking from a Coke bottle and discarded it. Our police were very quick on the spot and very resolute to think about it. They used an initiative, grabbed the Coke bottle, and we developed some fingerprints from that Coke bottle.
Within minutes, Mark Van Crevel's fingerprints were ready for comparison.
So the fingerprints found on the Coke bottle were the same that were found on the record of interview, were the same that were found at the crime scenes. They were those of Mark Van Crevel.
Police now made plans to arrest Mark Van Crevel. But those plans could well be thwarted.
He came in and said, "Oh, I want to tell you something, but if I tell you, will it mean I'll be expelled or removed from training?" I said, "Oh, well, Mark, you know, things aren't ever that grim. Depends on what you've done, I suppose."
After 4 months of investigation, police were preparing to arrest Mark Van Crevel. But the 19-year-old, who regularly practiced Taekwondo, had his own plans.
Mark was just one of those students in amongst the whole group. Just a young teenager, I think, when he started. And, yeah, just trained like everybody else. He was keen. You know, he'd sweep the floor, he'd bow when he was supposed to bow, and train hard when he was supposed to train hard. He did all the right things. He was a good young boy, there's no doubt about it. On this day, it was business as usual. I was in the office just doing a little bit of paperwork before class started, and Mark came in and was sort of a bit agitated. And I asked him, was there anything wrong? And he kind of just shook his head and said, "Oh, I want to tell you something, but if I tell you, will it mean I'll be expelled or removed from training?" I said, "Oh, well, Mark, you know, things aren't ever that grim. Depends on what you've done, I suppose." I'm pretty sure he said, "You know those murders in the paper? Yeah, well, I did them." You know. So that sort of sent me in a bit of a head spin. I thought, oh, well, maybe he's not telling me the truth, or he's just seeking attention. I was a bit angry, actually. I rang another instructor to come in and take the class. So I thought, oh, best to be safe than sorry. So I just told him to go and get changed. My first priority was to get Mark out of that environment. I mean, if someone says something like that, then there's every possibility it could be true. I was kind of, in my heart, I was hoping it wasn't, you know.
We're going to go for a drive, OK?
I told him we'd go for a drive. So we were going down the expressway because he didn't want to go to the police. That's something he told me straight away. "I don't want to go to the police." He said a lot of stuff, but when he was talking, I know this sounds odd, but I wasn't listening because my mind was going over all the scenarios as quickly as I could about how to get him to the police station. The coffee shop we went to was the closest place I could think of to the police station. So we're having coffee, and I mean, it was a bit of a heated discussion too at times. I mean, I was trying to keep it calm, but I didn't want to fire him up either. But I knew from the martial arts side of training, if I demanded something, then there's a good chance I'd probably get it. So in the end, it was kind of a demand. We're going here, you're doing as you're told. And that was it. And I think that took him a bit by surprise. I was getting quite relieved by then. But then he wanted to visit his unit where he was living. He wanted me to mind a knife and a sword and that. And of course, that then got my mind racing again. I thought, hang on a minute, maybe he's changed his mind. So he went inside and I opened the boot of my car and I stood back probably 200 metres down the road. When he came out, he said, "Oh, I'm not going to hurt you." And I said, "Well, it might not be that way, Mark, but just put him in the car and close the boot." And I said, "I'll be much happier." Then we got into the car and I thought, oh, OK, we're going to go to the police station now, which is really good. So we finally got to the police station and I was starting to get really relieved. We spoke to the young lady at the desk and she asked what we wanted. I said I needed to speak to someone in charge And she said, what was it concerning? And I said, oh, well, the young man with me, his name's Mark, and he's admitted to 2 murders.
Mark Van Crevel had walked into the Wollongong police station voluntarily. His chilling confession would take all night and last until the early hours of the next morning.
I suppose in your own words, can you tell me what information you have about the death of Mr. O'Hearn?
I don't know anything much about David himself, but I murdered him. I had in my mind that I wanted to kill someone that day. I went to David O'Hearn's house at about 6 o'clock at night, and I walked into his house.
I'll just get Detective Casser just to stand there, and if you can take the place of David O'Hearn for the purposes of this exercise, if I can just get you to stand up, please. And if you can indicate, if Detective Casser is walking away that way, if you can just indicate what you did with him.
Yep. I walk, bang, hit him on the head, and he slumped down there.
Join me next week for that incredible encounter as we go inside the mind of a killer. An unusual pile of bags is found on the side of a road. The overwhelming stench warns the cyclist of what he is about to discover. This homicide case would be a constant battle for police, but the results would go down as a major chapter in forensic history.
Generally, 1, possibly 2 weapons are used. To have 3 weapons used is quite unusual.
Frustration levels at this stage were very high. We needed to make this girl come alive.
There seemed to be a lot of animal hairs present.
I had one of those rare moments which could be described as a CSI moment.
If you're innocent, you don't have to convince yourself.
But you can't go out to someone and say, excuse me, is your son involved in a horrific murder?
And he rang back and said, look, I've got some bad news, it's not him.
I showed a photograph to a barmaid and she says, he's Australian, isn't he?
There's still a family out there that somewhere have lost their daughter or wife.
The woman found wrapped in garbage bags on the side of this road had been the victim of a brutal murder. But there was no identification on her body, and like the name of the street where she was found, her identity would keep police guessing for many months to come.
When we arrived, the scene was very well contained by the local police, who did an excellent job. It's a light industrial area, and it was very apparent because of the nature of the fact that she'd been wrapped in plastic and the body was dumped at the side of the road that this was a secondary crime scene and obviously not where she'd been killed.
The body was in the early stages of decomposition. The legs were bent at the knees with the feet beneath the buttocks. There was blood staining to her head and to the front of her top.
There was an obvious gash on the top of her head, and we were aware that there was something in the mouth. It looked like paper, but at that stage it was really just a case of working out what was there. There was an obvious ligature around the throat.
The victim had short dark hair and a medium build. She was dressed in a white bodysuit and black and white shorts.
There is no other form of identification on her at all, apart from a gold wedding ring on her right hand and a black leather watch on her left wrist.
So there wasn't a lot at the scene that would actually help us in identification at that point. In fact, we did searches up and down the street and adjacent streets with the view of trying to find a purse or some identification that might have been dumped in concert with the body. Nothing transpired from those searches.
The body weighed 62 kilograms. She was 1.61 metres tall, about 5'1", 5'2". She looked fit, no needle track marks, no tattoos. In general terms, she looked like the person next door. It became obvious that neck compression was the most likely cause of death. There certainly was evidence of a blow to the head as well, but that probably only caused incapacitation, followed by the actual ligature strangulation. One of the things that was noted at the location was that there was the presence of a large amount of newspaper in her mouth. This obstructed her airway and it would have led to her suffocating.
The pathologist removed the newspaper from the deceased's mouth, and it was 2 full-size sheets of the Sydney Morning Herald dated the 10th of December 1991.
We were very conscious that this might be a valuable piece of evidence for us, and it was secured by the crime scene officers for fingerprint examination.
The date on the newspaper indicated that the victim had to have been murdered after that time. But the decomposition and maggots taken from her body suggested it was much sooner.
With the entomology, it actually gave us a window that actually was late in the evening of the 23rd of December and early in the morning on the 25th, which covers Christmas Day. You'd think if somebody is going to go missing in that time, that would be when you'd actually miss them. So we were fairly confident that we had a fairly straightforward murder. If we could identify this girl relatively quickly, we would then be able to identify the offender, because most people are actually killed by people that know them.
An autopsy has revealed the woman, aged in her mid-20s, was murdered 3 to 5 days ago. This watch offers the best hope for identifying the victim and solving the murder mystery.
It was really a case of putting it out to the media and then just waiting for the results to come in.
Police say it appears the young woman was murdered elsewhere.
As the nightly news pleaded for public help in the identification of the victim, the newspaper from her mouth was yielding its own results.
This slimy exhibit turned up one morning, a wad of newspaper the size of a man's fist that they removed from a throat. It was opened with gloved hands, and as it unfolded, right dead smack in the centre, we all spotted 3 fingerprint patterns. There were 3 distinct tips of fingers, one slightly higher than the rest. It was it was a fingerprint jackpot to us all. We believed that we might have had an unprecedented case. It looked like we might have the killer before we can even identify the victim.
Police were yet to identify the body of a woman who had been dumped in a suburban street. They were calling her Jane Doe. They believed that her killer had left behind a vital clue: 3 fingerprints that appeared to be in her blood on a newspaper stuffed in her throat.
I had one of those rare moments where you have this almost flashback of what would have happened during the commission of the crime, with the newspaper being pushed down into the mouth and leaving that fingerprint there.
First of all, we photographed the fingerprint in situ many times from different angles to capture everything we had. After that, we tried to enhance it with an enhydrant, which darkens it a little, and maybe we could pick up another ridge or 2. After that, the best fingerprint image that we have now of that left middle finger is then fed into the computer.
It just kept coming up as a blank. The suggestion was that this person hadn't been arrested previously, which is not unusual, because in most murder inquiries, usually the victim is killed by somebody they know, and often as not, those people don't come under the notice of police.
It was very disappointing, but our hopes were still high. We may identify the victim from another means. She must have lived somewhere. And the killer may not be on record now, but boy, he's going to come on record sooner or later with actions like that, isn't he?
What we had was the clothing she had, the injuries she sustained to her body, limited jewellery, some small amounts of hairs and sand that they'd found for the post-mortem. And that was about it at that stage.
I received some hair samples recovered from the victim's clothing, and when I looked at the sample, there seemed to be a lot of animal hairs present. And when I looked at these hairs under the microscope, I could then confirm they were animal hairs because their internal hair structure was different to the appearance of a human hair. The medulla, which is the central structure that runs through the hair strand, is much wider in an animal hair than a human hair. That was quite significant as far as I was concerned.
I had the inclination that they were dog hairs, and when I examined them under the microscope, obviously that was the proof that they clearly were dog hairs. It then was the matter of working out possibly what type of breed it could be. I declared eventually that the hairs came from an Alsatian or from a German Shepherd.
The reality was that we needed to identify, again, the victim, to identify the offender, to identify the dog, and that would actually be a piece of support evidence down the track. Because we had this sand on the body and the area is a beachside area, it struck us that it was a strong possibility she was a local. So we dressed up a policewoman in the same clothing, and she was approximately the same size, build and age, and we walked her down the beach and along various locations. We also took the store dummy down to a number of railway stations in a hope of actually attracting attention. The notion there was to actually appeal very much to that local area, to identifying the victim to the area. We also focused on the fact that there was a park down the road where a fairground had been set up. So we very quickly concentrated on that and also concentrated on the fairground staff as itinerants. She may have been somebody who worked at the fairground because they do attract itinerant workers, or alternatively she is a local that's actually visited the fair that day. So we looked at both possibilities when we went down there.
But there were no strong leads. With only the clothes she was wearing to spark a memory, it was difficult for the investigators to move forward.
We needed to make this girl come alive. We wanted people to actually empathise with her, and we wanted people to actually go out of their way to think about her. We set about very quickly designing ways to actually do that. We had a number of photographs from the morgue that we took. We looked at trying to digitally enhance the face. We took out all the insect infestation on the face. We actually then had to do some guesswork as to what her eyes would look like open.
We went through various hairstyles, some longer, some shorter, to align it with the face, then with the eyes, and then you get into a jawline, and then into skin colouring, because our girl had been in a state of decomposition.
I've got to admit, we actually did get a lot of very good results in terms of feedback from the community on it. Unfortunately, as with most things, it didn't get us the identification of the victim at that point. By this stage, I think we're up to about the second or third week, and I've got to admit that frustration levels at this stage were very high.
Since the discovery of the woman's body a month ago, police have been sifting through masses of missing person files, trying to make a positive identification.
My role was firstly to go through the hundreds of missing person reports that we had. I couldn't tell the figures nowadays, but the amount of girls that we went through just files, like hundreds and hundreds. So that was lengthy, but it was also good because we actually found girls that had been missing and got them to phone home to mum and dad. So that was one good thing to come out of it, but it didn't help us. There's still a family out there that somewhere have lost their daughter or wife.
With the Jane Doe story disappearing from the newspapers, a last-ditch effort was made with a magazine to help solve the murder mystery.
We had the advantage with the women's magazines of having these photos in colour. That would actually bring a dimension to the photographs that we hadn't had before in the newspapers. And in fact, we actually released a photo that was a 3/4 trunk shot, so that we actually had the clothing. And the notion was that those that actually had an interest in it would then say, yes, well, I now remember that top, because there's this link between that photograph and my memory of your sister, your cousin, your aunt, whatever the case may be. We got a call from a girl who claimed to know her.
And she actually then came into our office where she could view our photographs of what we had of the Seiko watch and also the ring and the clothing. She was pretty sure that it was her friend, Vivian. Not 100%, but 90% sure. She knew Vivian as a dancer at the King's Cross area in a number of the clubs up there. So we had a person saying, this is Vivian. What we needed was fingerprints or dental to say who it was.
And what we required was to obtain some material, preferably paper, cards, receipts, letters that she may have handled.
The witness had told police that Vivian had rented a place in King's Cross. From the lease, they now had her full name and fingerprints that matched those taken from the deceased at the autopsy.
Well, it just means she touched that piece of paper, but we still need positive identification. And the only way we had now was to obtain dental records. And those dental records were eventually obtained, and a dental comparison was carried out, and Vivian was positively identified.
Vivian Ruiz worked as a dancer, and she'd set her sights on going overseas, and to earn the money to go overseas, she did work as a prostitute, but she was quite ambitious not to do that into the future. The thing that had complicated the whole process to begin with was that Vivian had told a number of her friends that she'd planned to go overseas with her boyfriend over the Christmas period and travel Europe for several months. So these factors were the things that actually explained why we weren't able to identify Vivian as quickly as we'd liked.
Police identified the boyfriend as Richard White, whose name also appeared on the lease.
He was described as a person who was into bodybuilding. The witness believed he took steroids. He did take speed and amphetamine, and he dealt casually in amphetamine. From the descriptions, he was quite a massive fellow who was very much into the scene at King's Cross. She also described him as somebody who was probably free with his fists when dealing with Vivian if they'd had a fight.
So the mystery of Jane Doe's identity had been solved. But where was Richard White? More importantly, was it his fingerprint on the newspaper found in Vivian's throat?
She had been known as Jane Doe for nearly 4 months. But then the murder victim, who had been found wrapped in plastic garbage bags, was identified as Vivian Ruiz, a dancer and part-time prostitute who was saving money to go overseas with her boyfriend.
They were quite active in the social scene at King's Cross, and at some stages they actually did have physical arguments when they were out, in that he would strike her or she would strike him. It was quite a volatile relationship sometimes when they were out socialising with their friends.
My understanding of the relationship between White and Ruiz was it was quite fiery, and that it was very much a hot and cold relationship. As I understand it, White actually had a preference for hanging around with prostitutes, and it turned him on talking about sex on a regular basis.
We knew that Vivian had spoken to her friends and had plans to travel with Richard over the Christmas period. So what we tried to find was, where are her tickets, where is her money gone? They've been working and she's been making lots of money according to her friends. There's got to be money, there's got to be tickets somewhere.
We found the travel agent up at King's Cross, where both Vivian and Richard had booked tickets for this overseas trip. Interestingly enough, Richard, on the 27th of December, had arranged for these tickets to be cancelled and for the money to be sent to his parents' place. That struck her as odd, the witness at the travel agent, because of the fact they'd paid for them separately and because there'd been this insistence on paying for them separately.
The 27th of December appeared to be a busy day for Richard. On that day, the first business day after Christmas, and the time police believed Vivian was murdered, Richard had visited his bank.
We were aware from our inquiries that Vivian had a shoebox that she collected her money in. She had a distrust of banks, as I understand it. And interestingly enough, Richard had banked a significant amount of money on the 27th of December, which we can't account for as to where he obtained that money. So I've got this name, Richard White. The first thing to do is to get on the computer to check to see if he's got a criminal history. Now that's unlikely, or at least at that stage I assumed it was unlikely because we'd run this fingerprint through the system.
If Richard White did have a record, then his fingerprints should have popped up when the fingerprint found on the newspaper was fed into the police database.
But the record comes back showing that he's got a history of an assault and a drink driving matter. So I ring our fingerprint expert and we give him the name. And like I said, at this stage I'm a little bit curious as to why it hasn't come up if we've done the fingerprint checks before. I remember he said, look, leave it with me. And he went off to do the search, rang back and said, look, I've got some bad news, it's not him.
What we couldn't understand is we finally identified the girl, and hopefully it would all fall into place with the killer as well, with that fingerprint being on the newspaper. To be told that it wasn't a match was just like, how could it not be?
Cole said, look, there's something about this print that's not right. It looks like it should fit. You know, there are patterns in it that look like they actually are similar to what this fellow has as a fingerprint on record. So I said, look, leave it with me, I'll talk to somebody.
A gut instinct told detectives that Richard White was their man. So while the fingerprint section continued their examination of his prints, nothing was released to the public about Jane Doe's identity.
Well, we wanted to keep her identity out of the media at this stage simply because we didn't know where Richard White was. And there was a strong possibility that he could escape the net by going overseas to a country without extradition process for us. So we were very conscious of that, and we were also aware that they had planned a trip overseas, so he had the means to do that if he had not already travelled overseas. There was also the thinking that, look, if he had a co-offender and he had evidence still here that might convict him, it would be relatively easy to destroy it before we could actually get to it. So the notion was to identify his whereabouts and identify all the likely areas where there was evidence before actually making this public.
From the lease of Vivian's unit, we had Richard's full name and an address for him that we'd worked out from our inquiries that was his parents' home. What we needed to do was just speak to the parents, but you can't go out to someone and say, excuse me, is your son involved in a horrific murder? Michael thought the idea of just sending out one of the local traffic police to inquire if Richard was around in relation to a traffic incident. Just keep it nice and innocent. That way, you're not going to alert Richard if he does need to be spoken to by us.
Yes, Mrs. White, is it?
The traffic sergeant did a really good job in establishing that Richard had in fact left the country on the 2nd of January and had flown to Bangkok. Probably the other significant thing that the traffic sergeant was able to tell us is that the family actually had a German Shepherd. So we had a couple of pieces of evidence there that we could see starting to fall into place.
Beautiful dog.
From the inquiries that the local police officer did for us going to the parents' house, we found out that Richard had a vehicle or a van that he'd sold. So then we knew a van that we then had to track down to see when he'd sold it, was it used around Christmas, and is it of any purpose to our investigation?
We were extremely lucky in that the new owner had never washed the van and had not cleaned out what was an old carpet that he'd kept in the back. It had a stain on it, but it had been treated in some fashion with chemicals, thinners or some other item from Richard's French polishing trade. It looked very deliberate that he disguised this spill by pouring a chemical over it.
It indicated that something had been trying to be covered up. It's like whitewashing graffiti off a wall.
The crime scene investigator observed on the underside of the mat there were some areas where there was underfelt. And in one of those areas he saw a dark stain which appeared to be blood. He also examined the gearbox cover in the vehicle and observed dark brown staining to that area. He carried out a presumptive test for blood on that stain which gave a very quick positive reaction.
So we were pretty confident we'd found the vehicle that had actually transported that body. I might add too that the van and the carpet still had trace hairs from a German Shepherd.
But there was still the question of the fingerprint. In most homicides, the victim knows their killer. When Jane Doe was identified as Vivian Ruiz, the obvious suspect was her sparring partner and boyfriend, Richard White. It was a surprise then that his fingerprints didn't match those on the newspaper stuffed down her throat. But the detectives weren't giving up, nor were the fingerprint experts.
He brought it to me and we checked it together, and I said, pictorially, it's a perfect J-loop, absolute match. Go back and reverse it.
What Barry Fay was asking for was a negative image to be made of Richard White's fingerprint. And when it was done, it perfectly fitted the fingerprint found on the newspaper.
We call it a tonal reverse. It's not the ridges that we're looking at here, we're looking at the valleys. So the fingerprint black lines were in fact the grooves between each papillary ridge. And when we first saw those 3 blood-like fingerprints on the newspaper, we theorised that the killer has blood all over his hands. He finds the newspaper nearby and grabs at it. The grabbing action takes all the blood off the tops of the ridges, but the valleys in between are still damp. And then he starts pushing it down the throat. He makes that last desperate thrust with those 3 fingers to get it as far down the throat as he can. The valleys of the fingerprint come forward now under pressure and transfer the fingerprint pattern. Then as he pulls his hand out, the paper closes around it, and he may have then finished the wad off with 2 hands to make sure.
It was a 1 in a million forensic phenomenon, and a call went straight through to the hard-working detectives.
It was pretty good because we'd done so much work, and to finally get a match of who she was, then the boyfriend, and then to say there's a fingerprint and it's a match, it was just fantastic. It was the best thing we've had in months. So we could then go on to our next stages of finding him. From the inquiries with the immigration department, we knew that Richard had left the country and gone via Bangkok under his own name and passport.
And White had actually booked his tickets to travel overseas on the 31st of December, which was the first business date that he could have booked the tickets after the body was located. At that point, we'd been able to establish that Richard had travelled via the Philippines and had gone to England, but where, we weren't sure.
Richard White's movements on leaving Australia had been tracked, and police were confident he was now in the United Kingdom. But to continue their hunt, police would need to call on the help of their British counterparts at Scotland Yard.
We received a fax from the Australian High Commission in London asking for assistance to trace a Richard White who was suspected of murdering a female called Vivian Ruiz in Sydney in December 1991.
And how long are you going to be away for? We managed to do a check on the phone records of the White family in Bexley. There were a number of reverse charges phone calls to England, and we provided the Metropolitan Police with those phone numbers, most of which came to phone boxes in the southwest of England, but there was a phone number there for Newcastle, and we established this was actually an uncle's address.
We just couldn't knock on the door. So we then made a few inquiries around bars. We found that White used to like to go to clubs and bars, so we went round and made a few inquiries there. And I actually showed a photograph of White to a barmaid, and she says, he's Australian, isn't he? And then I was sure he was definitely there. So I came up with the idea that we'd put a phone call into White's aunts and uncles. And I got this rather husky-voiced lady detective to ring up and ask, is Richard there? And said, yeah, I'm Richard. So immediately we're in through the door, and he's standing near the fireplace with a phone in his hand, and I go up to him and tell him I've got a warrant here that's been issued by Bow Street Magistrates Court at the request of the Australian government for the murder of Vivian Ruiz. His reaction was total surprise. He said, what's happened to Vivian? I don't know anything about a murder. You can't lock me up.
Well, we got the phone call to say that Richard had been arrested. There was a fair bit of elation in the office and some relief. But oddly enough, this is actually when the hard work actually starts.
The detectives needed to find further and solid proof that linked Richard White to the murder if they were to extradite him to Australia to face charges.
Basically, you need to provide almost the brief that you provide for court. It's got to be of a standard in which you can actually prove a prima facie case to the English authorities of murder.
Detective Sergeant Pateki asked me, look, as soon as you apprehend White, we want to go round to the parents' house and do a forensic examination of certain aspects of that house to see if Vivian's body was there at any time.
We drove out to Bexley and executed the warrant immediately. We knew that White had a capacity to make a phone call, and they could only delay that phone call for a short period, so we wanted to have the warrant executed and the premises secured before that phone call could be made.
Knocking on someone's door in the middle of the night saying we've got a search warrant to search your house in relation to a murder investigation isn't a pleasant thing to do to anyone. Richard's parents were quite accommodating, allowing us in, allowing our crime scene fellow to come in.
I was actually struck by the parents. They were very decent people. They both actually asked the obvious question, what's it for? And when I told them it was to do with the murder of his girlfriend, Vivian Ruiz, they both broke down and cried. I felt quite uncomfortable about the fact that, you know, we had distressed them, but the reality was we had a job to do.
While the crime scene examiners looked for the evidence they needed, Richard White was in a cell in London preparing his own case.
There were some notes that he made. Don't talk to the police. Don't be tricked by the police. And I think the last point was don't fuck up.
Police are seeking the extradition of a man charged with murdering the mysterious Sydney woman known, until now, as Jane Doe.
In their determination to identify the victim, police exhibited a mannequin and circulated a computer-enhanced photo of the woman's face. After 4 months of exhaustive inquiries, a Sydney prostitute would finally recognise the victim as 22-year-old Vivian Linda Ruiz.
Known on the streets as Linda, Vivian had been working at King's Cross for more than 6 months as a stripper at various establishments, including the well-known Porky's night spot.
Real good sort. That's the only way I could put it. Real good sort of pleasant girl.
White appeared in court today in the same clothes he was arrested in more than a week ago. The court was told police had denied him access to his clothing, cash and other belongings. A Scotland Yard detective said the clothes could not be handed over. They'd have to go to Sydney for forensic testing.
During that search, we found what I would describe as a ligature, a cord, which was knotted at both ends. It was about 36 inches long. We bagged that up for the attention of the Australian authorities.
Authorities here are still waiting for evidence from Sydney police to proceed with the case against White. Sydney detectives will have to prove a case against him if he's to be extradited to face the charge of murdering King's Cross stripper Vivian Ruiz.
While detectives on different sides of the world worked on her case, Vivian Ruiz was finally cremated 5 months after her death. Sadly, cemetery staff outnumbered the mourners. But Vivian's memory would soon be honoured by detectives determined to convict her killer.
The search warrant actually revealed a number of interesting things. The house itself is built onto a slope, so there's a workroom underneath. And the workroom was fairly clearly where Richard used to do his French polishing.
And it was during the search of that workshop area that a German Shepherd walked through. We knew that there were some dog hairs had been found on Vivian's body. The crime scene fellow at the time, with my assistance, obtained some hairs from the dog.
When the police the second time around came with hair samples of a dog, which was a German Shepherd dog, they wanted me to have a look at those hairs and see whether they're identical to the hairs that I've identified, and they looked exactly the same. I felt sure, actually, that they would have come from the same dog.
Sand had also been found on the victim's bodysuit when she was brought into the morgue.
Where the storage room finished, there was a void area that was quite sandy. We noticed that it had been covered quite significantly in lime, which suggested that might have been where the body, in fact, had been stored for a period.
And also of interest was some evidence of mummification.
There was a drying out at the end of the fingers, which suggested that she'd been stored somewhere, and that particular location would have been dry, it would have been well aired. Because we're talking about the middle of summer here, so, you know, it would have been somewhere where this body could have actually been left without attracting a lot of attention.
In that same area, a number of boxes were piled up. Boxes that contained personal items of Vivian Ruiz.
In Richard's room, there were a number of Vivian's items which would not be explained had they have had a break-up, as he had told a number of friends and she'd gone overseas without him. One of our key witnesses was an associate of both Richard and Vivian, and he'd bumped into Richard on New Year's Eve, shortly after the murder, and in fact had asked Richard where Vivian was because he was a mutual friend of both. The interesting thing was that Richard made a point of saying very specifically that they'd both broken up, that he had cashed in his ticket to go overseas and that Vivian was still planning to go overseas without him. So it didn't make sense that he should leave these items there, and certainly it suggested that he was actually building an alibi and building a story to all his friends that Vivian had gone overseas, and therefore it was not untoward to see that she was missing.
Police are confident the man charged over Sydney's so-called Jane Doe murder will be extradited from Britain within a fortnight. White's solicitor has just returned after visiting her client and says he now wants to come home.
He's quite keen that he wants to clear his name.
The detectives then headed to London.
We went to the watch house and there's a search of the material that he had on him. There was a whole set of notes basically addressed to himself about things he needed to say and things he needed to cover. And there was one note headed, "Do this now," and the first point was, convince yourself of your innocence.
In a way, sort of saying that he's guilty because convince yourself of your innocence. If you're innocent, you don't have to convince yourself.
Then went on with a series of points underneath, which included contact your business associates and friends, convince them of your innocence. Don't talk to the police. Don't be tricked by the police. And I think the last point was don't fuck up. He then went on in another series of notes to actually have what appeared to be a mock interview. They'd had things like a question, why did I hit her? Then a series of answers after it. And it appeared to me that he very clearly at this point was trying to actually work out, okay, well, what's a valid story I can put to the court that they'll believe that says I didn't kill her?
The reason for those notes appeared to be as a result of a conversation he had with Detective Bowen on the flight from Newcastle to London just after his arrest.
Richard White said, I have to fight this. She told me on Christmas Eve that she was a prostitute. I just thought she was a dancer. She told me that she couldn't come to my parents' place. We had a fight. I felt so stupid. It's not as bad as they say.
Yet other of his notes and statements from friends of the couple were in complete contradiction to this account.
When Les tells me about this, clearly, we've actually got to really nut down this relationship in terms of what people understood their relationship was. And it was fairly clear that the picture was that a number of people knew that Richard and Vivian were in a relationship where he knew she was a prostitute and was turned on by it. I think it clearly demonstrates that this guy has a degree of cunning. He's clearly running a line and that, she's a prostitute, and that opens a door for him in terms of actually explaining why she's been killed. That may, allow him to find an excuse that exonerates him.
Richard George White arrived back in Australia under police guard last night following lengthy extradition proceedings in Britain. Today, Central Local Court was told Ms Ruiz died from strangulation and suffocation sometime on December 24, 3 days before her body was found wrapped in plastic garbage bags. Police indicated their case against White would feature detailed scientific evidence, including the allegation his fingerprint was found on the newspaper stuffed in the victim's throat and that her blood was found in the car he sold before leaving for England.
But the case for the defence was about to throw a spanner in the works. It may be Richard's print, but not Vivian's blood. It was a theory that could set Richard White free. Two years after Vivian Ruiz was murdered, the police felt they had a strong brief of evidence to present at Richard White's committal. But it wasn't a fait accompli.
In a court situation, it can twist and turn and technicalities arise and we lose cases. Fingerprints have lost a lot of cases.
But in this case, it wasn't the fingerprint that was going to be questioned, but how it got there. His defence team believed that Richard, more so his fingerprint, had accidentally been caught up in the murder, and he was never there.
We were always convinced that the fingerprint was our key item of evidence. It was everything else hinged around that. But because we had such a small sample on the newspaper, we couldn't submit it for any further testing in terms of confirming whether it was blood or not.
It was critical evidence for the fingerprint people. Till we got the clearest possible image, we didn't even touch it with a chemical, let alone test it for blood.
Once fingerprinting was completed, they then sent the newspaper to me, so I just tested the prints with a screening test for blood. This is a catalytic test, and it isn't specific for blood, but it will give a good indication if blood is present. And I got a positive reaction for the prints.
But the test will show positive for anything that is protein-based, like meat. It was a fact that the defence was eager to act on.
And during the course of a cross-examination of Barry Fay, the defence made this very strong suggestion that said that, look, their client could simply have been the victim of circumstance.
She theorised that perhaps the client could have been eating a meat pie with tomato sauce on it at the time that fingerprint was placed on the newspaper.
He's eating that pie with sauce while reading a newspaper. He's left a print on the newspaper. And that at some point down the track, quite independent from him, the real offender has come in, killed Vivian Ruiz, picked up this newspaper, screwed it up, forced it down her throat, and incriminated their client by the fact that they've left this pie sauce fingerprint in the newspaper.
And then Detective Platecki saved the day by rushing off and getting a copy of that newspaper, and we found that if that was the case, it was a meat pie, then he had to be reading the newspaper upside down.
It was fairly clear the defence didn't have a response for this and actually hadn't thought with any clarity about where this fingerprint was actually found. And then Barry went on to sort of hammer home the nail by actually saying it's not just a case of, touching the paper. This is substantial force.
The pressure of that last thrust transferred the valleys onto the paper, and the closing up of the jaw sealed it off for all time.
And I think that's the compelling argument on which the rest of the brief hangs, is that the person who scrunches up that paper must have been the person who leaves that print there.
That put his hand down her throat. Why do you put your hand down someone's throat? The average layman's going to be thinking, well, to kill someone.
As soon as that point was made in that committal, I knew at the trial we would have this matter dusted.
There was enough circumstance in our mind to bring a jury to a guilty conviction.
After 4 years, an international hunt and some meticulous forensic work, the mystery of the Jane Doe murder has finally been solved. A Sydney man was today convicted of killing prostitute Vivian Ruiz, the real identity of the victim.
Judge Hidden said White's admissions to British police on his arrest and his fingerprint on newspaper found down the victim's throat left no doubt he was the killer.
The judge found White had killed his girlfriend in a fit of passion, but just what triggered the gruesome attack will probably never be known.
There are obviously unresolved issues, and they happen in every murder inquiry. And in this one of the unresolved issues is where was she murdered? We also really haven't nutted out the motive. While I have a theory that I believe that the steroids and the speed abuse contributed to this murder, I think there's a degree of premeditation in it. I think that he was contemplating this notion of actually getting rid of her for some time, based on the fact that he's taken the money, which is a very conscious act. But the fact is we don't know for sure, and the only person who can tell us is White. My belief is Richards probably hit her with a stunning blow to the back of the head and then strangled her. Chances are he thought she's alive and finished her off by shoving this newspaper down her throat. I suspect, based on the fact there's lime under the parents' household, that he's actually placed the body up in a very cool area. He has Probably left it there for a short period over the Christmas break. Wrapped the body up in plastic, taken it out, and put it in the van. It was certainly the case we could say there were trace elements of blood on the differential cover in the back cargo area of that van, which would suggest this was a vehicle used to transport Vivian to Guess Avenue where the body was dumped.
Richard White was sentenced to 15 years, with a minimum of 10 for murdering his girlfriend, Vivian Ruiz. He is still serving time.
I was quite pleased and quite proud that we were involved in this process because it had been a lot of investment, both emotionally and professionally. And I think the key thing for any cop is that you're joined to make a difference. And when you look at this case, it could be one that is still sitting on the shelf if we hadn't have actually pushed it that little bit.
The Jane Doe murder mystery will stay in the annals of the fingerprint science in New South Wales for 1,000 years. It'll be referred to over and over whenever a tonal reverse comes about, and it'll happen again and again.
On a morning walk in the holiday town of Noosa, a couple of tourists see a sight they have not expected. A young woman's body, fully clothed, lay as if she were asleep. Her wounds would tell a different tale. Police would rely on a never-before-used area of forensic science.
It doesn't just fly in. It has to be transported by something.
To convict the most cunning of killers.
The questions had to be asked. Did she go there of her own free will? Was she in fact dead at that stage?
We have a pretty high burden of proof to be able to charge anyone with murder.
There's something not right. There's something amiss with this whole picture.
We put it there because it facilitates the grander scheme of committing the perfect murder.
Every single one of us knew that it was him.
The first 48 hours of a murder case are critical to its outcome, and in this case it was no different. Police had their suspect. Then, as the hours, weeks and months went by, it appeared the killer had created the perfect murder.
I got a phone call that a young female was found deceased in the vegetation of a parking area down at the Noosa parkland. And the body was found some distance from the parking bays. The area was very heavily vegetated. There was acacia, wattle trees in the vicinity and other vegetation. She was obviously in a state where there had been violence done to her body. By that I mean there was marks around the throat and around the cheeks and eyes area.
The body was discovered by a group of holidaymakers at about 8:30 this morning, lying in bushes only a few hundred metres from the beachfront. Police say it's unlikely the body had been there longer than the early hours of this morning. It appeared she'd been bashed and strangled.
Here we have one of the top holiday destinations in Australia, if not possibly the world. And we have a crime of such violence, of such propensity to cause harm to another human being in what should be an idyllic environment and an idyllic lifestyle that goes with it. As far as what may have caused her to be at this location, you go through all the scenarios that are conceivable. Had she been down there? Was she attacked at the beach or the riverfront? Was she assaulted in the city area? Was her body dumped there?
Noosa being a big tourist destination, you wonder whether she's met foul play after meeting someone at a nightclub, whether she's gone out for a night on the town and met someone and something tragic's happened, and it's occurred pretty much close to where her body was found.
There was all sorts of perambulations that go through your mind as to how this has happened, and obviously you can't discount anything.
At that stage, it was a matter of gathering all of the scientific evidence that's present at the scene and cording the scene off so that this can be conducted by the scientific staff.
We bag the hands up and lock them down so that anything that falls off the fingers or off the nails is found in the bags at the morgue. There are a number of what we call tape lifts collected that's from the clothing on the body to see whether or not there was any fibres or hairs there that may have been associated with an offender.
Your examination is minute. Tyres, footprints, anything at all. Remember, it's a sandy location and it's very difficult at times to get these sorts of impressions. But those things become very important in the examination of a crime scene.
A number of shoe impressions were found along the public track to where the body was found. But the prints were not the only possible link back to the killer. Soil and vegetation were also gathered in the hope that if they found their offender, it would place him or her at the scene.
Initially, the main focus is to identify the person or the body. There was no identification on her. There were a number of tattoos and a significant amount of earrings in her ears.
The tattooed name she had, Michael and Corey, obviously was a very, very important clue to the puzzle, as it were, as to who she was.
The descriptions of the deceased were given to the media and it was broadcast so members of the public might be able to recognise who the deceased was and try and identify her.
The investigation hit an early hurdle when police discovered the victim was carrying no identification. The woman is in her mid to late 20s with shoulder-length brown hair.
She's dressed in a red coloured pair of jeans, a dark coloured top, and she's got a number of tattoos.
The woman also had numerous earrings in both ears and a distinctive S-shaped silver ring. Anyone with information is asked to contact Crime Stoppers or Noosa Police.
As a result of that, people came forward from the Gympie area who had recognised those tattoos and piercings of a lady that they'd known.
Gympie was an hour's drive north of Noosa.
I was surprised it was Gympie area. I thought it would be more a local girl. I still thought that perhaps the nightclub scenario was possibly what had occurred, that she'd been to a nightclub and possibly met with foul play after that. So travelling up to Gympie, it was put another angle on the investigation, was well, what's going to happen now? Who is this girl? And what are these people going to tell us?
When a call went out to the public to help in identifying the tattooed body of a woman found in Noosa, the police received an immediate response.
There were people in Gympie that thought that they knew the identity of the deceased female. They described the tattoos as they'd known them, and they were quite sure that the person that we found, or the body we found, was Samantha Bodsworth. Obviously, the formal identification hadn't been made.
They asked us to go with them to Brisbane to identify or see if it was our daughter. But I think from our description of her and the body that they had retrieved, I think that it was almost a formality. They virtually knew that our daughter was the one in the morgue. I did in my head, but not in my heart. And as soon as I saw it was Sam, I just had to hug her even though she wasn't there. Stupidly trying to warm her up even when you know a person's dead. And she got no makeup on, not a scrap of makeup. She had a car accident several years before and she was very self-conscious of her scar on her cheek. And that was so odd. There is no way on this planet she would have gone anywhere, even to the front door, without her makeup on.
So why had Samantha been found 1 hour's drive away in Noosa without her makeup? Police had believed that she may have gone there for a night out and that something had gone wrong with someone she met.
And she'd been murdered by a strange one-night stand or whatever you call them today. I don't know, but that wouldn't have been Samantha. She would not have done that. It wasn't her scene. She liked to be with the people she knew and she loved.
And that was her 2 children, Corey and Michael, who were with their paternal grandparents on the night Samantha went out and never came home. The house the 3 shared was now under forensic examination.
Upon entry to the house through an open garage door, there were a couple of spots of blood. Upon further examination throughout the house, there were some blood stains in the bedroom. There were some wiped up blood stains in the lounge room, dining room area. People often try and clean up crime scenes after they've occurred, and this had all of the characteristics of a fairly rudimentary clean-up.
Samples of blood and bloodied items were collected in hope that the killer might have been injured and left his DNA behind. Samantha's bedroom gave the impression that some sort of struggle had taken place.
We found a hairdryer that had little samples of blood on the cord. So obviously that suggested that perhaps it could have been used in the assault with Samantha, whether it be wrapped around her throat or whether it was used in some other way in the course of her being assaulted.
During the examination of the laundry area, there was a number of items of clothing in the washing machine. We pulled those out and the items of clothing were bloodstained, and amongst the bloodstained clothing was a pendant.
That was one of Sam's much-loved items because her uncle in Britain gave it to her. And you can't get that stone anywhere else but in that particular little part of Britain.
One of the most intriguing aspects of the pendant was that we'd had information from Sam's parent that she'd never removed it. Even when she was having a shower, going swimming, anything, that pendant stayed with her. It was obviously very important to her. And yet here it was, basically in a washing machine in a house where there'd been bloodstains and other signs of violence. So this sort of indicates to you that there's something not right. There's something amiss with this whole picture. Why was it that she didn't have a pendant? Who would have taken it off her? Where was the chain? These questions were the things that informed part of how we needed to really progress the inquiry.
While there seemed no forced entry into Samantha's house, a screen near the front door was off the window. And her car was not in the garage, where her parents had told police it was usually parked. Nor was it at the car park in Noosa, where her body was found.
We had the crime scene at Noosa, which was still very important to us as a crime scene. We had the potential of a crime scene at her house. And obviously the distance of some hour of travel from the house to Noosa was significant. The questions had to be asked. Did she go there when she was alive? Did she go there of her own free will? Was she in fact dead at that stage? And these scenarios were part of the whole gambit of what we had to look at and try and establish.
At the post-mortem, the pathologist was able to prove that the cause of death was strangulation, and this was consistent with what we saw at the scene, the number of marks that were there.
Scrapings were taken from underneath her fingernails. If Samantha had put up a struggle, then potentially the offender's DNA had been captured.
There was evidence that her clothes that she was in when she was found at Noosa weren't necessarily the clothes that she subsequently died in.
Samantha's injuries would suggest that blood spatter would have been found upon her clothes. There was none.
In other words, someone had changed her clothes, which showed a fairly callous and motivated desire not to be apprehended by police on someone's part.
We were of the impression that Samantha Bodsworth was killed in her home. It was a mystery how she went from Gympie to Hall Road at Noosa, but we were of no doubt that she was murdered in her home.
At the time the search for Samantha's house was being conducted, her ex-partner was helping police with their inquiries. Like her friends, Michael Bodsworth immediately contacted police on hearing a news report of a tattooed woman's body being found in Noosa.
I'll come down to see if it's my ex.
Okay. All right.
As soon as I heard Michael and Corey, that's all I needed to hear.
All right. And you have 2 sons, do you?
Yes, I have 2 sons, and their names are Michael and Corey.
Michael Bodsworth was interviewed at the Gympie police station. He was there of his own free will, and he may have been able to help us with our inquiries. Now, whether help us meant he would be able to provide us with information, or whether help us meant he became a person of interest, was yet to be proven. At that stage, we had a very open book.
And how long have you known Samantha?
We've been together for 11 years.
Are you still together with Sam?
No.
What's the situation with the 2 of you?
You know, I got onto the drink and kept on arguing and fighting all the time. So she asked me to leave. So I moved to the pub.
Do you remember when that was?
It's about 3-4 months ago.
And when was the last time you saw Samantha?
Just after 5 on Friday.
Yesterday?
Yesterday.
Okay, and whereabouts did you see her at 5 p.m?
Mount Pleasant Hotel. I was standing in the doorway talking, saying that she'd dropped the boys off at Mum and Dad's. And I asked if I could have a shower at her place. She said, yeah, no problem, because the hot water system's blown up at the mount. I went upstairs, chucked all my clothes in the bag, then went back downstairs in my car, went up to see my kids at my parents' place.
In the lengthy interview, Michael Bodsworth detailed everything he did in the entire 24 hours from the time he saw Samantha.
And what time did you leave your mum and dad's place?
I got up at 6, then I went to Woolies.
Why'd you go there?
Get smokes.
What sort of smokes you bought?
Long Beach.
Did you get a receipt at all from Woolworths?
Yeah.
Do you have that receipt with you?
No, it's at my room.
All right. Do you know what time the purchase was made?
18:44 on there.
How are you able to say what the time was on the docket?
Because they've got it written on the docket.
Did you look at the docket and see?
I always check the docket.
Do you always check the time on the docket?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only way I get to tell the time. I don't wear a watch.
Oh, okay.
Then I rang Sam and told him my car wouldn't start.
What was wrong with your car?
The battery terminals are a bit dicky. So I rang Sam. She said she'll come and get me. And then she rang me back and she locked herself out the house.
At what stage was that?
That was, she was coming to get me. She walked out to her car and she locked herself out the house because she didn't pick her keys up. I told her that she'll have to try and break in somehow.
He says that's the last he saw or spoke with Samantha, and that he waited for a small period of time before beginning to walk to her house.
What's happened when you got to Sam's place?
There was carpool doors up. There was no car, no Sam, no nothing.
Were there any lights inside the house?
No lights, no nothing.
He's then walked all the way back to his car at the car park, managed to get it started, and then simply driven back to the Mount Pleasant Hotel, where he's gone, had a shower, changed his clothes, and gone downstairs to have a drink at the bar.
Can you give us any explanation as to what she would be doing at Noosa Heads?
She wouldn't be.
Do you ever go down there together?
No.
Has she ever gone down there on her own?
Not as far as I know.
And were you at Noosa Heads last night?
No.
Did you travel south of Gympie at all last night?
No, I didn't go anywhere out of Gympie last night.
He's then consented for us to go to his unit, which was on top of the Mount Pleasant Hotel, to have a look at his room, to conduct scientific investigations and to seize the article of clothing that he said that he was wearing the night before. When we went to the Mount Pleasant Hotel, I was aware that there are a number of patrons at the bar drinking.
There's that mongrel bastard there!
I wouldn't call it a lynch mob mentality. There was certainly a lot of people in the bar that night that did know Samantha, that had perhaps formed an opinion by that stage as who they believe may have been responsible for it.
The person making most of the accusations was Scott Knowles.
That Saturday evening, because we just found out that we'd lost Sam, there was a lot of anger with a lot of people because she was so well loved. My anger was at boiling point because of my suspicions that Michael had done it.
Scott Knowles was Samantha's new boyfriend.
Sam and my relationship developed 2 months after they'd split up. We always got on well together and we just enjoyed one another's company.
Michael Bodsworth had mentioned this relationship in his interview.
Yeah, I still love her, yeah.
Was it fair to say that perhaps under those circumstances you may have felt a bit of jealousy?
No. I felt a bit hurt because the boys had seen him in the bed, but Sam swore black and blue that she's not sleeping with him or she's not having sex with him or anything of the nature, and I believe her.
So would you have any problems at all if they did have a relationship together?
No, not at all.
If you moved in?
He can move in there, it's fine.
Do you knowledge had Sam and Scotty ever had any arguments?
No, I don't think so.
Would you describe him as being a violent person?
Scotty? I don't think he's got a violent bone in his body.
Scott Knowles seemed to be very emotional, and I think at one occasion he may have had to have been restrained by a friend because he was very upset. So we obviously wanted to avoid confrontation and just took Michael straight upstairs. Scientific and Centre Crime officers then made examination of his room, took photographs, and he gave us clothing items that he said he wore the night before, which he had washed and were hanging on the line outside of his unit. Some people wouldn't allow police to do that. They didn't seem to be too reluctant in that regard, but he certainly came across as not being overly concerned in relation to us taking those samples and really trying to corroborate or otherwise his version of events as he gave to us during the interview.
Michael Bodsworth was escorted from the hotel to his parents' place to keep him out of harm's way. Not long after, the detectives were told of a discovery only streets away from here that would help them determine what really happened to Samantha on that Friday night.
On Friday night, 29-year-old Samantha Bodsworth left the Gympie Hotel where she worked and drove home. She never returned to have drinks with her boyfriend, her battered body found near Noosa's tourist strip yesterday morning. Samantha had worked at the hotel to help support her two sons, aged 5 and 7. She also did part-time charity work.
After the first 24 hours of the investigation, we had confirmation that the deceased was in fact Samantha Bodsworth. We had two prime persons of interest, that being Mr. Michael Bodsworth and Mr. Scott Knowles. However, to an extent, Mr. Bodsworth shone a bit brighter than Scott Knowles did.
Can I just have a look at your hands? I just noticed before that you've got a cut there on you.
Yeah, I got one there.
Right middle finger.
One there.
Well, this one's here.
Yeah.
That appears to be a fairly fresh sort of cut, that one there.
Obviously, we were interested in those to see whether they had any bearing on perhaps him being involved in Samantha's death.
Can you tell me where they came from?
Yeah, work.
From work? When did you do those?
Friday. You got another one there.
Oh, yeah.
So we photographed those.
Mr. Bodsworth was asked if he would voluntarily supply a specimen of his blood for the purpose of DNA. He declined this, saying that he didn't like needles too much, but was prepared to give us a mouth swab.
As the detectives waited for results from scrapings taken from underneath Samantha's nails to compare with the DNA provided by her ex-partner, forensic investigators were busy examining Samantha's car. It was found here, at the back of a nightclub in Gympie.
There were a number of flowers and bits of leaf and bark and other vegetative type items on the driver's seat and on the driver's floor. And around the back of the vehicle, jammed into the number plate holder, was a fairly large fluorescence which looked like pollen and was fairly consistent with those that we had seen earlier that day at Noosa.
The botanical specimens, along with other items like cigarette butts, were bagged for evidence. While the butts appeared to be the brand smoked by Samantha, it was noted they were the same as those bought by Michael Bodsworth when he had gone to Woolworths. He had given police the receipt and also a set of Samantha's keys that had mysteriously turned up in his room the night Samantha was murdered.
And he pointed out that her car key was missing from that set of keys.
They were in my room last night.
Where'd you get them from?
Sam must have left them behind. Because Sam's got a key to my room too.
Oh, okay. But do you have a personal set of keys?
No, I do not have a personal set of keys to Sam's house, no.
So the keys that she... I don't understand about the keys being in your room.
No, I didn't understand either. But there's no car key, and the blue key's missing. She's got colour-coded. And the blue one's not there, and the car key's not there.
We believe that the person who's responsible for her death has driven the vehicle.
One theory police are working on is that the mother of 2 young boys was abducted from Gympie, then driven to Noosa, where she was brutally murdered.
Anyone who may have seen the white Corolla registration 299CQO should contact police.
Later tonight, police will set up a major incident caravan here at the murder scene in the hope that someone will remember having seen Samantha, her car or her killer.
As a result of that, a local truck driver by the name of Mr Higgins came forward.
On that night, come along a white car, travelling north my direction, going very slow. Got past him in the end and up the next hill he passed me again and got stuck behind him again, so I noticed it a bit more.
The truck driver, Mr Higgins, was adamant that the registration number was exactly the same as the deceased and it was her vehicle that he sighted on the highway.
While the truck driver did not get a good look at the driver or notice if there was a passenger, it was clear that whoever had driven Samantha's car had placed it back at the car park in Gympie for a very specific reason.
I think that Mr Bodsworth put it there because it facilitates part of the grander scheme and his idea of committing the perfect murder.
We wanted to interview and speak to as many people as possible that could help us either corroborate Michael's version of the events or disprove it.
I was coming down the stairs at the Mount Pleasant Hotel and down the bottom there was Sam and Michael talking and they were very loud. I wasn't quite sure what they were talking about, but they were doing a lot of arguments lately since he moved into the hotel. Whoever she spoke to in the pub, any male, Michael would be right onto him, you know, or it'd be fist up or whatever, and he'd grab her arm and things like that. I mean, they did have quite a few arguments.
While Pauline was able to confirm Michael's story about the hot water system not working, it was the information she gave police about what he did on Saturday that was proving of great interest.
He said, oh, I want to do a basket full of washing. He never did any washing because Sam always did his washing.
She'll come through, she'll clean up my room and she'll take my washing home or she'll ask me to bring the washing around.
And that wasn't the only strange thing he did.
When he had the kids, he used to take them places, you know. He'd take them to Big Pineapple or he'd take them for a drive somewhere, you know, but that particular day he just stayed at the hotel all day, asking all the time, where's Sam?
And there was more.
Mr Bodsworth was inquiring with persons at the Mount Pleasant Hotel as to what the time on the Woolworths receipt meant. And he was questioning people as to what that is in normal time. Do you know what time the purchase was made?
18:44 on there.
Do you always check the time on the docket?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only way I get to tell the time. I don't wear a watch.
Oh, okay.
I thought that was very odd that he was saying that he had a receipt for cigarettes because you wouldn't go around telling people that you'd just bought cigarettes and the time of it, you know.
The receipt, the keys, the washing, the broken down car. Walking to and from Samantha's place were all suspicious. But the police could not discredit Michael Bodsworth's version of events.
He had a pretty well constructed alibi. That led us to believe that he was either very confident, innocent, or possibly trying to convince the police that he was removing himself from this investigation and being a suspect.
We're waiting for information to come to us from our pathologists to try and give us some sort of direction as to where we need to go with this investigation.
Well, it can't be easy.
In the meantime, the detectives were about to put their faith in the power of a psychic.
Well, you know, I've had Sam coming in. I've been talking to her and she just said, go and see Michael. She just keeps saying, go and see Michael.
A week after Samantha's murder, police had one hot suspect, but no evidence to arrest him.
Every day that goes by, that frustration increases, that feeling of inability to successfully finalise a chapter in a very, very sad story.
You were so happy. And now, so tragically gone from us. But your love and our memory of you will be in our hearts always.
A mother's words of sorrow as the tears flow in memory of Samantha Bodsworth. 100 people have packed the chapel at the Cooloola Coast Crematorium to pay their final tribute. They vowed to never forget 29-year-old Samantha and to make sure her spirit lives on for the two boys she left behind.
The fact that no one had been arrested was very frustrating, especially for Sam's parents. There was no closure. Michael was still free. Unfortunately, the police didn't have anything to get him with straight away.
We weren't in a position to alleviate the Hall's pain. We weren't in a position to say, yes, we've been able to arrest anyone for this offence, because there was no evidence.
A number of persons came forward to assist us in the investigation. One of those being Patricia Kelly, who was known to both Samantha and Michael.
She's a tarot card reader, and she believed through previous readings with both of them that she had formed almost a bond with Michael. She believed that if Michael had done it, then she thought there was a chance that he might tell her.
Have you been?
Oh, getting it.
Yeah.
Got to stay out of the way of the lynch mob for a while.
With Pat's permission, she wore a recording device on a person and arranged to meet Michael in a park in Gympie to try and see whether she could get any information out of him that would prove that his version that he gave police was untruthful, and to see whether he would ultimately confess to her that he killed Samantha.
Well, you know, I've had Sam coming in. I've been talking to her and she just said, go and see Michael. She just keeps saying, go and see Michael. And I put the cards out and they weren't good. And it didn't look good for you, so whether it's
Nothing's been looking fucking good for me, so...
I know. But she keeps pointing the finger at you, Michael, I have to tell you that. And if you've killed Sam and you want to talk to somebody, you can talk to me. I'm not going to judge you.
During this conversation with Kelly, Bodsworth maintained the alibi and the story that he had supplied to us, and there was nothing significant that came out of it evidentiary-wise.
Michael, the problem is that you're under suspicion.
What I've given them.
Trouble is, though, they can't find the killer.
I've given them everything that they've asked for, apart from blood. So they gave me a cotton wool to chew on.
To get saliva or something?
Yeah. And they said, oh yeah, we're going to do DNA. I said, yeah, well that's fine. You'll find my DNA, Sam. I just fucking lived there.
Those results were now back.
It was discovered that Mr. Bodsworth's DNA was present on a tea towel that was found in the kitchen and on the floor in the bedroom.
His DNA was also found on one of 5 cigarette butts found in the ashtray near Samantha's bed. but none of those in her car belonged to her ex-partner. The post-mortem pathology reports were a different matter.
The DNA came back under her fingernails of that belonging to Michael Bodsworth. Obviously that was a breakthrough in the investigation, and we now had something physical that we could work with to say that something has occurred between them that would have his DNA under her fingernails.
But the defence Michael Bodsworth had given his tarot card reader was good. He had lived in the house, was now a visitor, and freely admitted he and Samantha did have arguments. Police desperately needed to put him not just at her house, but at the place her body was dumped.
It seemed likely that the one link that we hoped would be the link between the vehicle, the clothing and the scene was pollen.
Pollen evidence had never before been used in a murder case in Australia. In fact, it had only been used 9 times before worldwide. So it was going to take some time to investigate the possibilities and get the answers.
We have a pretty high burden of proof to be able to charge anyone with any offence. We wanted to make sure that at the end of the day, every avenue was exhausted and that we had everything that we could possibly get back before us to make a decision whether we had enough evidence to charge Michael Bodsworth.
It was now 3 months since Samantha had been murdered.
There was a custody hearing where Malcolm and Lynette Hall wanted to have full custody of the 2 boys. In their mind, Michael was responsible for Samantha's death, and they didn't want him to have custody of her children.
Custody of that day was awarded to Samantha's parents, and Mr Bodsworth shortly thereafter left Queensland and went down to South Australia to reside.
When Michael Bodsworth went to Adelaide, when he lost custody of the children, we were very sceptical then whether we would get him.
I was terrified he would get away with it, because that meant I would have to use other resources that I don't know if I could live with. But we wanted to try and let the law take its course.
Before going, Michael Bodsworth left a further statement of his innocence.
A cross had been placed at the entrance to the car park in Hall Road, where Samantha's body was found. The location of the cross was nowhere near where the body was located, giving the impression that that's where he thought the body was placed, thus giving more credibility to his version that he didn't take part in her death.
Samantha Bodsworth's body was found among flowering acacia, or wattle trees. Samples had been routinely taken. When her car was located, pollen was also found in and outside of the vehicle. Police also had in their possession the washed clothes that Michael Bodsworth wore the night Samantha disappeared.
Now, my job was to find out if the flowers in the car, on the tape lifts and in the vacuuming filter sample was the same as those species at Noosa. There were 2 acacia plants flowering at the time where Samantha's body was found, and one of them was like, it's a bushy type plant, then that species was Acacia sopherae. And this is the species that we found on the number plate, and we also found it in the vacuum filter from the car, in the front driver's side, which shows that the car had actually been in Noosa, right near the crime scene.
Dr. Milne could say this with certainty because acacia has a particular characteristic.
Acacia is insect and animal pollinated. It doesn't just fly in. It has to be transported by something. And so when somebody brushes against them and the plant's flowering, they get into the car, it transfers from their clothing onto the seat and whatever they have on their shoes.
In this case, it was the front driver's seat and floor of Samantha's car. Interestingly, the subject was brought up in the interview police conducted with Michael Bodsworth on the day Samantha's body was found.
Have you ever been in Sam's car? When was the last time in Sam's car?
About a week, I think.
Whereabouts in the car were you seated?
Passenger.
Front or back?
Front.
Okay, have you ever been in the driver's seat of that vehicle?
No.
So if Bodsworth was the guilty person, then we would expect to find some of that particular acacia pollen from Acacia sopherae on his clothing. That would then put him into the car. Now, as I understand, his clothing was actually washed after the murder and before the police picked them up. So instead of thousands of pollen grains from acacia on there, there were only a few.
But it was enough. The clothes Michael Bodsworth wore that night were of a coarse texture and became a pollen trap. One wash couldn't rid the tiny microscopic evidence that had now put him at the place Samantha was dumped. However, before they could make an arrest, the police wanted to do one last check.
We then decided to walk the route that Mr Bodsworth had told us he took that afternoon. It was for the purpose of ensuring that there were no acacia pollen trees along that route where the pollen may have gotten onto his clothes, thus having a legitimate reason for having the pollen on his clothes.
The plants that were growing around in that area were well off the path, and none of those particular species were flowering at the time. So I actually had pollen collected from the herbarium from those gympie species, and I looked at that pollen to compare it with the Acacia sopherae pollen in Noosa, and they were totally different.
We travelled to South Australia, where we spoke with Mr Bodsworth at a service station near Christie's Beach, and upon being informed that he was going to be returned to Queensland and charged with the murder, he was quite surprised and anxious.
The man has been arrested in Adelaide and charged with the brutal murder of his de facto wife in Gympie 8 months ago. The battered body of mother of two, Samantha Bodsworth, was found in sand dunes at Noosa.
It was on the way back that he, without any prompting, said that he wished to speak to us about it and tell us the truth. And because we didn't have any recordings with us, we asked him could he hold his information until we got back to Maroochydore where we had suitable equipment so we could electronically record his conversation.
All right, well, as I said before, what do you wish to tell us?
Sam picked me up the night she died from Woolies. And we got back to her place because I was going to have a shower in it there.
What did he say? He said he saw you driving like an idiot in the car with the kids.
And she was telling me that, after the weekend I can't see the kids and all this because their dad's been in the ear about, I drive dangerously with the kids in the car. The kids, they meant everything to me. And then she said I couldn't see them. I just sort of lost it.
What do you mean you lost it?
Well, I ended up strangling her somehow. I can't remember much about it.
Mr Bodsworth added that upon finding her deceased, he has panicked and not taken the course to ring the police. He chose to hide it. He has then changed Samantha into the clothes that she was found in on the Saturday morning by the tourists.
There was marks on her top, on the white top. There was some marks there. She wouldn't go out like that, so I changed her.
And what?
She was going me out.
Okay, all right.
No, she doesn't go out with dirty clothes when she goes out, so I changed it.
Whereabouts in the vehicle did you put her?
Front passenger seat.
Okay. Why'd you do that?
Because if I drive that switch, she always sits.
He is very strong mentally, very, very strong. And I do not believe for 1 minute that his mind went blank in any way, shape or form. He knew exactly what he was doing. He planned it. But what he didn't reckon on was the DNA and the pollen and the fact that we knew every single one of us who knew Sam knew that it was him.
Drove her car back to Gympie. Parked her car at the night disco. And that was it.
Can I ask you why you did that?
I just, as if she went out for the night or something, you know.
When Samantha Bodsworth's body was found dumped in sand dunes at the Noosa Spit, her family suspected her former de facto, Michael James Bodsworth. 7 months later, the 36-year-old mechanic was charged with Samantha's murder after forensic evidence linked him to the scene. Despite confessing to police, though, Bodsworth pleaded not guilty.
Basically, when you're facing life imprisonment, you've got nothing to lose, so why not plead not guilty? Ultimately, the jury did see through him, and they believed the evidence that the police had gathered, the acacia pollen comparisons, which put him at the scene, the DNA, the blood found at her house, together with his confession. The jury were able to come back with a conviction of murder, and he got life imprisonment.
Unfortunately, life doesn't mean life. He's taken someone's life away, and he's still living. He gets to get out eventually and have a life again. Samantha doesn't.
Michael Bodsworth will be eligible for parole in 2010.
I understand that Bodsworth thought that he'd committed the perfect crime, and I'm sure that he felt that he had, but science is always on the move, and there's always new developments in forensic science.
So was he smart? Was he cunning, conniving? I don't know. All I know is that he's been punished for something he did in the way that he should have been punished.